Chapter 1751. 100 Flowers said. Go then, go. Now, ancient Banyan fairyland was no secret to 100 Flowers. 100 Flowers had long been aware of Dragon King Li's dragon abomination avatar, leaving Levi speechless for a long time. As it turned out, 100 Flowers had been cooperating with him in his act here. Levi chuckled and kissed 100 Flowers before vanishing. Although he had acquired his primordial soul and had a wife now, he could not slacken in his cultivation. In ancient Banyan fairyland. Under the ancient banyan tree, Mana sat on a branch, her face full of smiles as she looked at Levi. Look at the happiness brimming in the Dragon King's smile. Has he almost forgotten about us in the fairyland? Martha also joked rarely. It's normal for newlyweds, young people, with good energy. Levi gave a sheepish smile. Recently, I've been overwhelmed with organizational matters. Under the banyan tree, a majestic crow radiated blue flames all around it. It had intelligent-looking eyes and was clearly highly wise. It was the green fire crow that Levi had snatched from Heavenly Mountain. Upon seeing Levi arrive, the green fire crow prostrated itself on the ground and said with its head lowered, "Hello, benefactor." Its voice was clear and loud, not crow-like at all, but rather sounded like an elder sister, apparently a female crow. The real name of the green fire crow was Carol Yalen. Its strength was also close to the level 6 middle stage, but it had been long suppressed and exploited by the church, and now it was just entering level 6. Levi had tamed it without much effort, nor had he used crimson enslavement. After being rescued by Levi from Heavenly Mountain, it immediately offered itself in gratitude, expressing a wish to remain by his side to serve him out of gratitude. The green fire crow was well aware that given its rarity, if it were mixed up in Nora, it would be either caught by the church or by wizards. Better to find a strong protector early and stick with it. And Levi was clearly a suitable choice. After 6 months of recuperation, the strength of the green fire crow had also partially recovered. Levi was somewhat eager to extract its bloodline essence. He took the green fire crow aside and got straight to the point. I rescued you, but I had my own motives. I need your bloodline essence for cultivation. But don't worry, I won't overly affect your growth. The green fire crow understood and said, I understand. After all, it was better than being destitute outside. And seeing other members of the Dragon Palace, they all seemed to be living well. Especially those retired employees, who spent their days in leisure and comfort. She, too, hoped one day to retire and spend her remaining days in this fairyland. Levi said, Thank you. He gave the green fire crow some precious 6-ring potions to nourish its body, as a form of consolation. Several days later, Levi had already prepared the Death Ember Dragon Advancement Potion. Time flew swiftly. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. Holy Brilliance Calendar 1415. Year 2 of Nora. The 17th Dragon Deo Conference was held successfully, a decade-long grand meeting of the Dragon Palace, which had been happening for nearly 200 years. The faceless infant dragon had recently been busy with matters in the nightmare world and cultivation, so it did not participate in the competition. The eternal second place, the Thunderstorm Wolf Dragon, finally ascended to a high level. All 3 brothers had also advanced to the late stage of level 5. Even the Dragon Turtle, known for its extremely slow cultivation, reached the mid-stage of level 5. The reason was simple, Dragon King Li no longer used them to extract bloodline essence, so naturally, their progression sped up considerably. Meanwhile, in the ancient Dragon continent, at Levi's place of seclusion, on this day, the fire elemental power tumbled in the high skies, ash drifted, and feathers filled the sky. A black giant dragon formed from ash emerged, radiating a high-temperature aura as it took shape. Blood Desolation Master Ash Dragon, a legendary creature. At the same time, an even more potent, 500 meters wingspan, red-flamed giant bird descended from the sky with an unparalleled momentum. It resembled the phoenix from Levi's past life, boasting gorgeous tail feathers. With a flap of its wings, flames fell as its elongated neck tilted upwards to sing, emitting bursts of melodious chirps. The true divine bird. Undying bird. A mythical creature. Even having seen the mythical red lotus dragon, Levi was still somewhat shaken. It truly lives up to the name of the undying bird, truly extraordinary. His fighting spirit surged, his whole body's aura exploded, and the indestructible armor wrapped in black flames appeared. Levi, barehanded, did not prepare any weapons. Come on! He took the initiative to attack, facing 2 opponents alone. The undying bird flapped its wings, sparking a sky full of fire that boomed and burned, forming 2 rivers of flame like a galaxy falling from the 9 heavens, aiming at Levi. Boom! Levi's fist wind ravaged, tearing apart the flames, his invincible form dominating through the cataclysmic fire. 1 man and 2 beasts, dragon fighting in the wilderness. All 3 being of the physical type meant they each had an immortal body, making the battle exceedingly intense. But ultimately, with Levi's overwhelming power, he easily transcended the catastrophe. Not to mention the subsequent dark tribulation. After the tribulation, Levi felt his physique becoming stronger. And even more lively, brimming with vigor in his limbs and organs, each drop of blood, each cell, completely transformed from before. He opened his proficiency panel. Levi. Inferno Dragon Breathing Technique, 18th Tier, 1/50000000, Special Effect, Death Ember Dragon Body Mythical, Level 6 Early Stage, Bloodline Dharma Idol, Nirvana Dragon, Blood Source Armor, Ash Dragon Armor, Exclusive Weapon, Indestructible Armor, Level 6. Death Ember Dragon Body Mythical. 1. You possess the extreme physique of a Death Ember Dragon. 2. You possess excellent fire element affinity talents. 3. You possess innate abilities Undying Body Basic and Nirvana Life. 4. You comprehend the Undying Divine Domain with a diameter of 6 km. Upon activating the domain, Undying Divine Flame engulfs your body, and your physique and healing ability increase by 300%. 5. You have obtained the identity abilities Ash Lord and Netherworld Walker. 6. You can transform into a Death Ember Dragon. Seeing the capabilities of the Death Ember Dragon at level 6, Levi gasped in amazement. It's really too powerful. Although the Death Ember Dragon is still a mythical creature, it must be one of the best among them, especially since the Undying Bird is not just any mythical creature. Most importantly, after advancing to level 6, each new ability displayed by the Death Ember Dragon was extremely fearsome. Levi casually opened one. Undying Body Basic. Each drop of blood and every tiny part of your body possesses powerful liveliness and regeneration capabilities. Even if you were blasted into pieces, you could immediately reassemble and heal back to your original form. Your physical body has no fatal weakness, whether it's the brain, heart, or any ordinary organs, flesh, merely existing as a symbol. Your soul, consciousness, memory, etc., stored in every inch of flesh, as long as some flesh tissue remains, you can quickly grow into a new individual. Isn't this the legendary Blood Rebirth? Chapter 1752. Blood Rebirth. Levi had never transcended mortality, but he had longed countless times for this ability. This skill is often the standard for certain undying antagonists and old monsters, which allows them to regenerate as long as a single drop of blood remains. Now, this undying body could be considered a low-end version of Blood Rebirth. From the skill description, he could at most regenerate from a chunk of flesh, not quite reaching the regeneration from a single drop of blood, but it was close. Once a piece of flesh reshaped his form, the other pieces would simply disintegrate. Moreover, this was only the basic undying body. As Levi progressed with his Death Ember Dragon, there would be intermediate and advanced levels of undying body. Achieving true blood rebirth in the future should not be a problem. Nirvana Life, to you, death is only a new beginning. After death, you will reincarnate with the soul and memories of this life into your current species. Current Nirvana Rebirth Count, 1. A simple introduction, but a heaven-defying ability. The legendary reincarnation and cultivation anew. Levi took a deep breath, his spirit shaken. Without a doubt, this should be the Undying Bird's signature ability. Such powerful beings do not truly die, even in death, they can be reborn. This isn't the same as the Blood Clan's rebirth, who resurrect in the Blood River, but with no prior memories. Essentially, it's the same as ordinary people who have their memories wiped in the underworld Source River and reincarnate. The Blood Clan can only ensure they remain the Blood Clan. Whereas ordinary people's next life species is left to fate. His Nirvana Rebirth ability was a true rebirth on every level. In novels, it's enough to be a protagonist's trump card. And, from the skill introduction, Levi's rebirth count could increase as he improved the Inferno Dragon breathing technique. Too overpowered, from now on, I, Levi, also have the means to defy fate and live a second life. Of course, even though he had an extra life for rejuvenation, it was still best not to trigger this ability. Generally speaking, reincarnation would likely be faster than the first cultivation, but it would still take a considerable amount of time. Most importantly, Levi wasn't sure if his golden finger proficiency panel would also reincarnate with him. If not, wouldn't he suffer a tremendous loss? Undying Divine Domain was also extremely powerful. Once activated, it would increase physique and self-healing ability by 300%. Within the domain, paired with Levi's undying body ability, he was almost the legendary true immortal god. Ash Lord was similar to Nightmare Lord. The difference was that Nightmare Lord granted Levi a Lord status in the Nightmare world, allowing him free entry. The Ash Lord, however, granted him a Lord status in the Ashen world. The Ashen world was now a world in ruins, having already turned into the semblance of the Nightmare world. Apart from unyielding Silver Seat, Owens, Levi hadn't seen any other living people. Speaking of which, Owens had been cultivating hard over the years, preparing to advance to the 6th stage as the Grey Swordsman. As the last hope of Windmill Village, and even the Ashen world, he must have some secrets. Netherworld Walker was interesting. Netherworld Walker, with the Death Ember Dragon's bloodline breathing technique, you can open the 10th level underworld gate of the legendary Hell, granting you the credentials to travel the underworld. Seeing underworld, Levi gasped. This must be the Undying Bird's ability. The underworld, a mighty world said to stand shoulder to shoulder with the astral world, is even more mysterious and unpredictable. Even wizards know very little about it. At the very least, even ordinary wizards knew that the astral world was inhabited by gods, like the Father, Holy Mother, the Lord of Chaos. These powerful beings live on the power of faith. The multidimensional plane also had many powerful creatures, like the swimming dark whale, Maya, etc., who were born with the freedom to come and go to the astral world. But regarding the underworld, Levi only knew it was a place for the dead to reincarnate, a place with an underworld source river that could erase past life memories and allow beings a chance at a new life. He knew nothing of the other powerful beings and its specific rules. Low profile yet extremely powerful was his first impression of the underworld. And now, he had gained the ability to travel there. It was as if those guarding the underworld gate had given him a ticket to visit the underworld. Most likely, this was the Undying Bird's power, now inherited by the Death Ember Dragon. The status of Ash Dragon was not high enough to receive such treatment. Closing the proficiency panel, Levi felt an unparalleled sense of relief. After the Death Ember Dragon ascended, his life-saving abilities, already freakishly formidable, had jumped up several levels. It was conceivable that neither the Ash Dragon nor the Undying Bird had gone extinct. Ash Dragon may be reborn from an egg, and the Undying Bird likely had a similar and more powerful ability. Most likely, it still lived within the multidimensional plane, merely undiscovered by the wizard world. Such innately powerful beings, born free and outside the cycle of reincarnation, represented the life Levi had always dreamt of. Levi closed the proficiency panel. Now, only the Nightmare Dragon breathing technique had not reached the 6th stage. The 6 major breathing techniques, Golden Brilliance Dragon and Death Ember Dragon, were mythical breathing methods that could theoretically be cultivated to the 10-level realm. Sky Dragon and Scarlet Dragon were leaders among the legendary level breathing techniques, likely able to be cultivated to level 9. Crimson Emperor Dragon transcended myth. Should it manage to reach its limit, it might approach the realm once held by Sauron. Chapter 1753. As for the Nightmare Dragon, it was still unknown. However, based on the previous breathing techniques that had been fused, it probably still hadn't broken out of the bounds of legend. Therefore, if possible, the next step would be to evolve the Sky Dragon, Scarlet Dragon, and Nightmare Dragon again, striving to reach the mythical level, and even beyond to the super mythical level. Eventually, these super mythical level breathing techniques would be fused together. Then the ultimate biological breathing technique that Levi once conceived should take shape. When that realm was reached, wouldn't he be able to move unchallenged across the multidimensional plane? Even the gods of the astral world would have to lower their heads in his presence. In addition, Levi found that his breathing techniques were also involved in many worlds. Some allowed him to travel the void and reach the astral world, some led to the Ashen world and the underworld. There were also paths to the Nightmare world. Among the super large planes, only the Abyss world had yet to be infiltrated by him. The next step in the evolution of the breathing techniques could perhaps start from the Abyss world. Sooner or later, all the worlds will be my backyard. Now that I have made a breakthrough in strength, it's a good time to celebrate with Flower Knight. Thinking back, he seemed to have not cultivated together with Flower Knight for a year due to his seclusion for a breakthrough. With this thought, Levi headed to the Flower Hall. Just at that moment, the Divine Light Knight passed by and, seeing Levi, promptly greeted him. She smiled and said, "Commander, it's been a long time, have you progressed again?" Levi laughed heartily. "Indeed, you're not doing too bad yourself, Denise. You've reached the late stage level 5, is level 6 still far away?" Denise smiled and replied. "With your blessings, Commander, I've just reached the late stage level 5. To achieve level 6, I'll need at least several decades more to perfect it, then there's a possibility." Levi said. "Good things come to those who wait. I have something to discuss with Flower Knight, so I'll be off." With a wave of his hand, he pushed the door open and entered. The Divine Light Knight watched the commander's departing figure, reflecting inwardly. Indeed, one must have a proactive personality like Flower Knight to more easily capture their true love. If you just wait passively for fortune to come, you're destined to end up alone. Compared to Flower Knight, her own personality wasn't as proactive. Of course, it might also be because she was busy with her cultivation and had not yet found a suitable partner. Several days later. Flower Hall. Levi lay on Flower Knight's bed, reading the latest Wizard World newspaper. Flower Knight had been sent away to study pharmacy. With the cultivation of Floral's primordial soul, returning to study pharmacy, she caught on very quickly and was now an official pharmacist. If Flower Knight wasn't given some tasks, a married man would find it hard to have his own independent space. From his early days of weakness until now, Levi's tradition of reading the newspaper had never changed. Endless see Law and Order daily, progress has been made in the terror attack case of the Schubert family. A spokesperson for the Law Enforcement Department, the Electric Eel Wizard, claimed they have preliminary clues about the suspects, and the case is under further investigation. The criminal behind this case is extremely cunning and treacherous. The wizard community is asked to be patient for the results. Justice may be delayed, but it never fails to arrive. Stars Weekly. Recently, the Golden Prince destroyed a stronghold of a mysterious organization in the Endless Sea, and as a reward for his outstanding contribution to the legal industry of the Endless Sea, Star Tower awarded him the Star Medal. The Golden Prince has become the only Sixth Circle wizard to receive such honor in 100 years. The Star Tower also gifted him a 6th-level sub-dragon species Wind Dust Dragon as a mount for encouragement. Ocean Entertainment. Today, Snow Lotus Witch of Witch's family has officially advanced to Primordial Soul and will be holding her Primordial Soul ceremony at Witch's family 2 years from now. Let us congratulate this rising star, becoming known throughout the Endless Sea. Obituary. Prince of Airstream Hades was unfortunately assassinated by a spy installed by a mysterious organization during his ascension to Primordial Soul. The ascension failed, and he died, with his funeral to take place 6 months later. Son of Hurricane Van Dis, a Primordial Soul wizard, vowed to avenge his junior brother and declared a relentless battle against the mysterious organization. After finishing the newspaper, Levi had the expression of an older man scrolling through his phone on the subway. Did the Law Enforcement Department really find a criminal clue? He was seriously doubtful of that. It was probably just an official statement from the Law Enforcement Department. Of course, necessary caution was still needed. The Golden Prince, Levi had heard of him. This man was the father of the Electric Eel Wizard, now probably around 1,000 years old, like Flower Knight, both possessing 6th ring perfect cultivation, with a good chance of advancing to the 7th circle in the future. Before the opening of the Dark Ancient Tower, Flower Knight had once fought over the key to the Dark Ancient Tower with him, ending in a draw. However, later the key was snatched away by the Molten Gold Wizard King, the old bastard, taking advantage of his seniority to outwit the young. It had to be said, the Molten Gold Wizard King did have some skills. His son was a 6th circle perfect wizard, and his grandson a 6th ring senior wizard. The Electric Eel Wizard was still unmarried, but with his standard, his partner was surely a genius-level Primordial Soul wizard, and the talent of their future children was unlikely to be inferior. It was said that, on some unofficial fan rankings, the Electric Eel Wizard consistently ranked as the 91st most popular wizard among fans, with the nickname Mr. Eel No 91. The list comprised only young, attractive, exceptionally talented, and powerful wizards. Worth mentioning was that Master Fire Dragon had also made the list, and even ranked higher than the Electric Eel Wizard, at 49th. Speaking of which, Levi had heard from Triss that after the Electric Eel Wizard advanced to Primordial Soul, he had once shown interest in Flower Knight. Afterwards, he was rebuffed by Flower Knight with a phrase like "Sorry, I'm not into pretty boys." Chapter 1754. Thinking about this, Levi looked contentedly at his muscular frame, oozing with a sense of safety and brimming with masculine charm. He wasn't surprised that the Star Tower awarded the Star Medal to the Golden Prince. The Golden Prince's abilities were indeed impressive. Publicly, over the past few centuries, he had captured or killed more than 5 six-ring black wizards and members of mysterious organizations. However, such achievements were still not sufficient to merit the Star Medal. There had to be some underhanded tricks. As for the reward of a 6th-tier middle-stage sub-dragon species as a mount, it was clearly even more inappropriate. The promotion of the Snow Lotus Witch to Primordial Soul was expected. She reached the 5th circle around her 200th birthday, with the double buff of Water Element Child and Special Talent, along with having parents who are Primordial Soul Wizards, and the strange encounters and gains inside the Ancient Tower. Her eventual promotion, having taken this path of internal energy shattering, surely promises limitless achievements in the future. Levi couldn't help but think of Simon, whose grave grass must have grown into towering trees by now. Anya recently mastered the 9th talent as well. Persistence paid off, and she can finally be promoted to Primordial Soul. The lady needn't worry about her daughter any longer. Once Anya is a Primordial Soul, I'll gift a wizard tool as a token of gratitude for the lady's kindness. Years had passed, and 200 years later, many of the top talents of the Ancient Tower era were still alive and had been promoted to Primordial Soul. The Sky Dragon Wizard was even promoted before Levi. However, there had been no news from Alexandra and Elsie, and it was unknown whether they had succeeded in their promotion. But Levi never expected the Prince of Airstream to be set up during his own organization's promotion. The Council of 10,000 Clans had long since infiltrated the wizard world. Caution was now imperative. 1 year later. Holy Brilliance Calendar 1416, Month of Northern Wind. Year 3 of Nora. Because Levi's spiritual force had risen too rapidly in previous years, his cultivation of the wizard meditation art these years was more about stabilization than advancement. With his lifespan, there was no need for recklessness. Thus, the level of his spiritual force hadn't changed much these years. He opened his proficiency panel. Levi. Golden Brilliance Dragon Breathing Technique, 18th tier, 1,600,000/5,000,000. Crimson Emperor Dragon Breathing Technique, 18th tier, 1,500,000/5,000,000. Chi Explosion Seal, Level 3, Maximum, Special Effect, Wind Rhythm. Human King Seal, Level 3, Maximum, Special Effect, Sin of the Non-Human. Over these years, his cultivation of the Golden Brilliance Dragon and Crimson Emperor Dragon breathing techniques had nearly reached the 2 million proficiency required for the mid-stage 6. Additionally, he had learned the Duncan family's legacy seals and quickly cultivated them to their limits. One was the Chi Explosion Seal, where with a mantra and casting materials, he could compress the air in front of his palm to form an air cannon, attacking enemies. This seal bore a special effect similar to the previous ones, augmenting his wind element affinity. Of course, for Levi now, these augmentations were minimal. The second was the Human King Seal, burning a portion of his life energy to form a Human King Palm Seal for attacking enemies. Sin of the Non-Human, you cause 10% more damage to non-human creatures and 20% more damage to dark creatures. A plainly worded introduction, yet the effect was incredibly potent. This ability was born for hunting monsters. No wonder it's from a monster hunter family. The Constantine family's Seal of Flame Flow and Seal of Hell, Winchester family's Seal of Protection and Seal of Dragon Might, Van Helsing family's Purification Seal and Slaughter Seal. Along with the 2 great seals he had acquired now. Thus far, from the moment Levi embarked on the path of learning seals, and now, after over 4 centuries, he had finally collected all the 4 great family seals, from start to finish, never forgetting his original intentions. This was the perseverance of an obsessive collector. 4 great families, 8 seals, 8 special effects. The main seal's effects were affiliated with earth, fire, wind, and water. The effects of the other seals varied greatly. Hell Apostle increased affinity with hell creatures, Dragon Affinity enhanced Dragon Clan creature affinity. Fear of the Blood Clan provided damage bonuses against the Blood Clan. Sin of the Non-Human enhanced damage against monsters. Perhaps, the ancestors of the 4 great families never imagined someone would obsess over collecting all the seals and even manage to cultivate them, needing the respective families' bloodlines. Inexplicably, Levi felt that the 4 major seals, representing earth, fire, wind, and water's affinity, could be fused. Maybe it was related to his Chaos Child talent. However, with his current knowledge and realm, after attempting for a while, the panel showed no response. Forget it, I'll worry about that later. When my Golden Brilliance Dragon breathing technique progresses further and reaches mid-stage 6, I can consider heading to Hell. Compared to the mysterious and unpredictable underworld, wizards had a much better understanding of Hell and currently possessed many magical methods to access Hell. Levi's journey to Hell was primarily to collect materials for advancing the Book of the Undead. In passing, he planned to acquire some rare resources from Hell's zero-cost market. With his own 80% luck boost, the prospects should be good. His main focus for now remained on finding and cultivating primordial soul spells. Triss's primordial soul spell came from the witch's family behind her, but due to a confidentiality agreement, it couldn't be shared with Levi. 100 Flowers as well, except for her own created primordial soul spell Mandala Umbrella, the other spells all originated from the witch's family. Chapter 1755. The Mandala Umbrella was a spell with a feminine orientation, although it wasn't exclusively for witches, both the casting actions and the effects of the spell were at odds with Levi's masculine style. 1 year later. In the year 1417 of the Holy Brilliance calendar. The 4th year of Nora. The Endless Sea. The Witch's Family. On this day, it was the Snow Lotus Witch's primordial soul ceremony. Since 100 Flowers had also received an invitation, as her man, Levi naturally had to accompany her to attend. That's the downside of being a married man, always having to carve out time to be with one's partner, whether to cultivate together or to shop and attend events together. The bustling venue was full of erudite conversations, without a single ignorant soul amidst. Dressed in her finest, the Snow Lotus Witch stood like a pure lotus, untainted by the mud, poised at the center of the stage. Anya and Sierra had also been invited. The young couple, both at 5th circle perfection but not yet primordial souls, felt a sense of loss, akin to attending a reunion and finding others have achieved great success. Levi, holding a wine glass, approached them and said, "Anya, how goes your preparation for the advancement to primordial soul?" Anya, looking startled, quickly said, "It's almost ready. After attending this ceremony, I will retreat to the Nether capital to close off from the world. Without becoming a primordial soul, I can't bear to call myself the peer of Sir Levi." Levi patted his shoulder and said, "Don't mind these small details, and pre-congratulations on reaching primordial soul. You are Madame Triss's pride, have confidence in yourself." 100 Flowers chuckled and said, "That's right, even Levi spent a few hundred years to advance to primordial soul." Anya nodded, feeling warmed by the reassurance of the two seniors. Triss approached and said, "Levi, is the Tower of Dawn in need of people?" Levi replied, "Yes, it is." Triss suggested, "How about after Anya becomes a primordial soul wizard, he goes to the Tower of Dawn? Could you find him a teaching position there?" Levi responded, "I suppose we should ask Anya for his opinion, right?" Anya said, "If you agree, Levi, I would be delighted to." Levi smiled and said, "Then it's settled." Currently, the Tower of Dawn ostensibly had no primordial soul wizards. The Holy Infant was just a nominal tower master at the Fire Dragon shop, while Sorit's identity was special. Anya was, indeed, a fine candidate. They could arrange for him to be a deputy tower master and perhaps a professor for the metal faction, killing two birds with one stone. Worth mentioning is that Tower Master Herman had already gone into seclusion 10 years earlier. He aimed to challenge the 6th realm of the mechanical school, Soul of the Burning Machine, to bring forth something akin to a primordial soul, the machine soul. With an undying machine soul, one could use any machine as their body, which was extremely powerful. At that time, the level of black technology on the ancient dragon continent would certainly go a level higher. After 100 Flowers and Levi appeared, a small commotion quickly stirred at the ceremony. The Flower Witch was a rising star, a rare talent along with her stunning beauty and relatively high-profile personality. She was more famous than many 7th Circle wizards, let alone the 6th Circle ones. Levi had a low profile, after all, most people who had witnessed his prowess were dead. Even with 6th ring senior cultivation, compared to the likes of 100 Flowers' 6th Circle perfection, it seemed he still fell far short. Moreover, Levi's rough style was somewhat out of place among the wizards, and together with 100 Flowers, they presented a sort of Beauty and the Beast vibe. But the people realized that 100 Flowers seemed particularly close to that wizard. Feeling the gazes around him, Levi felt helpless. I'm probably going to be on the news. These people's sense for gossip is too keen. 100 Flowers doesn't even dare to hold my hand in public, and they still noticed something? Could it be we have a married couple's look? The event was meant to be the Snow Lotus Witch's ceremony, yet it seemed that 100 Flowers had become the focus. Some of the media immediately went to capture this, planning to publish it in their newspapers to draw attention. Levi had already thought of the headlines for them. Shocking! The Flower Witch's partner exposed, merely with 6th ring senior cultivation. After the ceremony concluded, the Snow Lotus Witch distributed small gifts to the guests, thanking them one by one. When she came to Levi's area, she glanced at him and said politely, "Thank you for attending my ceremony, Senior 100 Flowers." 100 Flowers smiled faintly and responded, "You're welcome. You are now a primordial soul as well, so there's no need for you to call me Senior anymore." In the wizard world, it was an established convention that without a gap of a major realm between them, they were considered peers. The Snow Lotus Witch smiled and said, "All right, you must be Levi. I've often heard Anya talk about you. I didn't dare to greet you until now." Levi said, "Haha, you're too kind, Miss Snow Lotus. Congratulations on becoming a primordial soul. I've seen your performance in the ancient tower, and it was indeed impressive. I'm not in your league." Triss and 100 Flowers inwardly scorned, this fellow had started acting again. After attending the ceremony, Levi went back to his own busy affairs. 100 Flowers, on the other hand, stayed in the Endless Sea, planning to keep the solitary Triss company for a while. Of course, 100 Flowers would still return to the human realm from time to time to cultivate with Levi. Time flies. And so, 3 years passed. The year 1420 of the Holy Brilliance calendar. The 7th year of Nora. With 11 years remaining until the ancient tower's second opening. The mortal world had seen vast changes. The monasteries and churches left behind by the Heavenly Father had become the relics of an old era, for the later generations to visit. The Mortal Wizard Association had grown even stronger, continuously injecting new blood into the wizard world. According to incomplete statistics from the Congress, since the emergence of the first New World, a total of 56 new worlds had appeared, scattered across the vast and boundless outer sea region. Chapter 1756. The smaller ones are not as large as the ancient dragon continent, yet the larger ones are comparable to the Seven Kingdoms continent. Moreover, the Forsaken Land of the God has also been claimed by the Council, which has begun its transformation. Led by a legendary wizard, many Grand Wizards and Primordial Soul Wizards launched the vigorous Mend the Heavens project. The project aims to repair the severely fractured crystal walls of the Forsaken Land of God and accelerate their healing. As a result, the Forsaken Land of God would gradually, under Nora's ecological cycle, rid itself of the fatal corrosive powers, and become a paradise for wizards to live in. Over these years, the Black Dragon pirate group occasionally launched guerrilla attacks on the human realm's new world, plundering resources and causing plenty of trouble for the Mortal Wizard Association. The Black Dragon Wizard is a dual cultivation wizard of the 8th circle and also a dragon descendant, whose strength far surpasses that of ordinary cave wizards, matching the 8th circle powerhouses of the wizard world. Therefore, when he employs guerrilla tactics, even the Wizard Council finds him difficult to handle. Wizard World. Sleeping Dragon Realm. Ice and Fire Island. On this day, endless elemental power began to converge, forming large clouds of calamity on both sides of the island. The powerhouses of the dragon descendant priory sensed the change and gathered to investigate. Sir Golden Dragon and the Rust Dragon Wizard arrived to maintain order. As time passed, the Rust Dragon Wizard had advanced to the senior realm of the 6th circle, his aura increasingly formidable. Rust mused. It has been arduous indeed, Alexandra and Elsie are advancing simultaneously. This internal energy crystal shattering indeed requires much more effort than average. Sir Golden Dragon said. With the ladies' abilities, they are very likely to overcome this trial. As long as they can shatter the crystals, there should be no problem. After this, the senior lava dragon can rest assured. Not much later, a blue and a red figure soared up from Ice and Fire Island. They were surrounded by various top-quality, even exquisite, 5th circle wizard tools. Among them, the lava secret sword and the secret ice sword were the most dazzling. The Rust Dragon Wizard laughed. With wizard tools personally forged by Master Fire Dragon, even 3 calamities and 4 disasters would no longer be a problem. Sir Golden Dragon nodded. Pity, Master Fire Dragon seems uninterested in women. Otherwise, with you playing matchmaker, Rust, our Priory's witches would still have hope. Rust laughed. Ha ha ha, Master Fire Dragon is swamped with affairs. He probably worries that having a partner would affect his cultivation and weapon making. Before long, the 2 ladies safely passed through the calamitous clouds. Other wizard tools shattered, leaving only their secret swords floating in the air. Then, a mutual understanding emerged, their soul artifact and primordial soul became intertwined with full spirituality. Alexandra and Elsie looked at each other with delight. Using our dual cultivation secret technique to pass the tribulation proved much more stable. Ha ha ha, we've ascended to immortality. Alexandra embraced Elsie, unable to resist giving her a kiss. Elsie said with feigned annoyance. People are watching. Let's go back to consolidate our realms first and then head to the endless sea. Alexandra said. Haha, okay. I just saw a message earlier. Master Fire Dragon has ascended to the primordial soul a long time before us. His wizard tool shop is growing bigger and even has the funds for lucky draws. With our luck, we must get the master to bleed a great deal. Elsie added. I saw that, too. And over the years, the mysterious organization has persistently attempted to assassinate Master Fire Dragon with no change of heart, even sending a 6th level mid-stage alien. Fortunately, the master is powerful and has warded off these disasters. After years of seclusion, the 2 women realized the world had vastly changed. But fortunately, they also achieved their desire to advance to the primordial soul wizard realm with perfection in 9 talents and the internal energy crystal shattering technique. Although slower than the top-tier talents and older in age, they are late bloomers with promising futures. Central Realm. 1000 Mechanism Tower. This is a spire populated entirely by strong individuals and an official institution under the Wizard Council. The tower is responsible for compiling the various rankings within the wizard world, previous lists like the Dark Ancient Tower rankings, as well as wizard forms, soul artifact rankings, and others, are its masterpieces. In the plaza in front of the tower, there were several stone steels that pierced the heavens and the earth. It is said that these are relics from the Antiquity Age. The steels were covered in dense numbers, akin to an Excel spreadsheet, from 1 to 1000. In front of these numbers were the names of wizards, constantly moving up and down, updated in real time. On this day, on the wizard's ranking, a purple light shot up from the 1000th place and halted only after reaching the 600th position. In the scene, a ferocious purple divine dragon encircled the void, in a breath, ice and fire double heaven. Wizards ranking 600th, Purple Extreme Holy Dragon, Owner, Fire Dragon Master Ace, Ordinary 6th Circle Realm, Founder of Fire Dragon Artifact. A group of wizards watching this could not help but be surprised. Hasn't Fire Dragon Master only advanced to the 6th Circle a few decades ago? An ordinary 6th Circle wizard claimed the 600th place directly. That one is the top genius ranked first in the Ancient Tower. I even think the ranking is a bit low. Incredible, if Fire Dragon Master can advance to the 7th Circle, he might make it to the top 500, contending with those veterans. Terrifying. It looks like Master Fire Dragon has begun to enter the wizard tool industry on a large scale. It might be worth a visit when he has time. Before these people could settle their emotions. Another light soared into the sky on the Soul Artifact rankings. Soul Artifact ranking 663rd, Purgatory 9 Dragon Umbrella, Owner, Fire Dragon Master Ace, Ordinary 6th Circle Cultivation, Founder of Fire Dragon Artifact. Chapter 1757. My God, the Master's Soul Artifact has shot up to over 600th place? Usually, only a 7-circle wizard's soul artifact can rank there, right? Kyunji Pavilion doesn't just rank wizard forms and soul artifacts based on cultivation level. Combat effectiveness within the same realm and potential future power also influence the rankings. The Master Fire Dragon's soul artifact can be used both offensively and defensively, with boundless power, capable of suppressing those at the level 6 middle stage. Plus, he is a 6-circle weapon craftsman himself, and he's only bound to get stronger. Given this ranking, it's not surprising. Master Fire Dragon's wizard tools and soul artifact both made the list, with quite impressive rankings at that. The corresponding news quickly spread throughout the wizard world. Ancient Dragon Continent. Upon reading the newspaper report, Levi couldn't help but smile knowingly. Shocking. The rankings for the top wizard tools and soul artifacts are actually as follows. Some time ago, staff from the Thousand Mechanism Tower approached him to inquire if Master Fire Dragon was willing to publicize the names of his wizard forms and soul artifacts, and have them included in the rankings to be spread throughout the wizard world. The Holy Infant informed Levi of the request, and initially, Levi wanted to refuse. Then, on a whim, he asked the Holy Infant to inquire whether they could add the name of the Fire Dragon shop after the listing in the rankings. The staff agreed. Levi immediately had the Holy Infant accept the offer. Free large-scale advertising throughout the wizard world was not to be missed. It seemed to have paid off quite well. Although doing so might expose the Holy Infant's strength, when weighing the overall benefits, the advantages far outweighed the disadvantages. Besides, as a well-known figure, the Holy Infant's every move was monitored, his strength was not exactly news. A few days later, Levi hastily came up with a name for Gondifa's wizard form. In fact, Gondifa's wizard form was simply his thousand-handed ancient god appearance, so Levi had never given it a name before. Now, in order to promote Gondif Pharmacy, he racked his brains and finally named it. The name was Demon Suppressing Ming King. This name aptly captured Gondifa's chivalrous nature and his determination to eradicate the darkness. A few days later, Gondif took the initiative to go to the Thousand Mechanism Tower to register his wizard form and soul artifact. Finally, the Thousand Mechanism Tower ranked Demon Suppressing Ming King at 588th, even higher than the Holy Infant's Purple Extreme Holy Dragon, while his soul artifact Radiant King Armor ranked at 821st, which was respectable. Generally, the rankings for body-refining wizards' wizard forms and soul artifacts are quite low. To be honest, Levi was surprised by how high Gondif managed to rank. As for Levi himself, he had no interest in entering the rankings, he didn't need to advertise to promote anything. As time passed, the rankings of these two popular wizards, Gondif and Master Fire Dragon, became widely known throughout the wizard world. All who saw it were shocked, envious, and deeply aware of the great disparity between individuals. Fire Dragon Shop and Gondif Pharmacy effectively had a steady, long-term exposure channel. Going forward, the only thing needed was to maintain their rankings within the top 1,000, the higher the better. Its function was similar to the monthly ticket rankings on a certain novel website Levi knew from his previous life, which was crucial for an author's exposure and livelihood. 1 year later. Year 1421 of the Holy Brilliance Calendar. Year 8 of Nora. In the Endless Sea. On Azer Continent, at Fire Dragon Shop. Two breathtakingly beautiful figures with an air of great strength descended like goddesses into the mortal world. On the streets, passers-by stopped to watch. Whoa, Queen Elsa and the Blue Dragon Lady have become primordial souls too. Truly worthy of being dragon descendant geniuses. Looks like these two ladies are here to visit Master Fire Dragon again. The master sure has good fortune with the ladies. I've gotten quite used to it over the years. The Holy Infant, with a smile on his face, said. Congratulations to the two stunning ladies on your advancement to primordial soul and your renowned fame. Please, come in quickly. Inside the Fire Dragon shop. Alexandra said with joy. Master, Elsie and I have missed you to death. She gave the Holy Infant a warm hug, pressing him tightly with her ample bosom, leaving him struggling for breath. Elsie, her face flushing, chided. It's you who's missed the master greatly, don't lump me in with you. Alexandra laughed and replied. You don't want to. Elsie was left speechless and choked up. She changed the subject and said. Master, you really keep a low profile. It's only been a few decades since you advanced to the 6th circle, and you're already well known on both the soul artifact and wizard forms rankings. Alexandra said enviously. Yeah, and with a pretty high ranking at that, even higher than a lot of 7-circle wizards. Both Elsie's and my wizard forms are ranked beyond 900. Holy Infant said with a laugh. It's all just empty fame, really. Maybe it's because I'm ranked first on the Ancient Tower leaderboard that I got some bonus. With my wizard form, how could I possibly compare with the 7-circle wizards? Besides, your flamboyant Dragon Queen wizard form, Alexandra, is impressive too, ranked at 903. Elsie, your cold dragon Lying River is even at 878. Both are women who don't let men outshine them. I admire that. Alexandra blushed and said with a shy smile. I'm far behind. Master, you alone drove away a 6th level mid-stage alien, we all saw it, it was so cool. And your ability to come up with names for wizard forms, I can't match that. It's all tears. Now the outside world thinks I'm some licentious female dragon. Elsie couldn't help but laugh and cry. Who asked you to name it that way? I told you to just go with Flame Dragon, but you insisted on changing it to a Flamboyant Dragon. The two women and Holy Infant chatted for a long while, during which time they even shared insights on their cultivation, and everyone gained a lot from the conversation. Alexandra said, Master, Elsie and I have yet to master a specialty, and we came today to ask for another favor. Holy Infant asked, do you want to learn weapon making? Elsie was nervous, unsure if the master would agree. Alexandra said, indeed, that's the case. As for the tuition, we are willing to pay above the market rate. After pondering for a moment, Holy Infant said, if you two are serious, that's fine. However, I have one condition, you both need to join the Fire Dragon shop. Elsie looked at Alexandra. Alexandra, with eyes sparkling in excitement, laughed and trembled like a flower in the breeze. No problem, hee, actually, we just wanted to hang around the shop to learn the craft. Elsie revealed a slight hint of joy and, with restrained laughter, said, thank you, Master. Holy Infant said, so you two will be staying at the Endless Sea from now on. Alexandra joked. The rent in number 1 Witch City isn't cheap, you know. Does your place include food and lodging? Holy Infant thought to himself that with Alexandra's wealth, buying a whole street would not be a problem. However, for the convenience of teaching and work, he still said, of course, accommodations and meals are included. I'll arrange for you two now. And just like that. Before long, Alexandra and Elsie joined the Fire Dragon shop and began their journey as artifact-making apprentices. Meanwhile, the news that two brilliantly talented dragon descendant witches had broken through to the primordial soul and joined the Fire Dragon shop quickly made the headlines of the entertainment newspapers of the Endless Sea. Law Enforcement Department. Office. The Electric Eel Wizard was getting things done with his female secretary. The secretary was voluptuous and had an attractive face, her efficiency was first-rate. Suddenly, the Electric Eel Wizard's expression froze as he read the news in the paper, his gaze turning icy. What virtues does this Fire Dragon Wizard possess to have taken both the Red Dragon Queen and Blue Dragon Lady as apprentices at the same time? Ever since the Electric Eel Wizard was rejected by 100 Flowers, he had stopped believing in true love. But the thought of those two top-grade dragon descendant primordial soul witches living with Master Fire Dragon, learning the art of weapon making, and delighting in it. He suddenly felt that his female secretary lost her charm. Chapter 1758. After a moment of thought, the Electric Eel Wizard left the Law Enforcement Department office and returned home. He used his private communicator to contact a friend. Not long after, a projection of a man in black with an obscured face and wearing a hood appeared. The Electric Eel Wizard said, I remember you mentioned that you used to be a broker for the Death Brotherhood, right? Can you find me a reliable assassin? Do you have any resources? The man in black, with a hint of anger in his voice, said coldly. I've told you before, I've washed my hands of that business. I had no choice back then, but now. I just want to be a good person. The Electric Eel Wizard said with a smile. I'll add money. I can pay double the intermediary fee. You just need to use your contacts and say the word, and someone will deliver 20 million ether stones to our old place. The man in black said. Fine. For you, I'll make an exception this once, but no more after this. Don't come to me with these kinds of jobs anymore. What are your requirements? The Electric Eel Wizard said. At the very least, 6th ring perfect cultivation, preferably a 7th circle wizard, with many years of assassination experience, and at least one successful assassination of a 6th circle senior wizard. As for the target, I'll discuss it with the assassin myself. The man in black said. I understand. I'll have someone get in touch with you. He turned off the projection and erased the records. The Electric Eel Wizard sat alone at the top of the wizard tower, gazing out at the vast expanse of the sea. It looks like the culprit isn't the Fire Dragon Wizard. It will be difficult to use my influence here to bring him down. This man has significant backing, so unconventional assassination methods are necessary. Initially, he simply wanted to ruin the Fire Dragon shop to secure his family's interests. Now, he found that with his identity and status, he was actually a bit jealous of the Master Fire Dragon. If eels exist, why not dragons? He would not allow anyone in the endless sea to outshine him. Several days later, in the abandoned nameless secret realm, the electric eel wizard was here to interview the assassin found by the man in black. He wore a black robe and had changed his appearance, also wearing a mask to conceal his aura, clearly not wanting to reveal his identity. Before long, a figure arrived at the secret realm, with a somewhat hoarse and gloomy voice. "Did you hire me?" Upon perceiving him, the electric eel wizard's expression subtly changed. This person's aura was unmistakably that of sixth circle perfection. Moreover, he bore an overwhelming murderous aura that he couldn't hide. It was clear he had killed many. Wraiths swirled around him, distorting the void, and he took no notice. In front of him, the electric eel wizard felt he could only flee. There was no chance of direct combat. The electric eel wizard gathered his courage and said, "I haven't confirmed it's you yet, there's no talk of hiring. I need to verify your capabilities first." This assassin had also used some method to hide his true face and aura, and with the electric eel wizard's experience, he couldn't guess who this person was. The electric eel wizard said, "You should at least show your wizard form, shouldn't you? Otherwise, how can I believe you're capable of completing the task?" The assassin laughed heartily and said, "Wizard form? I think, without showing my wizard form, I can still convince you." With a boom, his sixth ring perfect aura soared skywards, and his invisible aura tore the secret realm sky apart, even ripping a hole in the crystal wall. He stretched out his right hand towards the ground. The veins on his arm bulged, and a black aura surged and wrapped around him, as if a demon king from the abyss had descended. Boom! The electric eel wizard's face turned pale, and he rapidly retreated, vanishing into the void and reappearing 50 miles away. In the distance, the ground around the black-robed wizard formed a 9-kilometer radius of seismic waves. Deep trenches hundreds of meters deep spread outward from the center, scarring the earth violently. The shock wave swept through the small secret realm, threatening to shatter it. The black-robed wizard plunged his hands into the ground layers and lifted fiercely. Countless tons of rock and soil burst into the air, shaking the earth and proving unmatched. The black-robed wizard said with a laugh, "Do I still need to be interviewed?" The electric eel wizard regained his composure and said with a smile, "Good, very good, I need someone like you. If I'm not mistaken, you must be 8-armed demon witch Glacios, right?" The black-robed person, though his identity was exposed, did not panic. He smiled and said, "How did you figure it out?" The electric eel wizard said, "Body refining wizard, able to cultivate to this realm, there aren't many in the wizard world. Plus, your fully developed demon god's aura, with my knowledge, I can still make it out." The black-robed person clapped his hands and then said with a smile, "Not bad, not bad. Worthy of being the electric eel wizard, I didn't expect you to uncover my identity so easily." The electric eel wizard's masked expression changed subtly as he calmly said, "You must have mistaken someone else. I'm just an unknown person, how dare I impersonate such an exceptional character as the electric eel wizard?" The 8-armed demon witch laughed. "Ha ha ha, interesting, boasting about yourself, worthy of being from the Letny family. You hid yourself well when you vanished into the void just now, but unfortunately, my ancestor was the unbeatable demon shark emperor among the sea aristocrats. Particularly when it comes to sensing aura and especially bloodlines, I have my own techniques." The electric eel wizard grew cautious inside, deeply aware of the terrifying strength of the 8-armed demon emperor. No wonder his reward money was worth 200 million ether stones and a morning star level truth oddity. Chapter 1759. Among the 6 circle perfection wizards, this individual must also be remarkable, possibly ascending to the 7th circle within a century. By then, the righteous wizards will face another formidable enemy. The 8-armed demon witch spoke. "Tell me, who do you need me to kill? Trust me, my professional ethics are way higher than those of you and the 3 generations of the Letny family in the law enforcement department combined." The electric eel wizard was humiliated at the moment but dared not lash out, considering the disparity in strength. He said, "Master Fire Dragon, a 6th circle ordinary wizard, but his true strength, it should be no less than a 6-ring senior wizard. How confident are you in assassinating him?" The 8-armed demon witch was intrigued and smiled. "So, it's him. His strength is indeed good, almost like when I was younger. But confronting me now, my confidence in assassinating him is 70%, the remaining 30% is because I worry that he has some trump cards given by his elders. If not, then my confidence is 90%. Upon hearing this, the electric eel wizard was already convinced. This person was indeed not boasting. He thought to himself that if he hadn't had a trump card, he wouldn't be standing here so calmly. After all, he was a 6-ring senior wizard and a top-level genius. The electric eel wizard said, "Deal, I'll give you 50 million ether stone as a deposit first. After the successful assassination, I'll pay another 150 million ether stone, totaling 200 million. The 8-armed demon witch said, "That's not enough. I was paid 130 million for assassinating a rather ordinary 6-circle senior wizard before. Master Fire Dragon is only worth 150 million? Do you think I am from your star tower, with such low reward money? Do you think I'm only worth 200 million ether stones, a mere morning star level oddity? Who are you looking down on?" The electric eel wizard replied coldly. "Sir, don't get greedy. I know the market price. You can't deceive me." The 8-armed demon witch said. "Well then, just help me with a small favor, and I'll agree." The electric eel wizard paused and then said, "Let's hear it." The 8-armed demon witch replied. "Master Fire Dragon has a good friend who, on the surface, is called Levi and appeared at Triss's birthday banquet. In fact, he has another title. Golden Dominator. I want you to use your authority to locate this person for me, it's that simple." The electric eel wizard said. "What? You mean, the Levi who appeared with the flower witch recently is actually the Golden Dominator?" The 8-armed demon witch confirmed. "Exactly. Oh, I forgot, electric eel sir, you once openly expressed your affections towards the flower witch and were rejected. You didn't expect it, did you? The flower witch didn't fancy you, a distinguished scion of heaven, but instead took a liking to a nameless body-refining wizard who popped out from nowhere." The electric eel wizard spoke firmly. "Deal. Now, according to your professional practice, is it time to take a truth oath, ensuring the customer's identity remains confidential?" He did not want the fact that he was colluding with a dark wizard to be exposed. That would not only ruin him but also bring his family down with him. The 8-armed demon witch laughed. "No problem. Somewhere." The 8-armed demon witch who made the deal with the electric eel wizard contacted the red whale ancestor witch. He said, "I've asked the people of the Star Tower to help us check the information about Levi and the Golden Dominator. It seems he resides in the human realm, a place called the Ancient Dragon Continent." Red whale ancestor witch questioned. "Ancient Dragon Continent? Is it the New World?" The 8-armed demon witch answered. "Indeed, it appears he has formed some kind of force there. Also, I've learned something, the Ancient Dragon Continent is the territory of a prominent figure, therefore, it hasn't been officially claimed by the Congress to this day." Red whale ancestor witch expressed his concern. "Just as I expected, the Golden Dominator is no ordinary figure, going against him now will be challenging. Damn, had I known this earlier, I wouldn't have taken on this mission. How should we explain it to the city lord now? We can't just say we won't do it." The 8-armed demon witch commented. "I don't think we need to be so pessimistic. Just because he has a powerful figure backing him doesn't mean they will always look out for him. We can find an opportunity to lure him out of the Ancient Dragon Continent and capture him. We don't need to worry about the rest. Behind us in immersed ancient castle, we also have powerful figures, don't we?" Red whale ancestor witch said. "Indeed, but we must carefully plan this. We only have one chance, if it fails and alarms him, then there will be no more opportunities." The 8-armed demon witch remarked. "I understand, so we should act sooner rather than later. It's best to deal with him while he's still in the senior realm of the 6th circle. If he ascends to 6th circle perfection, even if you and I join forces, it might not be so easy to detain him, right? After all, his cultivation methods are unique, and he likely has some sort of trump card." Red whale ancestor witch said. "I understand. Where are you headed then?" The 8-armed demon witch replied. "I've taken on an assassination job to hunt down Master Fire Dragon. Once this job is completed, and after dealing with the Golden Dominator, I'll secure a long retreat to prepare for ascending to the 7th circle." Red whale ancestor witch frowned. "You had better not complicate matters unnecessarily. With your talents, the organization's resources are guaranteed. Why take such a risky step?" Master Fire Dragon is no ordinary person, we witnessed that in the last battle. The 8-armed demon witch replied. You don't understand. I'm doing this not for money but for pleasure. Everyone should have some hobbies, right? If one day I do capsize in the gutter, I'll accept it, goodbye. Chapter 1760. Fire Dragon Shop. Holy Infant sat cross-legged, exuding the demeanor of a teacher. Red Dragon Queen and Blue Dragon Lady were practicing weapon making. Their tuition was 1 million a year, which added up to 100 million over 100 years. Holy Infant only needed to provide occasional guidance beyond his refinement work, a truly profitable arrangement. With the talents of both women in the realm of a primordial soul wizard, they could have learned weapon refinement on their own. However, Alexandra was a fool with money to spare, not wishing to take unnecessary detours. Hiring a master directly was convenient and reassuring. Suddenly, Mia said, Lord, a 6th circle wizard wishes to see you, he says he wants to commission a wizard tool from you. Holy Infant asked. What's his name? Mia replied. He claims to be more, a nomadic wizard. Holy Infant said. Tell him to leave a deposit, the materials and his requirements, after the agreement is signed, he can leave. Mia hesitated, then said. He wishes to speak with you alone, claiming it's a big order. Holy Infant replied. Practice on your own here, I'll be right back. Alexandra cautioned. Master, be careful, and try to avoid contact with those of unknown identity, in case it's an assassin from the mysterious organization. Holy Infant offered a wry smile. I understand. Being number 1 on the Ancient Tower leaderboard was truly a double-edged sword. It brought fame and fortune but also danger. In the guest room, Holy Infant met with Moore. Moore said. I've long admired Lord Ace's reputation. Because the wizard tool I wish to be refined is of great importance, I wanted to discuss it personally with you to feel assured. Holy Infant responded. I can understand that. After talking for a long time, Holy Infant took on another big order. He said. Refining a 6th circle wizard tool is time-consuming and labor-intensive. To ensure quality, I handle it personally, therefore, I ask for your patience. Moore laughed and replied. As long as it is crafted by the master, I'm at ease, time is of no consequence. He prepared the materials for the crafting, adding. This includes a small piece of Achilles fire ore, which should be enough for the wizard tool I need. Holy Infant couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Achilles fire ore, it's the top-grade fire element ore of the level 6 category. Do you have any extra? I'm willing to buy it at market price. He had already crafted 9 6th ring wizard tools. Among them, there were top-quality pieces, but he still lacked a 6th ring top-grade one. He didn't want to waste this 10th guaranteed opportunity for a top-grade item, so he had been collecting rare materials recently. He wanted to once again forge his Purgatory 9 Dragon Umbrella into a top-grade soul artifact. By then, he would likely advance further in the soul artifact ranking, increasing exposure for his shop. Most importantly, owning a top-grade 6th ring wizard tool would significantly enhance his combat abilities. Moore shook his head. Holy Infant sighed. All right then. Moore showed a hesitant expression before finally saying. Master, I'll be frank with you, I stumbled upon this ore on a newly discovered piece of the continent in the human realm, currently not under Congress regulation. There's a mine there, likely an ancient relic of alien races, guarded by powerful creatures akin to alchemical puppets. Even as a 6th circle wizard, I didn't dare to venture deep, picking up only a small piece before leaving. If you're interested, Master, we could partner up. We could harvest more, with a division of the ore 6-4 in my favor, and we split the creatures half and half. Seeing Holy Infant's doubt, Moore said. If the Master doesn't trust me, let it be. I am willing to take a truth oath to assure there's no deception. Holy Infant stated. Then make your oath, Moore. If it's true, perhaps we can indeed collaborate. And Moore indeed took the truth oath. Holy Infant was stirred. Once bitten, twice shy. He instinctively thought this man was another agent of the mysterious organization or part of the Electric Eel Wizard sect, aiming to deceive and assassinate him. Now, it appeared that what Moore said about the New World was true, as a truth oath cannot be faked. Still, he couldn't rule out the possibility that Moore intended him harm. Holy Infant spoke with a smile. Moore, you're a straightforward person. Very well, I'll join you on this adventure to the new world. But let's make it clear, if we come upon danger, my life comes first. Moore chuckled. Haha, only natural, isn't it? Let's not delay and set off sooner than later, before the authorities discover the place, or we won't even get a taste of the spoils. Holy Infant suggested. Within a week then. Moore extended his hand and shook hands with Holy Infant. It's settled then, I'm counting on this friendship, Master. After Moore left, Holy Infant pondered deeply. I wonder what power seeks to entrap me? Sigh, I only wanted to refine and craft, why do troubles always find me? In comparison, his true self was living much more comfortably. He didn't believe in such generous people in this world who would share their fortunate discoveries with others. Especially since the other party was a primordial soul wizard, he clearly had some hidden agenda. In the human realm, within the outer sea region, a black shark swam through the sea until, suddenly, it transformed into the 8-armed demon witch. Moore was successful. Indeed, even the top geniuses cannot escape the sin of greed. Tempted by the Achilles fire ore, he grew covetous. And indeed, what is more enticing to a master of alchemy than precious ore material? Chapter 1761. Speaking of which, deep within the minds of the New World, there is suspected to be something terribly fearsome sealed. Even I dare not delve too deep. This New World is no simple matter. Ancient Dragon Continent. On this day, Levi was studying the Ashen Dragon egg. He could feel a heartbeat pulsing from within the egg, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Such a formidable presence, it seems it could be level 4 or even rank 5 right from birth. Generally speaking, the strength of newly hatched younglings varies greatly among different dragon clans. Even within the legendary dragon race, some might be born at only level 1, extremely weak, but a mother dragon can lay many eggs. Some, like this Ashen Dragon, Levi suspected that its young might be born at level 4 or 5. Of course, this could also be related to the Ashen Dragon's trait of true immortality. This seemingly young Ashen Dragon might just be born with the memories of having been a level 9 expert. In that case, Levi would have to be careful when drawing blood, not to anger this reborn powerhouse. After checking on the Ashen Dragon, he strolled around his garden like an old farmer, picking a batch of freshly ripened Death Soul dates, totaling over 100. Levi could clearly feel that the quality of this batch of Death Soul dates was far superior to the previous batch. The Death Soul dates aren't as effective for my primordial soul as they were during the 5-ring period, but it's better than nothing. This time I'll share some with 100 flowers to try. He walked out of fairyland with hands behind his back. Under the banyan tree, Mana and Martha lost at chess again. She grabbed the red flame mink in a swoop, placing it in her palm and rubbing it. What's up? Why is there a patch of fur missing from your butt? She rubbed the mink's butt and asked suspiciously. The little mink whined plaintively, and Mana understood. It turns out the little guy lost a spar with Three-Eyed and accidentally got scratched. Three-Eyed refers to the four-eyed shrimp dragon. Its missing eye has not yet regrown, and Levi no longer held any designs on it. Even if it could regrow, it would certainly consume its essence and time, unnecessary to torment it. But looking at the red flame mink's fur, it seemed it could regenerate relatively quickly. With this, mass-producing 6th level fire dragon tribulations after the Holy Infant should be feasible. Of course, he still shouldn't waste resources, even if made, they should only be used as a last resort for protection. Emperor's Palace. 100 flowers returned from the Loner Triss, visiting Dragon King Levi who was immersed in his cultivation. Levi smiled and said, "Come, eat a date." 100 flowers exclaimed. "Death Soul date." Levi nodded. 100 flowers tasted one, feeling a warm current merging into her primordial soul. Not bad, but these shouldn't be consumed in excess, they can accumulate negative energy. Levi said. "No worries, I've already purified them." After finishing the dates, they also ate some grapes, melons, peaches, bananas, and other fruits. Sweet and delicious, mouth-watering, and unforgettable, hard to stop eating. After enjoying the fruits, 3 days had passed. There was no helping it, the food intake of the powerful was just so vast. 100 flowers, sweating all over, leaned against Levi's chest, gasping for air. "Commander, you're really amazing." Levi, looking unfazed, checked messages on his communication device, his brow furrowed. 100 flowers wondered, could this guy's stamina be so good? Where was his limit? Unfortunately, with her strength, she seemed unable to reach Levi's limit. 100 Flowers felt a bit defeated suddenly. Isn't it said, only the dead ox, not the plowed field that breaks? Why didn't it apply to her and Levi? She leaned on Levi's neck, looking at his communication device, and asked. What's wrong? Levi spoke of the invitation for the Holy Infant to explore relics in the New World. 100 Flowers said. It must be a trap, but the New World must be real. I heard indeed some lucky ones encountered the New World and gained some fortunes. However, so far, these New Worlds are just small continents, not even comparable to the ancient Dragon continent. The opportunities there aren't worth mentioning for us, no need to clash with Congress over this. Levi said. It is indeed a trap, but I still want to visit. There are some things inside that I need. Achilles' fire ore, priceless. Besides that, the alien race puppets intrigued him. If he could study them, allowing the Holy Infant to incorporate them into the alchemy path, that would be great. LeMay's alchemy legacy included 3 types of 6-circle alchemical creatures and 1 type of 7-circle alchemical creature. Having witnessed the power of God Nick, Levi naturally wanted the Holy Infant to refine them. By the way, God Nick had now become the guardian of the Tower of Dawn, continuing as the gatekeeper. 100 Flowers said. Then I want to go too. Levi said. You better stay and guard the ancient dragon continent. The Black Dragon pirate group has been increasingly rampant lately, we can't both leave. Besides, I have the ability to conceal my form, even a 7-circle wizard might not be able to detect me. If you go, I'm worried it will alert the enemies and put you in danger. Hearing this, 100 Flowers found it reasonable. All right, I won't trouble you anymore, but be careful and contact me immediately if anything happens. We're both in the human realm, I should be able to make it in time. Levi kissed her forehead, dressed, and vanished. At the same time, Midland Continent. In a grand and luxurious pharmacy, Gandalf took off his gold-rimmed glasses, took off his white coat, and put on a wizard robe. Chapter 1762. He picked up the purple crystal wand beside him and slung the flash great sword on his back. These years, Gandalf's thousand-handed ancient god body refining technique had advanced quite a bit. Compared to Holy Infant, he only needed to learn pharmacy and social skills, so he had more time for cultivation. Besides, he had also learned a fair bit about the combat techniques that his original self had taught him and was now ready to test out his own achievements. Come to think of it, this seems to be the first time the 3 of us are taking action together. He quietly left, heading towards the human realm. Human realm. Over the past years, the outer sea region of the human realm had expanded significantly. No other plane dominated as much as the ocean. The waters all merged into Nora, altering significantly over time. Today, a foggy sea area obscured the sun. 2 figures descended onto a vast area much larger than the ancient dragon continent, comparable to the Yellow Earth continent. This was the newly emerged New World that, so far, the Congress had not yet visited. More had also passed by this place and stumbled into what appeared to be a hidden Dawan. Holy Infant said. The fog here can actually affect perception and detection, no wonder it's so concealed. Moore said. That may be true, but the Congress has specialized wizard tools monitoring the human realm. Discovering this place is only a matter of time, we should hurry up and act. Holy Infant nodded and followed Moore towards a mine. Shortly after they left, a burly figure descended from the sky, wearing a black robe, his face wearing a smile. Go on, once inside the relic in the mine, it's the perfect chance for me to trap them. The 8-armed demon witch released his perception and then vanished into the fog. Somewhere in the New World, Levi, with hermit runes flickering on his body, maneuvered through the fog. Gandalf was with him. Holy Infant has already reached the mine, we need to hurry. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. The aureole unaware, the kite in the sky. Schubert family. The Kilud family master and 2 other primordial soul wizards had been depressed all this time. The murderer of Daemont had not been found, and the fire dragon shop had already resumed normal business, and none of the promises made by the electric eel wizard had been fulfilled. Matro said. Perhaps, we should give up weapon making and return to competing as array wizards. Kilud sighed and said. We don't have a choice, we never wanted to be involved in the weapon making domain. It was the Letney family who promised first to support us and help us get started. Not long after, the communication device rang. The projection of the electric eel wizard appeared, his expression calm as he said. If there are no accidents, after today, the Fire Dragon shop will encounter some major changes. I hope you seize this opportunity to take over the Fire Dragon shop and make it our own. Kilut and the others instantly understood that the electric eel wizard was personally taking action against Master Fire Dragon. He forced a smile and said, "We'll try our best. I wanted to ask, how is the investigation into Damon's case going?" The electric eel wizard said, "It's still under investigation, you all wait for the results." After saying this, he hung up, leaving the three primordial souls looking at each other. It seems there's no hope left, Damon just died unclearly. Alas, one mistake leads to another. We thought we were boarding the giant ship of the Letny family, but in reality, it was a pirate ship. But it seems like this time the electric eel wizard is personally dealing with Master Fire Dragon, and there should be no more mistakes, probably. Star Tower. Law Enforcement Office. The electric eel wizard sat with his eyes closed, cultivating. After dealing with Master Fire Dragon, the next step is you. Golden Dominator, Levi. Human Realm. Mist Continent. Traveling an unknown distance down the mine shaft. Holy Infant and more stopped in front of a majestic ancient ruin. It was a mining relic. At the entrance of the relic stood 200-meter-tall stone men, embedded with bronze armor using rivets. The stone man on the left held a huge axe in its long handle, also a rare treasure, still radiating light. The stone man on the right held a shark-tooth-shaped sword, glaring with anger. The overall design resembled the terracotta warriors. Moore said, "Those two stone men are what I referred to as puppets, each possesses the strength of a level 6 early stage." Holy Infant nodded. "We'll take one each, deal with the stone men first, and then explore the relic together." Moore said. "However, Master, be careful." The two stopped chatting. Holy Infant unleashed a fire dragon tribulation, directing it straight at the huge axe stone man. Boom! The explosion echoed in the plaza of the relic, flames soaring into the sky. Suddenly, a huge axe with a sharp aura cleaved through the flames, splitting the firelight, with an unstoppable force aiming at Holy Infant. Holy Infant assessed in his mind. Indeed impressive, this stone man puppet has mastered basic combat techniques, interesting. Under his feet, the extreme fire wheel lit up brilliantly, his figure flickered with incredible speed, Ice Dragon Prison opened, and the Crimson Dragon Ring flew out. More wizard, as agreed, battled with the longsword stone man. Thunderous roars. At that moment, at the entrance of the mine, a powerful presence charged forward like a raging bull, breaking through all obstacles, and descended into the plaza. The eight-armed demon witch laughed maniacally, his body entwined with black chi that shook the void, forming two tendrils like octopus tentacles, attacking Holy Infant who was fighting the stone man. Holy Infant wasn't the slightest bit panicked. His figure flashed instantaneously, the streamers of the Purgatory 9 dragon umbrella wildly extended, entangling the stone man, and threw it towards the eight-armed demon witch. Chapter 1763. The stone giant axe chopped down towards the eight-armed demon witch, and two black chi waves rocketed out from the witch's body, colliding with the stone giant axe. Crack! The indestructible giant axe cracked. Under the terrifying attack, this 6th-level treasure could barely withstand the pressure. Boom! The chi wave slammed into the stone giant's chest, sending it flying into the distance. It crashed into the earth, shattering it, and lay motionless, apparently disabled. The eight-armed demon witch burst forth, forming demon claws from the chi waves and reaching towards the Holy Infant. "A mere puppet, and you think you can stop me?" The next moment, the eight-armed demon witch instinctively felt a huge sense of crisis approaching from behind. A tall wizard in a white robe, radiating with golden light, appeared. A majestic golden ray stealthily strafed towards him. He had no place to hide, no way to dodge, he had to endure it. Layers of black chi waves, like woven vines. Boom! The vines shattered but also blocked the attack of the golden light. Seizing this opportunity, the eight-armed demon witch's expression froze, then turned into wild joy. "Ah, ah, ah! Golden Dominator, I wasn't seeking you, yet you have delivered yourself to me. Sir Levi, it seems you are quite confident." He steadied himself, and larger waves of black vitality, like a boundless ocean, erupted, collapsing the buildings of the immersed ancient castle like dominoes. Levi's expression turned grave. He hadn't expected that it was the 8-armed demon witch who was dealing with the holy infant. He had thought it was the electric eel wizard or the mysterious organization. Moreover, this person seemed to have also investigated him. No wonder he had been feeling a specific danger lately. He had thought it was someone from the mysterious organization. Turns out, it was the people from the immersed ancient castle after all. Or perhaps both. He drew his long sword, golden rock armor materialized. I heard you've cultivated the 8-armed demon god body tempering technique to the highest level of the endless sea. Today, I shall witness your skills firsthand. Boom. Around Levi, golden strength transformed into a flowing, majestic mane of a lion. Lion King battle technique. With the ferocious power boosting him, Levi's shark-tooth-shaped sword slashed towards the 8-armed demon witch. Unparalleled sword chi swept across for miles, clashing with the witch's black vitality. The demon witch laughed. Missing our last chance to fight was a regret of mine. Today, let us clash vehemently. The black vitality twisted together, like a long spear, bursting through Levi's sword chi, charging towards him. Levi's body nurtured immense power from the Crimson Emperor Dragon. The red dragon sword roared, a mix of extreme heat and sword chi formed a long river, sweeping forward. The 8-armed demon witch laughed wildly. Beautifully done, demon god 8 extremes break. 8 waves of black vitality merged into a black long spear. Its tip, gleaming with darkness, annihilated everything. Boom! Levi's sword chi collided with the black light, exploding into a shockwave. His form continually retreating, the 8-armed demon witch charged forward, swinging the long spear, his attacks growing more ferocious. Ha 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 ha, that's all you've got. Come on, show me your true wizard form, let us battle heartily. Suddenly, the 8-armed demon witch again sensed imminent danger behind him. A spider web sprayed towards him from the void. Caught off guard, he was directly ensnared. Almost simultaneously, a wizard in a white robe glowing with bronze light, wielding the flash greatsword, struck towards him. Boom! The sword light shattered the 8-armed demon witch's black vitality field, colliding with his body, covered in black scale. These black scales, all were comprised of thousands of demon shark runes combined, providing extreme defense. Sparks flew, the clang of metal, and the flash greatsword was repelled as Gandalf was also blown away. Of course, many of the black scales shattered too, revealing wounds beneath. You are Gandalf, the Golden Dominator, how despicable to team up for a sneak attack on me. The 8-armed demon witch, seeing another opponent, couldn't help but curse. Levi sneered. For a 6-circle perfect wizard to sneak attack a 6th ring senior, what's so despicable about several of us joining against you? Gandalf noticed the great sword seemed not very effective, so he put it away right then. It was better against demons, not as good as his fists against a wizard. He rolled up his sleeves, more magnificent ancient god runes lighting up one by one, forming a layer of dark golden glow. Gandalf knew that with his level, if not exerting full effort, he might struggle to match his true self, leaving this person behind. He brought his hands together, sitting cross-legged in the void like the immovable king. A 200-meter-tall figure with 1,000 arms, sitting on a sacred throne, a dignified and sacred ancient god phantom emerged. Primordial soul witch image demon suppression Ming King. Elsewhere. More exclaimed in shock. Ranked 588 on the leaderboard, the demon suppression Ming King wizard form. Witnessing in person, he then understood, why was this wizard form ranked so highly. The appearance of a 1,000-arm ancient god was truly earth-shattering. Elsewhere. Having dealt with all puppets, and collected them all, the holy infant descended from the sky holding an ancient umbrella. Behind more wizard, a witch form resembling a giant ape, pitch black as ink, wrapped in death energy, 200 meters tall, emerged. On the chest of the ape witch, a skull true mark was visible. It seemed he had just entered the 6 environments and mastered but one primordial soul spell. Primordial soul witch image netherworld prison ape. He spoke helplessly. Master Fire Dragon, I'm not involved in this matter genuinely, I had no knowledge. The holy infant refused to speak, his fire dragon tribulation launched towards the opponent. This kind of witch form, he had never encountered, and from its aura, it seemed mediocre, probably a nameless character not on the leaderboard. Chapter 1764. He wanted to quickly resolve this person and then go help his original self, so he directly erupted. In his mind, the external projection of the purple primordial soul appeared, a continuous, majestic 5-clawed holy dragon phantom coiled behind him, its purple mane fluttering, imposing and extraordinary. Purple Extreme Holy Dragon. In the abdomen of the Holy Dragon, 2 witch marks faintly flickered, a 6 suns pattern and a flame demon pattern. These were the 2 primordial soul spells learned by the Holy Infant amidst his 100 tasks. 6 suns continuous explosion and flame demon's eye, the latter being disdained by his original self, thus, he learned it. Boom! The Holy Dragon soared into the sky, its claws and teeth wrapping around the Fire Dragon Tribulation and Ice Dragon Prison spells, charging towards More Wizard. Not only that, but under the ancient burning sky umbrella, the Holy Infant chanted continuously. From the eyes of the Holy Dragon, beams of flame demon shot out. A great battle erupted, intensely fierce, after countless rounds. More Wizard's ape witch form was riddled with holes, emitting black smoke, unable to continue, and he directly dissipated it. He flung out a strange soul artifact shaped like a Halloween pumpkin lantern, from which numerous undead surged. This guy was a primordial soul from the School of Death. With the Purgatory 9 Dragon umbrella shining brightly, 9 fire dragons launched a furious bombardment from all directions at More Wizard. Countless undead melted away, and the pumpkin lantern was quickly blasted into the air, cracking. Of those undead, except for one level 6 upper level undead lord, the rest were obliterated. This level 6 undead, a 3-headed hellhound, but what was it before the Holy Infant? Under the combined attack of the Purple Extreme Holy Dragon and the 9 Dragon umbrella, the 3-headed dog quickly crumbled into a pile of bone debris, leaving only a head that slipped back to hell. The Crimson Dragon Ring flew out from the Holy Infant, pinning down More, who was preparing to flee through space. After a bombardment, More's defensive field shattered, and he lay gasping like burnt charcoal. His primordial soul attempted to escape but was entangled by Leon's spider web, skillfully injected with venom, paralyzed, and swallowed into its belly. After dealing with one primordial soul, the Holy Infant, riding the Purple Extreme Holy Dragon, turned his head to charge at the 8-armed demon witch. The 8-armed demon witch, surrounded by Gandalf and Levi at this moment, was inwardly shocked. More fell so quickly, damn! I need to find a way to escape. The Holy Infant joined the battle. Levi and his 2 duplicates joined forces today to fight at 6th Circle Perfection. Gandalf merged into his wizard forms. Clad in the radiant king armor forged by the Holy Infant, his body emitted a dazzling light, indestructible to Vedra. Nearly 2 million ancient god runes flickered around his limbs and throughout his muscles and blood, transforming into endless divine power, enveloping him in a protective divine light, offering a complete sense of security. The demon-suppressing Ming King glared furiously at the 8-armed demon witch. A powerful spiritual force blast charged towards the witch. The witch was engaged in a fist-to-flesh melee with Levi. Suddenly, his mind staggered. Although he quickly recovered, Levi landed a punch that shattered much of his scales and flesh, and several bones cracked. Damn, a mere ordinary spiritual force attack from a 6th circle could catch me off guard. What sort of body tempering technique is this? The inner shock of the 8-armed demon witch was indescribable. Now it seems that not only the Golden Dominator, Gandalf's body tempering technique was also extraordinary, feeling even stronger than his own 8-armed demon god body tempering technique. With the Holy Infant joining the battlefield, the 8-armed demon witch was overwhelmed. The purple divine dragon roared, engulfing him in a world of ice and fire double heaven. Within the ice dragon prison, the 8-armed demon witch's movements greatly weakened. Seizing this chance, the demon-suppressing Ming King's 1,000 arms launched a simultaneous attack, booming. Ancient God skill 1,000 hands. Impenetrable, earth-shattering fist shadows filled the sky and earth. Like a wall crushing everything, it swooped towards the 8-armed demon witch. Boom! Engaged in battle with Levi, unable to spare a thought, the 8-armed demon witch was struck like by thunder, spitting blood, and blasted away. After stabilizing his form, he revealed a smile. Ha ha ha, I can't believe I was injured by an ordinary 6th circle body-refining wizard. Just at this moment, the Holy Infant's Purple Extreme Holy Dragon descended with the might to seize the heavens and earth. The Purgatory 9 Dragon umbrella enveloped the 8-armed demon witch, sealing the space to prevent his escape. Boom! The fierce melee devastated much of the underground relic. Under the joint forces of the Purple Extreme Holy Dragon and the demon-suppressing Ming King, the 2 giants actually managed to put the 8-armed demon witch at a disadvantage, if only for a short time. This made Levi realize that his duplicate indeed had strong capabilities, only overshadowed by his own radiance. But, the 2 of them barely holding the 8-armed demon witch at a draw is already the maximum, defeating him is impossible. This 8-armed demon witch, even hasn't used his wizard form, relying solely on raw physical resistance. It seems I must be the one to ultimately strike. Levi closed his eyes, and his primordial spirit projection emerged in his mind. Boom! 9-colored divine light cascaded like a waterfall from the relic's roof. Among the light, the 9-headed emperor dragon unfolded its wings, overshadowing the sun, descending dramatically. The white dragon head roared heavenward. 4 earth spirit soldiers instantly formed, all launching an attack surrounding the 8-armed demon witch. Then, the 9-headed emperor dragon soared into the air. Behind it, on the golden chariot, the Thunder Emperor's phantom grasped the Emperor's sword, swinging out brilliant chaos sword energy with immense divine power. 8-armed demon god. In an endless rage, the roar of the 8-armed demon witch shook the skies. A demonic, 8-armed figure, each arm wielding swords, spears, and halberds, charged fiercely into this realm. Beneath this momentum, the space of the underground relic, as if swept by a heat wave, began to distort. Chapter 1765. I will tear you apart. Boom! The 8-armed demon god leapt forward with a slash, directly sending the demon-suppressing Ming King flying. A crack appeared on the armor of the Ming King. The body of the Ming King collided with the rock walls of the relic, as if the underground world itself was about to collapse. Meanwhile, the arm of the 8-armed demon god wielding a hammer ferociously smashed down towards the purple extreme holy dragon. An invisible heavy pressure came forth, as if gravity had instantly increased 100-fold. The massive body of the holy dragon directly fell to the ground, and a 9-dragon umbrella flew out to block the remaining shockwave. Seeing this scene, the unrivaled 8-armed demon witch sneered coldly. Who else? Crack crack! 4 spiritual weapons rushed towards the 8-armed demon witch, with the holy infant and Gandalf attacking again. Levi had a thought. From the rest of the 8 heads of the 9-headed emperor dragon, 8 great talents simultaneously released a dazzling spell light. The brilliance of the spells illuminated eternity, the fire dragon roared, the water dragon coiled, the earth dragon protected the body, the ice dragon sealed off, and the thunder dragon dashed. In that moment, the shock in the heart of the 8-armed demon witch was indescribable. How is it possible to release so many spells at the same time? Are you insane? Rumble! A sky full of explosive shockwaves engulfed the 8-armed demon witch. As Levi chanted, his hand seals changed, and he saw the 6-yang true trace of the 9-headed emperor dragon flickering, with 6 suns hanging high above the head of its fire element dragon head. Boom! 6 suns continuous explosion. Levi's most powerful spell to date. Under the barrage of attacks, the 8-armed demon god wielded his weapon with all his might, standing tall like an unbeatable god of war. But in this world, who truly never loses? The Thunder Emperor rose from the ground and vanished into the 9 heavens. The next moment, the void shattered, and the Emperor, wielding the Emperor's sword, opened the destroying heaven and earth red Emperor domain all around him. Billions of flames scorched the skies, with a 500% increase in strength. A world-ending sword slashed downward towards the 8-armed demon god. Eagle divine scripture rock soaring 9 heavens. This sword's power far surpassed any of Levi's previous strikes. Because this was the rock sword energy from above the 9 heavens. While the 8-armed demon god, locked in fierce battle with Gandalf and others, had his invincible body torn open by the sword energy, losing half a shoulder. The battered body of the 8-armed demon god still stood tall, and his violent assault did not cease. Levi waved his hand, and the long-awaited Snake King Dragon and Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant emerged from the ancient Banyan fairyland. By now, the heart of the 8-armed demon witch was already in a panic. The kilometer-long mighty serpent and the giant ant covered in ice crystals were both mid-stage level 6. Under normal circumstances, with his strength, he would have been fine. But now, he was being besieged by Master Fire Dragon, Gandalf, and the Golden Dominator, 3 top-level prodigious individuals. These giant beasts had indeed become the last straw that broke the camel's back. The body of the Snake King Dragon surged, lifting layers of the ground like tidal waves crashing onto the body of the 8-armed demon god. The Heaven Crystal Dragon ants, like mad dogs, tore at him. The Emperor's sword chi crisscrossed, the purple dragon spewed ice and fire, and the Ming King's fists suppressed millennia. After Levi's full force strike, the battle did not last long, and the wounded, dilapidated demon god witch form suddenly disintegrated. The 90 body of the 8-armed demon witch was also already full of cracks, and with a bang, a black light shot through the body. Without hesitation, he detonated his body, indeed a decisive and ruthless man. The terrifying shockwave rolled back, pushing away all the attacks. A primordial soul flew up, aiming to escape to the heavens. What met it head-on was the sky-covering ancient burning sky umbrella and spiderweb, trapping its primordial soul. The 9 heads of the 9-headed emperor dragon all bit on the fierce primordial soul of the 8-armed demon witch, pulling it out from the void. The fire dragon head directly faced the primordial soul and unleashed the fire dragon tribulation spell. Rumble. The primordial soul ultimately could not withstand it, and it began to disintegrate. Before this, Levi quickly sent the primordial soul into the ancient Banyan fairyland. Even in death, you shall perish on my turf, so that you might benefit future generations. Chapter 1766. Endless Sea. Bounty Department Office. The Deputy Minister's face showed a moment of surprise. Electric Eel Wizard. The staff nodded, obviously also finding themselves in a bit of a bind. 100 Flowers maintained a calm demeanor, her mind seemingly preoccupied. We were still uncertain who the culprit behind Master Fire Dragon's assassination was. But now it seems some people just can't wait to show their true colors. There was no doubt. It was the Electric Eel Wizard who conspired with the 8-armed demon witch to assassinate Master Fire Dragon. After the Master killed the 8-armed demon witch in self-defense, the Electric Eel Wizard, worried that the Master would claim his reward and grow even stronger, preemptively took the only burning sect oddity. Of course, there were other possibilities, but the suspicion towards the Electric Eel Wizard couldn't be excluded. 100 Flowers understood all of this, yet she held back from acting. There would be no point, it would only spook the suspect. Clavier spoke with a tone of slight dejection, apologizing as he said. Elena, would you consider choosing another oddity? 100 Flowers shook her head. Sorry, I only want that burning oddity. Clavier thought for a moment, then said. Just wait a moment. He temporarily left the hall to go to the minister's office. The minister was a middle-aged wizard with a small, wispy goatee and a lean figure. He might look unremarkable, but his strength was at the 6th circle perfection. The deputy minister asked. Minister, about the reward for killing the 8-armed demon witch, that burning artifact. Is there any way to get it back? After all, it belongs to our bounty department and now Elena only wants this oddity, she's not interested in anything else. The minister frowned. Why does someone from the ocean sect want a burning oddity? Take it or leave it, she really thinks too highly of herself. What, is it just because she's a bit talented? As a wizard who was approaching the end of his lifespan, he despised people like the flower witch the most. He had worked so hard in his cultivation, investing so much time, yet he could only look up to the 7th circle, unable to advance even an inch. Why should that be? The deputy minister asserted. Minister, I think it's inappropriate for the Electric Eel Wizard to take away that burning oddity. Firstly, our bounty department, though part of the law enforcement department, has autonomous rights over its property. Secondly, according to the Reward Money Standard Act, killing a 6th ring senior simply does not warrant a Morning Star level oddity. Morning Star artifacts are extremely rare, only by killing a 7th circle wizard or a top-level talent of 6th circle perfection does one qualifies to obtain one. The minister waved his hand dismissively. Enough, don't come quoting the law at me. How many years have I been in the bounty department? Don't I understand it better than you? It's no use talking reason with me here, you ought to take it up with those higher up. The deputy minister, left speechless, turned and left. Back in the hall. 100 Flowers communicated the situation to Levi and received a simple response. Then just choose another one, go for that frost artifact. Given the situation, she let go of her insistence. But still, she felt a strong displeasure towards the Electric Eel Wizard. She even considered calling Lady Witch over to argue with these people. But then she thought better of it. Star Tower was a joint venture established by the Sea of 6 Towers, and the Letney family was just one part of it. As in all places, one raven will not peck out another's eyes, with the Letney family having undue influence in the law enforcement department, it was only natural that other departments were controlled by other top-level organizations. In such a climate, no one was flawless, it was best to accept bad luck with grace. In the end, Elena left with a blue crow-shaped oddity in her hand. But then she saw someone in a golden robe stepping in. His golden hair fluttered, and lightning flickered around him. Who could it be if not the Electric Eel Wizard? The Electric Eel Wizard smiled and said. Isn't this Elena? Elena replied with a smile. Isn't this the Electric Eel? The electric eel wizard's face twitched, insulted that she didn't address him as wizard or sir. He smiled and asked. What brings Elena here? Elena replied. Nothing. She walked past the electric eel wizard with a calm expression and even let out a disdainful sniff. The electric eel wizard suppressed the urge to react and turned to watch as Elena walked away, his thoughts darkening. Let's see if you can still smile once Levi is dead. He refused to believe that Elena had killed the 8-armed demon witch. Although Elena was strong, she had only recently advanced to 6th circle perfection, with her spiritual force barely reaching 4,000 points, whereas the 8-armed demon witch had a spiritual force near the maximum of 5,000 points. Both at 6th circle perfection, there was still a significant gap between them. He was certain it was an ally of Master Fire Dragon who had killed the 8-armed demon witch, then collected the bounty under Elena's name. As to whether this ally was Master Fire Dragon's friend Levi, that remained unknown. Levi's displayed realm and power seemed even less than Elena's, but he seemed to have some strength hidden. In any case, neither Master Fire Dragon nor Levi were ordinary opponents. He would deal with these individuals with the utmost caution. As for the burning oddity, it was already in his possession. Even if he couldn't refine it, he could still trade it with others. These recent setbacks only fueled the electric eel wizard's competitive spirit. What a monotonous life, at last, there are some ripples. Ancient Dragon Continent. Levi looked at the blue crow artifact in Elena's hands and said. This is the branch cold crow, indeed an excellent truth oddity, thank you. Elena asked. How do you know the names of so many oddities? Levi replied. Ms. Lucy gave me a guide. Elena then asked. What about the Flame King's arm, what should we do with that? Chapter 1767. Levi said. For now let's leave it at that, what comes will come, what goes will go, I've come to terms with it. 100 Flowers said. You're definitely thinking about how to deal with the electric eel wizard, aren't you? Levi said. I am not, stop making things up. But on that note, do you have any ideas? This person has targeted Master Fire Dragon several times, indeed, I harbor intentions to kill him. 100 Flowers said. This man's position is not one that an ordinary 6th circle wizard can match. Whether it is his father, the Golden Prince, or Grandpa Witch King, they all hold high hopes for him, even wanting to groom him as a successor for the Letny family. If we lay hands on him, it will definitely cause a huge uproar in the Endless Sea, and likely the entire Letny family will be shaken. We must do it cleanly and leave no trace. Levi said. I have mastered the flying secret sword flow, which can kill an enemy from 3,000 miles away. If we can assassinate the electric eel wizard instantly, it should be possible to do it without God and ghosts being the wiser. However, he will surely have powerful protective treasures. If the strike misses, we'll have to flee straight away. Being Levi's intimate companion, 100 Flowers was well aware of her man's capabilities. We'll try to gauge the electric eel wizard's strength in full measure first, then make plans. Levi embraced 100 Flowers and said. This matter isn't urgent, we can talk about it later. 3 days later. Levi left the ancient dragon continent. Though he said it was not urgent, he was actually quite anxious. The Flame King's arm was of strategic importance to him. It was essential for improving the efficiency and output of the Holy Infant artifact and paving the way for his future cultivation. Thus, he had to act before the electric eel wizard could trade away this treasure. Lest the oddity be refined by someone else, making it a done deal. Honestly, Levi had not intended to move against the electric eel wizard so soon. These days, he had checked the memories of the 8-armed demon witch and more wizard but had not acquired any useful information. To gain more intelligence on the electric eel wizard, he would have to start with some of his close associates. These people included members of his family as well as his colleagues at work. It had been a long time since Levi had been so intent on dealing with someone. The electric eel wizard was worth the effort. Endless Sea. Law Enforcement Department Office. Celine Witch came out of the electric eel wizard's office, feeling somewhat displeased. As the personal secretary of the electric eel wizard, she had grown tired of being treated as a tool for others to vent their frustrations. But unlike the other privileged second generations who used their families and organizations to get their positions, she truly earned her way here through her abilities. Working as a high-level secretary at the Star Tower, particularly next to a primordial soul wizard, was a role countless people desired. Moreover, this primordial soul wizard was the ideal type for numerous witches, the electric eel wizard. looks, talent, power, position, influence, wealth. The electric eel wizard had it all. But that was all superficial. With prolonged contact, it would be discovered that the electric eel wizard was just trying to maintain his public persona. In Selene Witch's eyes, the electric eel wizard was hypocritical, arrogant, capricious, and self-righteous. And there, even after enhancement with spells and medicine, he was just so-so. Having navigated her way to her current position amid numerous men, Selene Witch certainly had a say in the matter. As usual, she returned to her highly valuable small home in the Star Sea, located in a wizard tower in Nether Capital. The moment she opened the door, her gaze froze. A burly white-robed wizard, seemingly 3 times bigger than the electric eel wizard, was leisurely inspecting her home, hands behind his back. He turned and smilingly said, "Miss Selene." A powerful oppressive force swept over her, plunging her into a hellish abyss without the slightest resistance. Being able to enter her wizard tower, which was fortified by a 5th circle array undetected, this man's strength was clearly that of a primordial soul. Boom! The next moment, Selene's gaze held only confusion. After regaining normalcy, she bowed her head and said, "Master." Clearly, she had been subjected to crimson enslavement. Levi sat on the couch and said, "Tell me everything you know about the electric eel wizard, spare no detail." Selene Witch nodded and began to recount. By the time Selene had finished, it was the next day. Levi collected the relevant information, he stood up and approached Selene. Meanwhile, a thread of crimson power split from the scarlet dragon seed in his heart, surging into Selene's body, lying dormant within her. Levi said, "Go to work as usual, and once this matter is settled, you can be free." Selene Witch left. Levi said, "We can't make our move in the Star Tower, there are 8th circle powerhouses on guard here all year round, making failure easy and potentially exposing us." He planned to use this secretary to lure the electric eel wizard to a deserted place, then strike with the parasite and secret sword, aiming for an instant kill. Following, Levi, like a lurking venomous snake, roamed the outskirts of the Star Tower, waiting for an opportune moment. Days later, the opportunity arrived. Through Selene Witch, Levi learned that the electric eel wizard was scheduled to attend the Star League as a guest and give a pre-competition speech in a month. Star League. Organized by the Star Tower, this competition aimed to select talents and motivate young wizards in their cultivation. Chapter 1768. Only players below the primordial soul level could register for the league, which was divided into 5 levels, from the 1st circle to the 5th circle, competing in groups. Simon had started his career from the 9 Cities League. The electric eel wizard was also a champion of a previous league. Although these events were merely minor skirmishes among low-level and middle-level wizards, some primordial soul wizards were invited to maintain order at the venue. The electric eel wizard had been a guest at many previous leagues. Next, let this dazzling, highly anticipated league become the last memory of the electric eel wizard. After contemplating, Levi decided to take action. There should be more than one primordial soul wizard at the league, but based on past experiences, they all were 6th circle wizards. After all, 7th circle and 8th circle wizards certainly wouldn't be interested in participating in these children's games. This meant that, aside from any ace up the electric eel wizard's sleeve, no one else could save him. Levi was quite confident in the power of his golden dragon break, though it might not be enough to fully take down a 6th circle perfection wizard, a surprise attack should be enough to severely injure a 6th ring senior. Just in case his initial strike failed to hit, he planned to have the Holy Infant disguise his secret sword and then deliver a second blow. 2 fully charged secret sword attacks. He didn't believe it wouldn't kill a 6th ring senior electric eel wizard. And if it indeed failed? If the first strike missed, he and the Holy Infant would have already fled thousands of miles away, and the symbiote would self-destruct without a trace. Afterwards, the Star Tower wouldn't be able to trace any leads. Otherwise, the case of him murdering Schubert would have been solved long ago, rather than being dragged out unresolved like this. From 100 Flowers, Levi learned that the Star Tower's primary divine weapon for solving cases was the Mirror of the Past, some rare treasure possibly involving time recursion. However, the range and time it could backtrack were limited. After all, knowledge about time could rightfully be called the most complex and mysterious truth. Even for a legendary wizard, apart from someone as calculating as Sauron who planned through the ages, it seemed unlikely that anyone could delve too deeply into it. Land of darkness. Boundless, void, unknown. Nora stood like a giant in the eternal night, attracting the surrounding plains. In a cluster of meteorites deep in space, a stone coffin, 1 kilometer in diameter, quietly floated. The stone coffin was engraved with complex and mysterious patterns, glowing with a magical brilliance, evidently a powerful rare treasure. Around the stone coffin stood 2 silver-armored puppets and 12 bronze-armored puppets, with over 100 stone-armored puppets nearby. Suddenly, a hand as large as a fan, smooth, slender, and elegant with long fingernails, extended from the coffin. It appeared to be a woman's hand. A woman, standing 100 meters tall, clad in black scale armor and dressed like a military commander, arose from within. She stretched lazily, gazing towards distant Nora. Sigh, finally recovered from my injuries. Who would have thought that after a sleep, I'd end up in the wizard world, nearly left behind by the Congress. Unfortunately, many of the ancient tomb guards prepared by my father were destroyed. It seems some youngster took advantage of my unconscious state and stole 2 level 6 guards, which is really bothersome. At that moment, a level 6 black beast lord happened to pass by, an imposing and handsome white-headed divine eagle. Seeing the woman, without caring whether he could defeat her or not, it charged directly at her. In the woman's hand, a glowing silver long spear of rare treasure materialized with a light tap. Boom! A terrifying attack pierced through the void, blasting directly through hundreds of miles, turning the black beast lord into blood fog. With a sweep of her hand, the coffin emitted dazzling light, sucking in all the puppet creatures. Then, she transformed, shrinking to the size of a normal human woman, dressed in tight-fitting dragon armor. Taking this opportunity to travel around the wizard world, if I encounter that little thief, I must teach them a lesson. Several days later. Nether Capital. Inside the wizard tower, Levi's eyes were tightly closed, his forehead sweating profusely as though he was constructing an extremely difficult spell. In his mind, a 2-foot-tall primordial soul Levi sat cross-legged. Within the primordial soul, besides spell models, there were various other rune patterns. Bull, heavenly horse, hidden snake, Aries, jade rabbit. After the jade rabbit, another rune pattern lit up, this one featuring a somewhat comical pig head. The pig head's eyes were closed, its mouth cracked in a sinister smile. The 6th rune of the rune language, the Fool rune, is completed. This rune is somewhat unique. Levi opened his proficiency panel. Levi. Fool, level 1, 1/1000, special effect, power of the blind pig star constellation, level 1. Power of the blind pig star constellation, the rune language communicates with the blind pig star constellation, boosting your power of fooling and power of foreknowledge by 10%. The so-called power of fooling. It refers to fooling fate and human calculations in plain terms, it's anti-divination, anti-spying, and creating misconceptions for others. The powerful ones even fool history, even time. No need for further explanation about the power of foreknowledge. Levi's danger perception was essentially a kind of power of foreknowledge. The Fool rune seems to function like astrology, meant to boost astrology and anti-astrology powers. It seems, besides danger perception, I need to start getting a grip on astrology magic. Chapter 1769. Astrology magic, profound and unpredictable, extremely difficult, with scarcely any versions circulating outside. Even primordial soul wizards haven't many learners among them. Of the people Levi knew, only one possessed such a spell. Ms. Lucy. However, he wasn't very acquainted with Ms. Lucy. It would be awkward to seek her out for learning, if it were Triss, he would have already done it. After comprehending the Fool rune, Levi felt that his danger perception ability seemed to have strengthened somewhat. In his mind's eye, the closed-eyed pig head rune suddenly opened, revealing those hollow sockets. Shadows flitted across those sockets. The fleeting land of darkness, the endless sea. This meant that the potential enemies posing a threat to Levi were mainly from these two places. Beyond the simple display of direction, there was nothing more. Levi's Fool rune was currently too low. Perhaps in the future it could provide a more direct visualization of the source of danger. Land of darkness, it should be the council of 10,000 clans. I killed that green light walker before, they might have sensed it. And the endless sea, most likely is the immersed ancient castle, judging from what the 8-armed demon witch said, his target seems to not only be the holy infant but also me. I have already caught the attention of the immersed ancient castle. Levi opened his eyes and got up to leave the wizard tower. With the Fool rune shielding fate and predicting capability, using treasures like the mirror of the past, or employing other astrology skills to predict my moves will now be less successful. I need to cultivate this rune quickly. It can play a significant role when I'm playing games with the major players. Now that everything is ready, it's time to send the electric eel wizard on his way. Elsewhere. Fire Dragon Shop. The holy infant altered his appearance completely and silently departed, heading for the Star Sea. Today, double dragons slay the eel. Star Sea. Odyssey Island. The Star League, once every 10 years, was always held on this island. On this day, the island was bustling with activity. An array of 6th circle level was erected around to prevent sea beasts or other dark wizards from infiltrating and causing chaos. Several viewing stands floated in the void, encompassing a giant arena 10 kilometers in diameter. Participants from top organizations, high-level organizations, and the nomadic wizard market had gathered here, their expressions excited and anticipatory. The host said, "Now, let us welcome Electric Eel Wizard Uwe Vander. The rising star of the Letny family, the righteous emissary of the law enforcement department. It's worth mentioning that just a short time ago, the Electric Eel Wizard just slew the fallen dark dragon witch who had plagued us for 100 years. Accompanied by enthusiastic applause and cheers, 2 figures descended onto the scene. The Electric Eel Wizard and his secretary, Celine Witch. The Electric Eel Wizard's face beamed with a warm smile as he spoke. Seeing so many vibrant young people reminds me of my early days. The Electric Eel Wizard was a charismatic speaker, and his speech touched the hearts of many competitors. The host led the applause. The other 2 primordial soul wizards present also nodded in agreement. Finally, the Electric Eel Wizard looked around, his expression one of lofty righteousness as he said, "All of you are the hope of the endless sea, the future pillars of the wizard world. I hope that in your future cultivation, you will abide by the law, maintaining a kind and righteous heart." As the words "a righteous heart" fell, it was already noon. The sunlight shone on the Electric Eel Wizard's blonde hair, making him dazzle like a heavenly deity. At the same time, more than 2,000 miles away from Odyssey Island, Levi sat cross-legged on the silver war chariot, with a black secret sword suspended above his head, radiating bright light. The power of the metal element within a dozen miles around, like a whale drawing water, was sucked into the sword. Sword World. The sword spirit appeared almost tangibly, her expression resolute, filled with a fierce aura. Before the Electric Eel Wizard began his speech, Levi had already started to accumulate power. Now at 6th ring level and over 1,000,000 points in spell power, 1/3 of which was fully infused into this sword. Plus the summoned elemental power, this strike from Levi could be said to be his golden dragon break's strongest force yet. He exhaled a breath of impure air and softly said, "The hour has come, go, send Mr. Justice on his way." Swoosh! The black secret sword transformed into a wisp of ghostly light and disappeared in an instant. Moments later, in front of Levi, the surface of the sea suddenly split open with a white line, creating an earth-shattering wave rolling towards either side. Electric Eel Wizard, goodbye. Meanwhile, another place. Dressed in a black robe, with a mask concealing his face and aura, the holy infant sat cross-legged on a solitary island. In front of him, a blue secret sword emitted a cold light, breathing sharpness. Go. Odyssey Island. The Electric Eel Wizard, having just finished his speech, enjoyed the attention of the crowd. Celine Witch asked softly beside him. "Lord, are you done?" The Electric Eel Wizard said. "It's done." The next moment, his expression changed dramatically. Boom! Suddenly, Celine Witch burst into towering blood flames, sweeping over the entire arena. She transformed into a blood flame giant hundreds of meters high, with blood-colored bat wings that covered the sky behind her. Bang! The Electric Eel Wizard's defensive field collided with the palm of the blood flame giant. Was this person, the killer who slew a Daemont? This is bad. The Electric Eel Wizard seemed to recall something, but it was too late. A corner of the 6th circle array had already been blasted open from the previous collision, creating a gap. A streak of black light shot straight at him. Engaged in a struggle with the blood flame giant, the Electric Eel Wizard had no time to dodge. Boom! With a crackling sound of shattering, the secret sword pierced through the Electric Eel Wizard's defensive field. Chapter 1770. Crackle. The clash between the Electric Eel Wizard's witch artifact robe and the secret sword emitted violent sparks. Relying on his precious 6th circle high-grade witch artifact robe, he managed to block the first wave of the secret sword's assault. Suddenly, from within the secret sword, emerged a silent and wordless shadow of a swordswoman. With Wizard Levi's advancement to a 6th ring senior, his associated special spiritual creatures had also greatly increased in strength. Sword Spirit Fleur silently raised her shark-tooth-shaped sword, swinging down a fully charged strike. The sky dome was cleaved apart, the sea of clouds rolled and dispersed, revealing a passage several miles long. The unstoppable level 6 metal element sword energy swept through, slicing everything asunder. Boom! Under the dual assault, the electric eel wizard's protective witch artifact robe dimmed and cracked open. His body was torn in two by the metal element sword energy. The attack of the blood flame giant came sweeping in, seeking to crush the electric eel wizard into dust while he was vulnerable. Suddenly, in the sky, purple thunderclouds converged, and a huge electric eel with a dragon head burst forth from the void. It struck the blood flame giant aside, grabbed the electric eel wizard, and was about to escape into the void. The blood flame giant's wings pounded, its boundless blood river entangling the wild electric dragon eel. The black secret sword went straight into the clouds, piercing the dragon eel cold-heartedly, its blood spilling on the spot. In the hands of the electric eel wizard appeared a spell scroll painted with golden lightning, an extremely terrifying aura brewing over Odyssey Island. A 7-ring spell scroll. Upon witnessing this scene, the complexions of two observing primordial soul wizards changed drastically. This is going to kill us and everyone else. Damn it, stop him quickly, or everyone's done for. The two primordial soul wizards each employed their means to deal with the electric eel wizard. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the electric eel wizard's strength was insufficient to handle the crisis in such a short time. Thus, without hesitation, he employed a 7-ring spell scroll bestowed by the Molten Gold Wizard King long ago, intending to leave the blood flame giant behind. Boom! Before the electric eel wizard could use the scroll, his head exploded silently, with a glint of cold light flashing briefly. In the end, it still relied on the Holy Infant's backup strike. A single secret sword was clearly insufficient to capture the electric eel wizard. Where could the electric eel wizard have expected that not one, but two secret sword flow wizards were ambushing him? The giant hands of the blood flame giant grabbed the electric eel wizard's primordial soul, engulfing it in its belly, the blood flame rolling and melting everything. The two secret swords had long since vanished without a trace. The blood flame giant, clutching the severely injured wild electric dragon eel, escaped into the void and vanished. The participants below were flabbergasted. In this flash of lightning and flint, they had witnessed an extremely terrifying and intense battle. In fact, with their capabilities, they couldn't see the attacks of the two secret swords at all, they just felt that invisibly, the electric eel wizard's defensive field shattered, the witch artifact was torn apart, and then he simply exploded. This is what a primordial soul battle looks like. What are you staring at? Run! The mysterious organization is attacking. Even the electric eel wizard's fate is uncertain. Immediately, the participants scattered like birds and beasts, for no ranking was more important than their lives. The two primordial soul wizards looked at the devastated island with grave expressions. This person had a clear target, coming specifically for the electric eel wizard, probably not someone from the mysterious organization. That's right, if it were someone from the mysterious organization, these participants might have suffered heavily. The Letny family has grown too conspicuous and surely attracted many enemies. Forget it, this matter doesn't concern us. With the death of the electric eel wizard, the Molten Gold Wizard King will definitely rage. I have a feeling, the endless sea is about to change. The two primordial souls quickly departed. On an isolated island, the black-robed Holy Infant stepped into the void and vanished. Meanwhile, Levi closed his eyes and waited until a blood-colored figure descended explosively and disintegrated before him. The primordial soul of the electric eel wizard looked at Levi in panic. It's you. Levi cracked a smile. It's me. A hand as large as the sky grabbed the primordial soul of the electric eel wizard and the wild electric dragon eel, sending them into the ancient Banyan fairyland. With a wave of his sleeve, he hopped onto the silver war chariot, in an instant moving 4,000 miles away. After a series of maneuvers, he soon found himself 10,000 miles away and took cover in a deep ocean abyss. In the ancient Banyan fairyland, Leon, well versed in these matters, had already packaged up the electric eel wizard's primordial soul, with the spoils of battle placed to the side. The wild electric dragon eel, severely injured by a single sword strike, was simply healed by Levi using the Death Ember Dragon's power, leaving Snake King Dragon and Dragon Ant to watch over it. The primordial soul of the electric eel wizard asked. Do you realize how foolish the thing you just did was? Levi replied. You only need to know that today's catastrophe is entirely of your own making. He didn't waste any words and decisively crushed the electric eel wizard's primordial soul. There was nothing he wanted to ask this man. He knew he would probably not get any valid information and would rather wait for Leon to produce a disc for him to see. After the primordial soul dissolved, the mark of truth gradually dispersed into the universe. A golden lightning-shaped tracking mark shot towards Levi. The little creature blinked before Levi, and a white spider web sprung up to engulf it. However, this golden lightning didn't seem so simple. Still struggling even while caught, it had knocked Leon away. Leon struggled to subdue it. Humph, not even realizing your food. I'll just eat you. Leon, dragging the tracking mark and the soul of the electric eel wizard, left, set for a battle of 300 rounds with the opponent. Chapter 1771. A soul imprint had put Leon in such a difficult position. It was apparent that it could very well have been a marking personally set by the Molten Gold Wizard King. After all, the electric eel wizard was his most beloved grandson. Levi soon returned to the human realm. Having killed the electric eel, the Letny family would certainly not let matters rest. Next, he would need to lay low in the ancient dragon continent for a while. Once he refined the oddity, he would go to hell to avoid the storm. Star Tower. The Law Enforcement Department meeting. The Golden Prince was currently convening the meeting. In 1 month, the inspection envoy from the Central Realm will arrive for an inspection at the Star Tower. Everyone, be sharp and elevate your awareness. As wizards of the Law Enforcement Department, setting an example and abiding by the law is our basic duty. The wizards below responded. Understood. The Golden Prince mused to himself. The inspections from the Central Realm have been increasingly frequent lately. Suddenly, his expression changed, and a token appeared in his hand. It was the soul token of his most valued son, the electric eel wizard. Crack! The token shattered in his hand, turning to dust. His normally untroubled heart was now stirred into tempestuous waves. He had not felt such agitation in a long time. How could this happen? How could Evander die? He turned and left the conference room. The electric eel wizard was a primordial soul wizard that he and his family had cultivated at great cost, with a potential even greater than his own. He had thought once his son achieved the primordial soul, there would be no need for his own concerns. Little did he expect to face the tragedy of the older generation mourning the younger. Let's report this matter to my father first. Central Realm. In a wizard tower within a secluded valley. The Molten Gold Wizard King was playing chess with an elderly man in a white robe and white hair, appearing quite leisurely. Elder, though the Schubert family is just a high-level wizard organization, they are still an important part of our interests. If we can't give them a proper explanation, I fear it will chill the hearts of the other affiliated families. This matter will still require your intervention. The kind-faced elderly man chuckled. Molten Gold, I understand what you mean, but we old folks can't easily leave the center, and it's strictly forbidden for us to descend to partake in such affairs. Do you know how many people are watching our every move? The Molten Gold Wizard King replied. Elder, I heard that recently the Black Abyss Walker meddled in the affairs of the human realm and claimed a new world. With a cold snort from the elderly man, the Wizard King shivered, and quickly added. Elder, my words were thoughtless, please pay it no heed. The old man said. The Black Abyss matter was agreed upon by the Frost Witch and several legendary wizards, otherwise, what right does he have to be an exception? You think I'd bother a legendary wizard with your trivial matter? The Molten Gold Wizard King fell silent, then said. I understand. While the bright moon artifact might not catch your eye, it's still a gesture of my sincerity. I shall take my leave, Elder. Not long after the Molten Gold Wizard King left, he received a message from his son. Upon seeing it, his expression stiffened, and then rage spread across his face. It's him again. He attacked the Schubert family last time, and now he dares to lay a hand on my grandson. In the scene, the blood flame giant's ferocity shook the heavens. Such a scene, strikingly reminiscent. He didn't even need the mirror of the past to trace back, he knew it was the work of that murderer. He calmed himself and then turned, heading towards the house of that senior. This matter, absolutely could not be easily dismissed. Several days later. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. After the electric eel wizard's death, the wild electric dragon eel and the contract dissipated. With the overpowering might of dragon's might, Levi easily tamed this sub-dragon of the Thunderbolt system. And so, a new member joined the Dragon Palace, and all warmly welcomed it. After encountering unique sub-dragons like the four-eyed shrimp dragon, the electric eel actually seemed quite normal. In this way, another had joined the ranks of the 6th level generals of the Dragon Palace. Snake King Dragon, Black Lotus Beast, Blood-Sucking Demon Dragon, Four-Eyed Shrimp Dragon, Wild Electric Dragon Eel, and other creatures such as the non-sub-dragon Green Fire Crow, Dragon Ant, and Red Flame Mink. The spoils of war from the Electric Eel Wizard were also tallied up. As for Ether Stones, there were not as many as Levi had imagined, about 3 billion. Now Levi's Ether Stone reserves reached 18 billion, closely approaching 20 billion. With the Fire Dragon shop and a pharmacy to cover expenses. This money could all be hoarded for one thing, to splurge at the auction. Also among them was the Morning Star level oddity Flame King's arm. Not bad, the head of an 8-armed demon which actually exchanged for 2 truth oddities. Next, Levi refined the Cold Mountain Crow. The Flame King's arm, however, was reserved for the Holy Infant to refine. The diligent Holy Infant certainly deserved the reward of a Morning Star level oddity. Additionally, there were 3 6th ring magical artifacts, and 1 6th level treasure. The 3 artifacts were a 6th ring masterpiece golden feather robe, an ordinary 6th ring golden thunder needle, and a 6th ring masterpiece golden king spear. An ordinary wizard would be lucky to have 1 6th ring masterpiece, but the electric eel wizard had 2. Nevertheless, even he did not possess any top-grade 6th ring artifacts. Such top-grade rarity spoke for itself. Among them, the Golden King Spear was the electric eel wizard's sole artifact. This was a very ornate golden spear, crafted entirely from the rare thunder element metal Thunder Melt True Gold, yet before it saw action and proved its might, the electric eel wizard was slain by Levi. The golden feather robe was also quite good, nearly causing Levi's assassination plan to fail. Like the fiery flame iron armor oddity belonging to the Holy Infant, this robe would automatically protect its wearer in face of danger. Now that it had been sliced open by Levi, the problem was minor. After future repairs and modifications, it could still be used. Considering the Holy Infant's susceptibility to assassination, Levi decided to let the Holy Infant use it, adding an extra layer of protection. Another treasure, however, surprised Levi. He saw in his hand an ancient longbow surrounded by circulating currents of air. Wind-chasing bow, created by Doster Colin. To think this treasure was made by the owner of the Wind Disaster Pearl, this person is no simple matter, leaving behind such a legacy of rare treasures. The wind-chasing bow was immensely powerful, it required no arrows, only to be drawn, and it would automatically condense wind element arrows. If fully drawn, the power of a single arrow could pierce through the defensive field of a 6-ring senior wizard. Even a 6th circle perfection wizard wouldn't dare to withstand it head-on. The effective range was up to 500 miles, comparable to the flying secret sword flow. A fine bow and arrow, it can make up for my lack of techniques. Although secret sword had great power, it required a build-up of momentum, otherwise, it was just ordinary. I also have max-level archery skills, a shot that never misses. Typically, this bow is made for me. It logically belongs to me. Chapter 1772. 8-armed demon witch, deceased. Lived for over 1,000 years. Above the relic ruins. Levi and his duplicate each took a medicine, then sat down to meditate and regulate their breath. 4 spiritual weapons and the Snake King Dragon served as their protectors. A 6th ring senior teaming up with 2 ordinary 6th circle wizards had killed a 6th circle perfection, and that one was a top-level talent at that. Such an achievement was exceedingly rare in the wizard world. This meant that once Levi merged his 3 bodies, he could almost rove unhindered below the 7th circle. The path of body-refining wizards was generally considered weaker, but not those who cultivated the 8-armed ancient god body-refining technique. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. The mark of truth of the 8-armed demon witch dissipated into the cosmos. Levi asked Leon to turn the memories of the 8-armed demon witch and more into a disc. Among a pile of scattered flesh at the ruins, Levi found the heavily cracked skull of the 8-armed demon witch. As the 8-armed demon witch passed away, the effects of spells dissipated, and the body-refining runes began to vanish, leaving the skull far less rigid than before. This was the fundamental difference between body-refining wizards and the path of knights. On the surface, it seemed focused on body refinement, but in fact, it primarily cultivated spiritual force. Once dead, the spiritual force and soul dissolved. Those bodies that relied on body-refining runes to become powerful would revert to their original forms. However, had a knight of this level died, their corpse, like that of a 6th-level transcendent creature, could maintain its extraordinary traits for a long time, even suitable for weapon refinement. Of course, Levi would not put such a perverse idea into practice. After a short rest, the Snake King Dragon was sent back to the ancient Banyan fairyland, and Levi ordered his 4 spiritual weapons to clean up the battlefield. Some of the buildings at these ancient ruins were made of good materials. Despite the terrible aftermath of a 6th-level battle, they were only knocked down, not shattered. They could be used to refurbish the Emperor's palace. Meanwhile, the doors previously guarded by 2 stone man puppets remained intact. Danger perception warned Levi. Crossing this door and delving deeper posed a significant threat to Levi. Holy Infant said. Should we continue onward? Levi shook his head. I'll have the spiritual weapons scout around first to see if they can find any Achilles fire ore. If not, we'll leave. This place is no simple matter, only the Congress has the strength to take it. Besides combat, spiritual weapons made excellent scouts. Their loss mattered little, as there was no real damage. With a flick of his finger, Levi made the 4 spiritual weapons shrink and transform into 4 slender rock snakes. Go! The 4 rock snakes immediately slipped through the doors and went down deeper. The surroundings were pitch black, and there were some remnants of skeletons from alien races on the ground. These aliens seemed roughly humanoid in shape but were short and stout, resembling dwarves. However, their skulls were like those of canines, complete with sharp canine teeth. Wherever the rock snakes passed, they absorbed any suspect storage items along the way into their bellies. After an unknown amount of time, the 4 rock snakes arrived at an entrance to an underground palace, and through their perspective, Levi witnessed a shocking scene. In the palace square, massive stone puppets, each 100 meters tall, were staged. These stone men, clutching swords, spears, and halberds, were clad in scale armor assembled from black stone, their faces vividly lifelike. Levi's expression hardened. All were stone puppets above rank 5, and he saw hundreds at a glance. Besides that, there were 18 200-meter-tall stone men clad in bronze scale armor. Each one's aura was level 6, fully comparable to the 2 that had guarded the gate and had just been retracted by the Holy Infant. In the midst of this stone army were 4 silver glowing puppets, 300 meters tall and still looking brand new despite the ages, each clad in silver scale armor. Clearly, these were level 7 puppets. At the heart of the palace, there was a kilometer-long and about 300 meters wide rectangular building, shaped like a stone coffin. Inside it, a fearsome aura reached Levi, evoking profound terror. I've heard that some alien race powerhouses, when buried, like to use powerful puppets to guard their tombs and protect their tribe's fortune. With such grandeur, the stone coffin likely contains a dead level 8 powerhouse, or, perhaps, he is not dead, merely in a deep slumber. Levi was relieved that the stone coffin was still far away, otherwise, awakening them could cause an onslaught of countless puppets, forcing him and the 8-armed demon witch to flee in complete disarray. Levi also saw some Achilles fire ore scattered around the stone coffin, glowing faintly and tantalizing to the eyes. Above, there was something resembling a chandelier. The area around it was blazing hot, distorting the air. It was partially shattered, and the Achilles fire ore on the ground had fallen from the chandelier above. An absolute treasure, I must find a way to acquire this chandelier. The owner of this tomb truly indulged, using such precious level 6 materials for a chandelier a complete waste. Levi planned in his mind. First and foremost, storming the underground palace directly was out of the question. In the palace square, he saw many corpses of what he tentatively called dog-headed dwarves from alien races. Among them were not a few powerful rank 5 and even rank 6 corpses. He speculated. A level 8 powerhouse had turned a medium-sized plane from the land of darkness into his resting place, constructed a grand underground palace, and used formidable stone man puppets to guard this place. The fog outside was either naturally formed or set by this powerhouse using great skill. Chapter 1773. The goal was to further protect their own tombs. If Levi guessed right, there were likely some treasures inside the stone coffin that were rare in the outside world, all burial objects. Later, the dog-headed dwarf alien race accidentally discovered this plane, which was used as a tomb. They excavated resources here, delved underground, and eventually found the exterior relics. A part of the dog-headed dwarfs passed through the guards and entered deeper into the underground palace, finding the rare Achilles fire or chandeliers, and immediately went to harvest them. The result was the outbreak of a horrific war, with the dog-headed dwarfs' army meeting their demise. Perhaps a small number escaped the underground palace, but they were also dealt with by the outside guards. Until the plain convergence, the mist continent emerged, discovered by Moore who passed by. He explored it and found the harvested Achilles fire ore. Moore was an agent of the eight-armed demon witch, and he used the ore of this place to bait Master Fire Dragon. In the end, all of this occurred. It seems, I dare not claim the rest, but this chandelier, assemble should be mine. Levi immediately had the Holy Infant and Gondif leave the underground, keeping away from Mist Continent, and he set up the Dead Ash Dragon Palace outside the mine. Then he entered the relic alone. At the same time, he ordered the 4 rock snakes on that side to suddenly take action. Boom! 3 of the rock snakes, in an instant, changed into 3 huge turtles, one of which turned into a stone eagle. The giant turtles shielded the stone eagle in the center like shields. The stone eagle shattered the void and reached for the chandelier. Rumble! The stone man puppets below began to move, accompanied by the clanging of metal as the lights of swords, spears, and halberds aimed to strike down the 3 giant turtles. Boom! The giant turtles didn't hold out for long before shattering, but the stone eagle took this opportunity to grab the chandelier, which wasn't stable to begin with, along with a piece of the ceiling, and swiftly flew out. In an instant, Levi felt a powerful presence awakening in the underground palace. A silver-armored puppet holding a bow and arrow opened its eyes. It radiated the murderous air of an ancient general, as if it were an archer god, and its sharp gaze followed the fleeing stone eagle. In a flash, the bow was drawn full circle. The next moment, the arrow flew like a shooting star. Whoosh! A silver streak, at a terrifying speed, turned the space it passed through into debris and chaos. Bang! The stone eagle used the hard chandelier to defend itself. Crack! Along with the sound of the explosion, the chandelier, carved of Achilles fire ore, erupted into pieces. The stone eagle was thrown backward, claws only holding a part of the chandelier. It transformed into a stone lizard, entered a tunnel, and vanished. The leftover force of the silver light penetrated the entire underground relic, passing by Levi, then through the mine, dissipating the ever-present fog, clearing the clouds, shooting into the land of darkness before finally disappearing. The might of this one arrow was evident. Levi finally caught the crumbling stone eagle. He sent the mining lamp into the ancient Banyan fairyland, then turned to Ash himself, to be reborn in the divine palace of the outside world. Let's go! Levi rode a heavenly horse, traveling through the void, leaving Mist Continent. Above the ocean, the Holy Infant and Gondif were already waiting there. Levi said, "Gondif, you can go back to Midland, get started on refining pharmacy as soon as you can." Gondif said, "All right, this is goodbye then." He turned into a light and disappeared into the sky. The Holy Infant said, "I'm going back to the Endless Sea too. I'm almost at the 6th circle with my crafting talismans, so I will likely focus on that from now on." Levi said, "Keep it up, don't push yourself too hard. Those soul artifacts I gave you, just refine them when you have free time. I don't rely much on soul artifacts anyway." The Holy Infant nodded his head, turned around, and left. Levi watched the rolling fog of the continent and the slowly healing crystal wall that had been pierced by the silver light. So terrifying, it was just a level 7 puppet. I wonder how powerful the owner of that tomb was. But in front of the Congress, it wouldn't be able to cause much trouble. That said, it was necessary for the ancient dragon continent to remain on alert. As time passed, stronger planes were being fused together. For the ancient dragon continent in the human realm, it was both a crisis and an opportunity. Endless Sea. Office of the Law Enforcement Department. The electric eel wizard, taking a break from his cultivation, came to the window to look out. That 8-armed demon witch, I don't know if he has made his move yet, no word has come so far. As the client, he didn't know how the 8-armed demon witch was carrying out the assassination task. The other party had only promised, that within a month, they would bring back the head of Master Fire Dragon, and if it went beyond the deadline, it would mean failure of the mission. The electric eel wizard could then look for someone else. Somewhere in Endless Sea. In the black market. The red whale ancestor, which had just finished participating in an underground auction and had sold some recently acquired loot for a profit of 100 million ether stones, seeming to be in a good mood. Suddenly, his wizard tool received a message. It was from the city lord. He went to a deserted place, where the city lord's projection appeared, his voice cold. "What's happened? Glacios just died." The red whale ancestor witch's face showed shock. "What? He's dead? That's impossible. He told me a few days ago he was going to carry out an assassination task, and after that, he would lay low." "This?" the city lord asked. "Whom was he going to assassinate?" The red whale replied. "Master Fire Dragon." The city lord fell silent for a moment, then spoke with a hint of anger. "Useless. To fail in assassinating a sixth circle ordinary wizard and even lose his own life. How many times have I said it? Lesser involvement in such matters is better. There would eventually be a day when you capsize in the gutter. We're all preparing for the blood battle right now. The organization is in need of people. The loss of a single primordial soul wizard is a tremendous loss." Chapter 1774. The red whale ancestral wizard hesitated. "Lord, in that case, should we continue the mission to capture the Golden Dominator?" According to his wishes, it might be best to let this matter slide. He had been too confident before. To complete this task, the difficulty was too high. With the death of the eight-armed demon witch, he was lacking assistance, and this seemed like a good opportunity to extricate himself. The city lord said. "Why not continue? You, a seven-circle wizard, can't deal with the Golden Dominator." In his view, that so-called Master Fire Dragon wasn't worth studying at all. Such figures were a dime a dozen in the history of the wizard world. But the Golden Dominator was different. He held secrets the city lord yearned to control, stirring his curiosity. The red whale ancestral wizard was exasperated and reluctantly said, "Lord, could you assign me another seven-circle wizard as an assistant?" The city lord said indifferently. "If I had that many seven-circle wizards, would I need you? Solve it yourself." The projection closed, and the red whale ancestral wizard cursed the eight-armed demon witch inwardly. I warned him not to complicate things, to steer carefully for a long voyage. Alas, these body-refining wizards, all so single-minded, deserve to be nearly extinct. Emperor's Palace. Seeing Levi return safe and sound, 100 Flowers breathed a sigh of relief. She threw herself on Levi and asked, "How was it? Was the process dangerous?" Levi said, "Not bad, pretty much as we expected. Someone tried to frame Master Fire Dragon. That person was the eight-armed demon witch." 100 Flowers frowned. "The eight-armed demon witch? Why would he target Master Fire Dragon? That doesn't make sense. Could it be because of the incident at Triss's banquet? Then why isn't he going after me?" Levi replied. "Maybe he's worried he can't beat you." 100 Flowers giggled and kissed Levi, saying, "You sure have a way with words." Levi said, "Let's wait and see. I really want to find out who's scheming against Master Fire Dragon." He had suspects in mind. First was the mysterious organization, and second, the electric eel wizard and the Schubert family. Once the disc was made, Levi would see if he could retrieve some clues. Levi said. Regardless, this trip was quite fruitful. He took out a chunk of chandelier fragment that radiated a fierce red glow, about 1 meter in diameter. Levi boasted. "This ore is worth at least 500 million. It can be used to refine 26th ring magical artifacts without a problem, and will make a killing." Of course, wizard tools refined from such rare ores were primarily for personal use. 100 Flowers' eyes shone with delight as she hugged Levi and said, "That's wonderful. Such good news, should we celebrate?" Several days later. After celebrating, Levi lay in bed reading the newspaper. Nora Daily, today, a medium-sized continent has emerged in the outer sea region of the human realm. The Congress has tentatively named it Mist Continent. A battle group led by an 8th Circle wizard has already set out to explore and test the Mist Continent and take over the subsequent development work. A few days later, more news came in the newspaper. Urgent notice, the danger level of Mist Continent is level 8. A level 8 alien race warrior awoke from its slumber, leading an army of stone man puppets and clashed with the pioneering wizard battle group. The alien race, riding a rare treasure coffin, was gravely injured and fled to the land of darkness. The Congress hereby reminds all wizards to report any clues about alien races in a timely manner to avoid missing the opportunity, preventing loss of life and property. Levi furrowed his brows. The Congress has been careless, allowing the alien race to escape. I was hoping the Congress could completely eliminate this threat. Levi had just stolen the chandelier from this powerful being's tomb and felt a bit guilty. But then again, level 8 was right below the mightiest realm of Grand Wizard. Such powerhouses, even if defeated, should have no problem escaping when playing their last card. The Congress was just a vast state apparatus, not omnipotent. Especially since warriors above level 6 could freely roam the land of darkness, all they had to do was dive in there, and even gods couldn't bring them back. This was why the dark pirates ran rampant. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. By the small stone pond. The spoils of war from the 8-armed demon witch and Moor wizard had been tallied. First was Moor, who only had 30 million worth of ether stone on him, making Levi exclaim at his poverty. Then, there was a soul artifact, named Hallowmass Lamp, similar to Levi's Book of the Undead. It could seal undead creatures within for use in combat. But the sealing capacity was far less than Book of the Undead. Unbelievably, the 6th ring soul artifact could only seal 3,000 undead. According to the Book of the Undead, after reaching 6th circle, it should be able to seal 10,000 undead. Moreover, the control over the undead by the Hallowmass Lamp wasn't as good as the Book of the Undead. Besides this, Moor Wizard also had 2 primordial soul spells. The first was Advanced Summon. This spell was similar to Summon Hell Lord, but it was not as precise. The latter can only summon undead of hell, while the former might even accidentally bring forth a cunning and dangerous archdevil of hell, so its quality was merely ordinary. The second spell was intriguing, named Death Finger. This spell was said to be created by a renowned crazy lich and quickly spread throughout the wizard world once it came into existence. Its quality was not ordinary, not excellent, but top grade. Death Finger uses negative energy, death, to launch an attack that bypasses physical defense and pierces the enemy. After being hit by the attack, there is a small chance that the enemy will be instantly killed by a mysterious force beyond the theoretical realm of the wizard world. Factors such as physique, spiritual force, and willpower make one more susceptible to the death special effect. Chapter 1775. Until now, the wizarding world had yet to figure out why the Death Finger spell could result in instant death. Perhaps some powerful individuals had figured it out, but chose not to publicize their findings. The emergence of liches was a relatively recent event, and this spell was even more so. Perhaps, after some time, the principle behind it would be thoroughly researched. The common understanding was that the Death Finger was neither a physical attack nor a mental attack, but some sort of rule-based attack. The wizard who invented this spell had unintentionally mastered this rule but knew the phenomenon without understanding the underlying principle. And this rule might be related to the legendary underworld. Generally speaking, powers involving the rule level were extremely profound, unreachable even by primordial soul wizards. Thus, the Death Finger was an anomaly. In fact, from the current practical effects observed, the combat effectiveness of the Death Finger was not as good as imagined. Compared with the difficulty of learning it and the resources required, the cost effectiveness was not high. When used against level 6 experts, its success rate was probably only 1%. As for casting beyond one's level, no successful cases have been discovered to date, so it can be considered ineffective. This spell reminded Levi of his own Trembling Ring and Snake Eye Ring, whose spells also had an extremely low probability of being triggered. Until now, the number of successful casts could be counted on one hand. Levi had already forgotten. After advancing to Primordial Soul, these 2 rings had lost their function and were now collecting dust in Fairyland. Regardless, this spell is still worth learning. From what Levi had observed about Moor Wizard's forms, he hadn't learned the spell, and now it was Levi's gain. I wonder how Moor came by this spell. As far as Levi knew, this spell had already been designated a forbidden technique by the Congress, not for sale on public channels and not to be included in instructional courses. The reason was simple: although the success rate of this spell was very small, the effects were so abnormal that it could easily cause chaos in the wizard world. The most valuable thing on Moor Wizard was this Death Finger, the rest was not worth mentioning. From the 8-armed demon witch's side, there were plenty of good things, truly fitting of a 6-circle perfect wizard. First, nearly $500 million in tie stone cash, which was almost half of what Levi, the hoarder, had. Other than that time with Roman, I haven't fought such a wealthy battle in my life. With that, Levi's reserve of tie stone had now reached a total of 1.5 billion. Besides the tie stones, there were 10 pebbles emitting a faint glow, roughly the same size. Not bad, someone finally gave me soul explosion stones. These were precious soul stones, currently valued on the market at 5 million tie stones each, but no primordial soul wizard would do such a trade. After refining and consuming a soul stone, one could directly enhance some spiritual force, reducing the time of arduous cultivation. For a primordial soul wizard, one stone could increase about 3 to 5 points of spiritual force. With 10 stones, that amounted to several dozen points. Even for Levi, it could reduce 5 to 6 years of arduous cultivation. For other ordinary primordial souls, that was a starting point of 10, 20 years. Of course, these stones were exceedingly rare, usually used for surging through small realms. The demon witch had very few wizard tools on his body, possibly due to being a body-refining wizard like Levi, and he hadn't set any soul artifacts either. Levi found only a pair of broken steel rings among the wizard tools. After some research, he beamed with joy. It's actually a broken 6th ring top-grade wizard tool, what a win! This wizard tool, named the Falling Star Ring, was forged from the rare star-fallen iron. One ring weighed 240,000 pounds, which was twice the weight of Levi's 8 desolate halberd. The function of this wizard tool was simple: once worn on the wrist, it could significantly amplify strength and lethal power. A punch thrown with it was like a falling star, shattering the heavens and splitting the earth. It was extremely suitable for strength-type users like Levi and Gandalf, a 6th ring wizard tool. Not bad, once the Holy Infant reaches the 6th level of talisman making and weapon refinement technology further advances, I'll have him repair it quickly. If I can decode its technology and replicate a pair for Gandalf, that would be even better. If this falling star ring had been intact, it would have been a priceless treasure to any body-refining wizard, easily worth 2 to 300 million. Moreover, the 8-armed demon witch also had a piece of valuable Achilles fire ore. This person's primordial soul spells were few and far between, all of them mediocre. The fundamental cultivation of a body-refining wizard lay in the body-tempering technique itself, with abilities derived from combinations of body-refining runes. Thus, unlike spell wizards, they did not need to learn additional spells. After taking inventory, Levi took out the spell model of Death Finger and began to delve into and understand it deeply. 1 month later. Endless Sea. Schubert family. Master Kilut and others were anxiously waiting in the council hall. Matro said. What's going on? Didn't the electric eel wizard say there would be an accident at the Fire Dragon shop? I see Master Fire Dragon is still alive and well. Pierrot said. Yeah, they told us to seize the opportunity, but what opportunity is there? I can't see any. Over the years, the Schubert family had grown increasingly dissatisfied with the Letny family. They had been working like horses and involved in quite a few illegal dealings, handing over considerable profits. Chapter 1776. As a result, the Letny family failed to fulfill a single promise. Damon's death remained a mystery, and now, it seemed that the electric eel wizard had broken his word as well. Suddenly, Kilut's communicator rang. The projection of the electric eel wizard appeared, he said. Just hold off on taking action against the Fire Dragon shop for now, wait for my message. After these abrupt comments, he went offline. Kilut said. He used to mock us for inefficiency, and now that he's taken matters into his own hands, what's the outcome? Isn't it the same? The other 2 primordial souls sighed in frustration, rendered speechless. Law Enforcement Department. The electric eel wizard was lost in thought. With doors and windows sealed, a woman dressed in exotic attire, the epitome of a dragon descendant witch with dragon's horns and a graceful figure, walked in. She licked her lips and, stretching out her long, shapely legs clad in black silk, said enticingly. Lord, come on. The electric eel wizard shot her a glance and said indifferently. Get out. The dragon descendant witch changed back to her original form, revealing herself to be the capable female secretary. Don't be angry, I'll leave if you want me to. She smiled awkwardly, put on her wizard robe, and left the office. How nice, I get to leave work early. He's not doing well himself, why take it out on others? Office. The electric eel wizard massaged his forehead and rubbed around his eye sockets, murmuring to himself. Have I been cursed by some influential figure from my family's rivals recently? Why is nothing going right? As the scion of a great family, he had encountered more setbacks in the past 2 years than in hundreds of years of his earlier life. But the electric eel wizard was a stubborn man, and the more he failed, the more setbacks he encountered, the more they fueled his fighting spirit, because that made him look cool. Starting now, he decided to seriously assess Master Fire Dragon as an enemy. A moment later, the electric eel wizard regrouped and, with a smile, said, "Time is on my side, we'll see. Cultivation knows no time." Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 4 years had gone by. The year of Nora 12. Over the past 4 years, Levi dedicated himself to researching and learning the spell Death Finger, deepening his understanding of the complexity of top-grade spells. But with the proficiency panel to aid him, he successfully mastered the basics and cultivated it to level 10. Thus, he possessed his 5th primordial soul spell and branded the Death True Trace into his wizard form, S. The level 10 Death Finger could only be cast on middle-level wizards, it wouldn't be effective against 6th circle wizards until cultivated to level 14. Meanwhile, boosted by Death Soul Date, Soul Stone, Soul Artifact, and other factors, his spiritual force had entered a relatively rapid growth stage. Now, his spiritual force had reached 3,433 points. At this rate, he should be able to advance to the 6th circle perfection realm within 200 years, at which point he would be over 600 years old. Then, before turning 700, he would advance to the 7th circle. The pace was perfect. Compared to this, Gondif and the Holy Infant were progressing somewhat slower. Of course, they were still far ahead of ordinary primordial souls. In addition, on the path of knights, Levi achieved a minor breakthrough. He opened his panel. Levi. Golden Brilliance Dragon Breath Technique, 18th tier, 200/50000000, Special Effect, Golden Brilliance Dragon Body Mythical, Level 6 Middle Stage. Indeed, his earliest breakthrough, the Golden Brilliance Dragon Breath Technique, had successfully advanced to the Level 6 Middle Stage realm. Interestingly enough, although it was the knight that had first made a breakthrough, it was ultimately the wizard form that reached the senior realm of the 6th circle first. Levi realized that after knight level 6, the speed of cultivation no longer held a clear advantage over wizards. Actually, upon closer consideration, it made sense, reaching the same growth to level 6, the speed of a knight in the early stages was much faster than that of the Blood Tribulation Master himself. Furthermore, knights, being akin to ordinary wizards, also had the advantage of longevity. If their growth remained as rapid and their power as strong, it would clearly not align with the balance of the multidimensional plane. Every path has its strengths and limitations. However, I have the proficiency panel, which means the impact isn't so obvious. For ordinary knights, it might be different. After rank 5, the development of the knights encountered a bottleneck. Ultimately, it all came down to a lack of the accumulation of years. After level 6, Levi's various elemental and spell-like abilities, such as Golden Rock Armor, Turtle Shell Barrier, Pupil of Lamp, and Golden Gravity, all saw slight increases in power. The range within which he could mobilize the power of heaven and earth elements through his bloodline power also expanded. The diameter of the primordial magnetic field had even reached 6 kilometers. Besides that, the duration of his transformation into a Golden Brilliance Dragon had increased to 1.5 times that of level 6 early stage. Overall, Levi's strength had ascended to a higher level. Ending his seclusion, Levi returned to the Emperor's palace. Naturally, after a breakthrough, it was time to celebrate and relax his body and mind. Thus, he went to find Elena at the Flower Hall. Several days later, Levi, looking relaxed, was suddenly asked by an exhausted 100 Flowers. "By the way, do you still have the head or any tokens of that 8-armed demon which you killed before?" Levi said. "I do, why?" 100 Flowers handed him a newspaper and said. "Take a look for yourself." Levi glanced at it and then his expression shifted slightly. Glacios, 8-armed demon witch, wanted poster. Reward money, 2 billion ether stones, 1 morning star level oddity. Hiss, this 8-armed demon witch is actually worth so much, 2 billion ether stones plus a morning star level oddity. Levi had never considered trading in the head of a dark wizard for reward money as he didn't want to deal with officials. Now, he was somewhat tempted. Chapter 1777. Morning star level oddities were multiple choices, and among these oddities, Levi found one that resembled a crimson scaled arm covered in truth runes. The Congress's description was, a nameless fire element oddity of morning star level, invaluable. Upon seeing this oddity, Levi was incredibly excited. He had seen this oddity listed in Lucy's Truth Atlas before. The Flame King's Arm. Among several functions recorded there was one that Levi desired the most. Refining this oddity might grant him the associated special spiritual creature, the Flame King's mobile furnace. This associate spiritual creature took the form of a furnace. From its name, it was clear that it was immensely useful for weapon refinement and alchemy. With this artifact, paired with the swallowing gold treasure toad, the Holy Infant's weapon refinement efficiency, success rate, and top quality rate could potentially climb another level. Moreover, despite Levi having refined the Holy Infant with the host god fruit later, improving its quality considerably, its foundation was still somewhat lacking. If the Holy Infant were to refine another fire element morning star level oddity, it could likely improve and help the Holy Infant break through the seven-ring realm. 100 Flowers asked. How about it, do you want to exchange it for reward money? Levi replied. Should we send the Master Fire Dragon? Wouldn't that be too high profile, and besides, with his ordinary 6th ring strength, no one would believe he could kill a 6th circle perfection. Levi himself didn't believe it. 100 Flowers said. If you want, I can make the exchange and claim I did the killing. I'm also at 6th circle perfection, and although I'm still inferior to Glacios, with my talent and renown, killing him is not impossible. Levi said. Let me think about it. I worry that by doing this, you might be marked by the immersed ancient castle, and they would undoubtedly seek revenge. Oddities are valuable, but your safety is more important. 100 Flowers smiled, lunged forward, and kissed Levi hard. With those words, I'm already very satisfied. Let's settle it then. Several days later. After a thorough discussion, Levi decided to let 100 Flowers take the head of the 8-armed demon witch to claim the bounty. After 100 Flowers left, Levi began preparing for his journey to Hell. He was currently at the level 6 middle stage in both the paths of the knight and the wizard. His true strength was already comparable to 6th circle perfection. As long as he didn't venture past the 7th layer of Hell, he would be safe. Moreover, he had Little Pink, a local, as his guide. Endless Sea. Number 1 Which city? Fire Dragon Shop. Over the years, under the guidance of Master Fire Dragon, Alexandra and Elsie's weapon-making skills had drastically improved. Of course, the most important factor was their own comprehension and effort. A master can lead you through the door, but cultivation depends on the individual. The popularity of the Fire Dragon Shop soared with the addition of these two popular dragon descendant beauties. Some wizards pretended to come for wizard tools, but really they just wanted to see the legendary primordial soul witch sisters up close. It proved that Holy Infant's idea to keep the women at the shop was correct. In business, traffic is king. Every method possible had to be used to increase the renown of the Fire Dragon Shop, to gradually open up the market. Just think how hard companies in past lives worked to advertise. Inside the Holy Infant refining room, a parasol-shaped wizard tool was spinning in the flames, runes being hammered into it and disappearing. Before long, accompanied by a tremble of the ancient umbrella, a stunning crimson light spread out. After the tool's formation, to have such an anomaly, thankfully my arrays are all 6th ring level. Holy Infant's face lit up with joy, and with a wave of his hand, he stowed the Purgatory 9 Dragon Umbrella, which had been completely renewed. 6th ring top grade. Using the 10th guaranteed opportunity along with the Achilles Fire Ore, his natal soul artifact had reached an extremely high quality. My ancient umbrella should now rank within the top 600. Paired with wizard forms, my actual combat ability can completely rival a 6th ring senior wizard, and I should be able to hold my ground for a few moves even against a 6th circle perfection. 6th ring top grade witch artifacts are indeed very rare. Levi had killed so many primordial souls, but only the 8-armed demon witch at 6th circle perfection owned a top grade artifact, and it was broken. Even the star ring of 100 Flowers was only top quality. If this Purgatory 9 Dragon Umbrella were to be sold at an auction, it would start at a minimum of 500 million. Just the Achilles Fire or raw materials alone are worth 100 million. Star Tower. Bounty Department. This is a department under the Law Enforcement Department, responsible for issuing bounties and awarding rewards. The staff members looked shocked as they gazed at the head before them. Turning to the valiant witch with a long sword on her back, they whispered. An 8-armed demon witch has been hunted. Is it real? This is the Flower Witch, would she deceive us? Just wait, I've already notified the deputy director, and he will personally verify if it's indeed the head of the 8-armed demon witch. Before long, a wizard, at the level of 6th ring senior, hurried over. Wearing glasses, his name was Clavier Springer. He was a primordial soul wizard from the Seven Waters Steeple and served as the deputy director. Elena smiled and said, "Mr. Clavier, nice to see you in good health." Clavier smiled back. "My friend, I heard the news and rushed over. This is a major event. I didn't expect the 8-armed demon witch to have been executed. Truly worthy of the Flower Witch. I'm impressed." Elena said. "Please review it. I have other matters to attend to, and I will leave once I receive the reward." Clavier said. Just a moment. It didn't take long, and the examination was complete. Clavier clapped his hands and said, "It's indeed the 8-armed demon witch, incredibly strong." Elena said, "I can choose any of the oddities from the rewards, right?" "I want the red scale arm oddity." Clavier asked. "That's a fire element oddity, are you sure?" 100 Flowers nodded. He quickly sent someone to fetch it. After a while, the staff member returned with an uneasy look and said, "Senior Elena, can you select another Morning Star artifact instead?" "That arm, it's been redirected." Clavier frowned and asked, "When did this happen, and how do I not know about it?" The staff member explained awkwardly. "Just recently, the director personally redirected it, apparently to reward one of the top 10 employees of the law enforcement department who killed a 6th ring senior dark wizard." Clavier said. "Killing a 6th ring senior and taking a Morning Star level oddity? Nonsense. This should be one of the candidate rewards for killing the 8-armed demon witch. Do you know who took it?" "I'll get it back," the staff member said. "It was the electric eel wizard. He recently killed the fallen dark dragon witch from the Black Sun Steeple." Chapter 1778. Those who have already read Chapter 402 yesterday, please don't subscribe. Endless Sea. The Office of the Bounty Department. The Deputy Minister's face showed a flash of surprise. The electric eel wizard. The staff nodded, obviously also finding the situation difficult. 100 Flowers remained calm, her mind a whirl of thoughts. "We weren't sure who framed Master Fire Dragon for the murder, but now it seems some people can't wait to show their true colors. Without a doubt, it was the electric eel wizard who colluded with the 8-armed demon witch to assassinate Master Fire Dragon. After the master killed the 8-armed demon witch in self-defense, the electric eel wizard worried about the master claiming the reward and becoming even stronger, so he took away the one Morning Star level oddity belonging to the burning faction first. Of course, there were other possibilities, but the electric eel wizard's suspicion could not be ruled out. As 100 Flowers came to understand all this, she did not make a scene. That would be pointless and would only alert the enemy. With a somewhat dejected tone, Clavier showed regret as he said, "Elena, would you like to choose a different oddity?" 100 Flowers shook her head. "Sorry, I only want that burning oddity." Clavier pondered for a moment and then said, "Give me a moment." He temporarily left the hall and headed to the minister's office. The minister, a middle-aged wizard with a goatee and a short, thin build, looked unremarkable but was at the level of 6th circle perfection. The deputy minister asked, "Minister, the reward for killing the 8-armed demon witch, that burning artifact. Can we get it back? After all, it's our bounty department's possession, and now Lady Elena only wants that specific item, she's not interested in anything else." The minister frowned and said, "She's from the Ocean faction, what does she want with a burning artifact? Take it or leave it, who does she think she is? Is she something special just because she has a bit of talent?" As a wizard nearing the end of his lifespan, what he hated most were people like the Flower Witch. Working so hard at his cultivation, spending so much time, still unable to advance beyond the 7 circle. "Why?" The deputy minister spoke earnestly. "Minister, I think it's inappropriate to let the electric eel wizard take away that burning artifact. First of all, although our bounty department is a subsidiary of the law enforcement department, we have independent ownership of our property. Secondly, according to the Reward Money Standard Act, killing a 6th ring senior does not, under any circumstances, merit a Morning Star level oddity. Morning Star artifacts are extremely rare and only deserved by one who kills a 7-circle wizard or perhaps a top-level genius with 6th circle perfection." The minister waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, don't recite the law to me here. How many years have I worked in the bounty department? Don't you think I understand? Talking reason here with me is pointless, you need to speak with those above. The deputy minister, left speechless, turned and left. Back in the hall. Having discussed the situation with Levi, 100 Flowers received a straightforward answer. Then just pick another one, go for that frost artifact. Since it had come to that, she no longer insisted. However, her dissatisfaction with the electric eel wizard remained distinct. She even considered calling over the Lady Witch to argue with these people. But on second thought, she decided against it. Star Tower was jointly established by the Sea of Six Towers, with the Letney family being just one aspect of it. The crows of this world are generally black, with the Letney family covering the sky with one hand in the law enforcement department. It's natural that other departments were controlled by other top organizations. As part of the ruling class, none of the six towers were good, and no one could criticize the other. With a blue crow-shaped oddity in hand, Elena was ready to leave. When she saw a figure in a golden robe entering. His blonde hair fluttering, lightning flashing, his appearance distinguished, who else could it be but the electric eel wizard? The electric eel wizard chuckled. Isn't this Elena? Elena replied with a smile. Isn't this the electric eel? The electric eel wizard's face twitched, not being called wizard or my lord was surely an insult. He laughed and said. What brings Elena here? Elena responded. Nothing. She walked past the electric eel wizard with an even expression, even letting out a disdainful snort. The electric eel wizard, suppressing the urge to react, turned around to watch Elena leave, his heart shadowed. Ha, let's see if you can still laugh when Levi is dead. He didn't believe Elena was the one who killed the eight-armed demon witch. Elena was powerful, but she had only advanced to 6th circle perfection not long ago, and her spiritual force was barely over 4,000 points, while the eight-armed demon witch had a spiritual force close to the 5,000 maximum. Both were at 6th circle perfection, but the gap between them was substantial. It must have been a powerful person behind Master Fire Dragon who had killed the eight-armed demon witch. Then they claimed the reward in the name of Elena. As to whether this powerful individual was Fire Dragon's good friend Levi was yet to be determined. Levi's displayed realm and power were even less than Elena's, yet it seemed he had some hidden abilities. In any case, whether it be Master Fire Dragon or Levi, neither was an ordinary opponent. He would be very cautious in dealing with these people. As for that burning oddity, it was already in his pocket. Even if he couldn't refine it, he could trade it with someone else. The failures of these recent actions had only spurred the electric eel wizard's competitive spirit. A dull life, finally showing some ripples. Ancient Dragon Continent. Levi looked at the blue crow oddity in Elena's hand and said. This is the branch cold crow, an extremely fine truth oddity, thank you. Elena asked. How do you know the names of so many oddities? Levi responded. From the guide Ms. Lucy gave me. Elena said. Chapter 1779. What should be done about the Flame King's arm? Levi said. Let's just leave it as it is for now. Fortune comes my way, my fate if it does not. I've come to terms with that. 100 Flowers said. You're definitely thinking about how to deal with the electric eel wizard, aren't you? Levi said. I'm not, don't talk nonsense. But now that you mention it, do you have any ideas? This person has targeted Master Fire Dragon several times, and I truly harbor a desire to kill. 100 Flowers said. This person's status is not that of an ordinary 6th circle wizard. Not only his father, the Golden Prince, but also Grandpa Witch King, have high hopes for him. They even want to groom him as the successor of the Letney family. If we act against him, it will inevitably cause a huge uproar in the Star Sea. The entire Letney family will probably be shaken by it. We must ensure that it's done cleanly, without leaving a single clue behind. Levi said. I've mastered the flying secret sword cult, I can kill enemies from 3,000 miles away. If I could instantly kill the electric eel wizard, it should be possible to do so without God or Ghost noticing. But he surely has powerful protective treasures on him. If the first strike misses, I will have to flee immediately. As Levi's partner, 100 Flowers understood her man's abilities quite well. We'll find a way to test the electric eel wizard's strength and cards before making a plan. Levi embraced 100 Flowers and said. This matter is not urgent, we can talk about it later. 3 days later. Levi left the ancient Dragon Continent. He said there was no rush, but in his heart, he felt quite anxious. For him, the Flame King's arm held strategic significance. It was an important treasure to improve the efficiency and output of the Holy Infant artifact and pave the way for his future cultivation. Thus, he intended to act before the electric eel wizard could trade away this treasure. Lest the oddity get lost to unknown places, refined by someone else, turning uncooked rice into cooked rice. To be honest, Levi had never thought to move against the electric eel wizard so soon. These days, he had examined the memories of the 8-armed demon witch and more wizard and hadn't obtained any useful information. To get more intel on the electric eel wizard, he needed to start with some people close to him. These people included, on one hand, his family members, and on the other, his work colleagues. Levi had not been so seriously intent on dealing with a person in a long time. The electric eel wizard, repeatedly targeting the Holy Infant, was walking a path courting death. Endless Sea. Law Enforcement Department Office. Celine Witch left the electric eel wizard's office with a slightly unhappy mood. As the personal secretary of the electric eel wizard, she had grown tired of this life of being treated as a tool for venting. But unlike those second-generation elites who got in through their families and organizations, she truly earned her place through her own abilities. The position at Star Tower, especially the job of a high-level secretary to a primordial soul wizard, is something many desire. Moreover, this primordial soul wizard was the ideal type of wizard that countless witches fantasized about the electric eel wizard. His looks, talent, strength, status, power, and wealth. Electric eel wizard had it all. But these were just appearances. The closer one got, the more they realized that the electric eel wizard was just trying to maintain his facade. In Celine Witch's eyes, the electric eel wizard was hypocritical, arrogant, capricious, and self-righteous. And there, he was still inadequate, even with the aid of spells and medicine. Celine Witch, who had come this far and seen so many men, had her say on the matter. As usual, she returned to her own precious little home in the Star Sea domain, a wizard tower in the Nether capital. The moment she opened the door, she was stunned. There stood a burly white-robed wizard, easily 3 times larger than the electric eel wizard, casually surveying her home with his hands behind his back. He turned and said, smiling, "Miss Celine." An overwhelming pressure surged, making her feel as if she had fallen into abyss hell, powerless to resist. The ability to enter her wizard tower, which was fortified with a 5th circle array, without anyone noticing. This person's strength was clearly that of a primordial soul. Boom! The next moment, Celine's gaze became vacant. When she regained her senses, she lowered her head and said, "Master." Clearly, she had been subjected to crimson enslavement. Levi sat on the sofa and said, "Tell me everything you know about the electric eel wizard, no matter how trivial." Celine Witch nodded and began to recount. By the time Celine had finished, it was the next day. Levi collected the useful information amidst her account, then stood up and approached Celine. At the same time, a strand of blood-red power split off from the scarlet dragon seed in his heart, surging into Celine's body, lying dormant within her. Levi said, "Go to work as usual, and once this matter is dealt with, you will be freed." Celine Witch left. Levi thought to himself, "I cannot act within Star Tower, with 8th circle powerhouses guarding it year-round, it would be easy to fail, or even worse, I might expose myself." He planned to use this secretary to lure the electric eel wizard to an uninhabited place. Then use the parasite and the secret sword at the same time, aiming to achieve an instant kill. Next, like a lurking venomous snake, Levi moved around the edges of Star Tower, waiting for an opportunity. Days later, the opportunity arrived. Through Celine Witch, Levi learned that the electric eel wizard was to attend the Star Tournament as a guest to deliver a pre-game speech in 1 month's time. Star Tournament. Chapter 1780. This is a competition organized by the Star Tower, aimed at selecting talents and encouraging young wizards in their cultivation. The league is only open to contestants below the primordial soul, divided into 5 levels, from the 1st circle to the 5th circle, with group competitions. The once known Simon also debuted from the 9 Cities League. The electric eel wizard was also a champion of one of the leagues. These competitions, though they were small affairs involving low-level and middle-level wizards, would also invite some primordial soul wizards to maintain order. The electric eel wizard had been a guest of many conventions. Next, let this star-studded, high-profile league become the electric eel wizard's last memory. After some thought, Levi decided to take action. In the League, there should be more than one primordial soul wizard, but from past experience, they are all 6th circle wizards. After all, 7th circle and 8th circle wizards definitely don't bother with these childlike games. That is to say, aside from any ace up the electric eel wizard's sleeve, no one could save him. Levi was confident in the might of his golden dragon break. It might not be enough against a 6th circle perfection, but in a surprise attack, severely injuring a 6th ring senior should be feasible. Just in case his first strike missed, he planned to have the Holy Infant modify the secret sword and, as a backup plan, deliver a second strike. 2 perfectly timed secret sword attacks. He refused to believe he couldn't kill a 6th ring senior wizard like the electric eel wizard. Even if he truly failed, and his strike missed, both he and the Holy Infant would already be thousands of miles away. The parasite would instantly self-destruct without leaving a trace. Afterwards, the Star Tower wouldn't be able to find out anything. Otherwise, his previous case of killing Schubert would have been solved long ago. Instead, it was still being dragged out without resolution. From 100 Flowers, Levi knew that the main artifact used by the Star Tower in investigations was the Mirror of the Past. This was a rare treasure possibly related to time rewinding. However, the exploration scope and rewind time of this treasure were limited. After all, the knowledge of time, hailed as the most complex and mysterious truth, wasn't an exaggeration. Even legendary wizards, aside from a calculating expert like Sauron, would hardly delve too deeply. Land of darkness. Boundless, empty, unknown. Nora stood like a giant, attracting the surrounding plains amid the eternal night. In the midst of a meteorite cluster in deep space, a kilometer-diameter stone coffin floated silently. The coffin was carved with complex and mysterious patterns, emitting a splendid treasure light, clearly a powerful rare artifact. Around the coffin, there stood 2 silver-armored puppets and 12 copper-armored puppets, and over 100 stone-armored puppets. Suddenly, a hand as large as a fan extended from the stone coffin. The fingers were smooth and slender, proportionate and beautiful, apparently a woman's hand. A woman, 100 meters tall, dressed in black scale armor like a military general, stood up from it. She stretched lazily, looking toward the distant Nora. "Wu, finally recovered from my injuries. Who would have thought that after a sleep, I'd end up in the wizard world, nearly left there by the Congress. It's a pity, most of the ancient tomb guards prepared by my father were lost. It seems there was also a junior who took advantage of my slumber to steal 2 level 6 guards, quite the headache." At that moment, a level 6 black beast lord, a majestic and handsome white-headed divine eagle, happened to pass by. Seeing the woman, it attacked without considering whether it could win or not. In the woman's hand, a bright silver spear emerged, shimmering with light. She gently pointed it. Boom! A terrifying attack pierced through the void, blasting the black beast lord into a blood fog over hundreds of miles. With a wave of her large hand, the coffin radiated a tremendous light, sucking in all those puppet creatures. Then, she changed, her form shrinking to that of a human woman, dressed in tight-fitting leather armor, her chest firm. "Taking this opportunity, I shall tour the wizard world. If I encounter that little thief, a harsh lesson is a must." Several days later, Nether Capital. Inside the wizard tower, Levi's eyes were tightly closed, his forehead sweaty, as if he was constructing an extremely complex spell. In his mind, the 2-foot-tall primordial soul of Levi was sitting cross-legged. Inside the primordial soul, aside from the spell model, there were various other rune patterns. Bull, heavenly horse, hidden snake, Aries, jade rabbit. Following jade rabbit, another rune pattern lit up. It was a somewhat comical pig head pattern. The pig head had its eyes shut, the corners of its mouth split, revealing a creepy smile. The 6th rune of the rune language, the Fool rune, is complete. This rune is a bit different. Levi opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Fool, level 1, 1/1000, special effect, Power of the Blind Pig Star, level 1. Power of the Blind Pig Star, the rune language communicates with the blind pig constellation, amplifying your power of fooling and foreknowledge by 10%. The so-called power of fooling refers to the ability to fool the heavens and human calculations. In simple terms, it's anti-divination, anti-spying, and creating false impressions for others. The powerful ones even fool history, and even time. Foreknowledge needs no further explanation. Levi's danger perception was essentially a form of foreknowledge. The effect of the Fool rune is similar to astrology, meant to amplify powers of astrology and anti-astrology. It seems, apart from danger perception, I need to start delving into astrology magic. Chapter 1781. Astrology magic, profound and unpredictable, of extreme difficulty. What's circulating in the public is, even more, exceptionally rare. Even primordial soul wizards aren't many who study it. Among the people Levi knows, only one possesses such a spell. Ms. Lucy. However, he wasn't close enough to Ms. Lucy to feel comfortable asking her to teach him. Had it been Triss, he would have already done so. After comprehending the Fool Rune, Levi felt that his danger perception ability had somewhat strengthened. In his mind's eye, the closed-eyed pig head rune opened, revealing its hollow eye sockets. Light and shadow emerged within those sockets. A fleeting vision of the land of darkness, the endless sea. This indicated that the potential enemies that posed dangers to Levi were mainly from these two places. Aside from a simple directional display, there was nothing more. Levi's Fool Rune is still too low level at the moment. Perhaps in the future, it might vividly reveal the origins of danger. Land of Darkness, must be the council of 10,000 clans. I've killed the Green Light Walker before, they might have noticed. As for the Endless Sea, it's likely the immersed ancient castle. From what the eight-armed demon witch said, it seems his target is not just the Holy Infant but me as well. I've been marked by the immersed ancient castle. Levi stood up and left. With the Fool Rune shielding against heavenly detection and human calculation, even using treasures like the Mirror of the Past, or other astrology skills, the chance of successfully divining information about me is reduced. I need to cultivate this rune quickly, it can play a significant role when I play games of wits with powerful figures. Now, all is ready, it's time to send the electric eel wizard on his way. Meanwhile, Fire Dragon Shop. The Holy Infant, having changed his appearance, quietly left for the Star Sea. Today, twin dragons target the eel. Star Sea. Odyssey Island. The Star League meeting, once every decade, is always held on this island. On this day, the island is bustling with activity. Sixth circle level arrays are set up around to prevent sea beasts or other dark wizards from invading and causing trouble. Spectator stands, floating in the void, encircle a gigantic stage with a diameter of 10 kilometers. Participants from top-level organizations, high-level organizations, and even the nomadic wizard market, have gathered here, faces filled with excitement, anticipation. The host said, "Let's now welcome Electric Eel Wizard Uwe Vander. The star of tomorrow of the Letny family, the upright emissary of the law enforcement department, and it's worth mentioning, just recently, the Electric Eel Wizard has just slain the fallen dark dragon witch who brought calamity for 100 years. Accompanied by enthusiastic applause and cheers, two figures descended. The Electric Eel Wizard and his secretary, Celine Witch. With a warm smile on his face, the Electric Eel Wizard said, "Seeing so many vibrant young people reminds me of my own early days." The Electric Eel Wizard was a great orator, and his speech touched the hearts of many participants. The host led the applause. The other two primordial soul wizards present also nodded in agreement. Finally, the Electric Eel Wizard looked around with a righteous gaze and declared, "You all are the hope of the Endless Sea, the future pillars of the wizard world. I hope that in your future cultivation, you can abide by the law and maintain a kind and just heart." With the utterance of a just heart, it was now high noon. The sunlight shone on the Electric Eel Wizard's blonde hair, making him look as dazzling as a heavenly deity. At the same time, more than 2,000 miles away from Odyssey Island, Levi was sitting cross-legged on the silver war chariot, and above his head, a black secret sword radiated brilliant light. The power of metal element within a dozen miles around was drawn into the sword like a whale swallowing the sea. Sword World. The sword spirit, tangible, with a determined face full of murderous intent. Before the speech of the Electric Eel Wizard began, Levi had already started charging up. With his 6th ring level cultivation and over 1,000,000 spell power points, a third of it was infused into the sword. Plus, with the summoned elemental power, this strike from Levi could be said to be the strongest force of his golden dragon's blessing. He exhaled a breath of turbid air and softly said, "Midday has arrived, go, send Mr. Justice on his way." Whoosh! The black secret sword turned into a dark gleam, vanishing from sight in an instant. Moments later, in front of Levi, the sea suddenly burst open with a white line, as waves reaching to the skies rolled in both directions. "Goodbye, Electric Eel Wizard." At the same time, elsewhere, Draped in a black robe, the holy infant with a mask concealing his face and aura, sat cross-legged on a solitary island. In front of him, a blue secret sword radiated a cold light, breathing out sharp energy. Go! Odyssey Island. The electric eel wizard, having just finished his speech, was enjoying the attention of the crowd. Selene Witch, beside him, quietly asked. Lord, are you done? The electric eel wizard said. It's done. The next moment, his expression changed. Boom! Suddenly, Selene Witch erupted in a magnificent wave of blood flames, sweeping over the entire area. She transformed into a blood flame giant hundreds of meters tall, with blood-colored bat wings that covered the sky. Bang! The electric eel wizard's defensive field collided with the giant's hand. Is this person, the killer who murdered Daemont? Disaster! The electric eel wizard seemed to remember something, but it was too late. At the corner of the sixth circle array, a gap had been blasted open by the previous collision. A black gleam shot straight towards him. With the electric eel wizard entangled with the blood flame giant, there was no chance to avoid it. Boom! With a crackling sound of breaking, the secret sword pierced through the electric eel wizard's defensive field. Chapter 1782. Crackle! The clash between the electric eel wizard's witch artifact robe and the secret sword emitted intense sparks. Thanks to the protective witch artifact robe, a six-circle masterpiece, he managed to block the first wave of the secret sword's assault. Suddenly, a silent shadow of a swordswoman burst out from within the secret sword. As Wizard Levi's cultivation ascended to the rank of a sixth circle senior, the strength of his companion spiritual creatures also surged considerably. Sword Spirit Fleur raised the great sword in silence, bringing down a fully charged slash. The sky dome was cleaved apart, and rolling sea clouds scattered, revealing a passage several miles long. The unparalleled level 6 metal element sword chi swept through, slicing through all matter. Boom! Under the double assault, the electric eel wizard's protective witch artifact robe dulled and tore open. His body was ripped in half by the elemental sword energy. The offensive might of the blood flame giant also swept over, seizing the moment to pulverize the electric eel wizard into dust. In an instant, violet thunderclouds gathered in the sky, as a gigantic electric eel with the head of a dragon tore through the air. It hit the blood flame giant, grabbed the electric eel wizard, and was about to escape into the void. The blood flame giant's wings stirred vigorously, entangling the wild electric dragon eel with the boundless blood river. The black secret sword shot up into the heavens, piercing right through the dragon eel's heart, its blood spilling on the spot. Boom! A six-winged angel bathed in golden lightning descended upon this place. The primordial soul which formed Thunder Angel. At the same time, in the hands of the electric eel wizard, a spell scroll with golden lightning emerged, conjuring an extremely terrifying aura brewing above Odyssey Island. A 7-ring spell scroll. Seeing this scene, the two primordial soul wizards spectating changed color drastically. This is going to kill us and everyone else. Damn it, stop him quick, or we're all doomed. The two primordial soul wizards each executed their techniques against the electric eel wizard. The electric eel wizard, caught by surprise in the assassination, was not powerful enough to cope with the crisis in such a short time. Therefore, he decided to use the 7-ring spell scroll given to him in his earlier years by the Molten Gold Wizard King, aiming to eradicate the blood flame giant and facilitate his escape. Swoosh! Before the electric eel wizard could use the scroll, a beam of light penetrated the Thunder Angel. In an instant, his head silently exploded. How could the electric eel wizard have expected that not one, but two secret sword flow wizards had ambushed him? The blood flame giant's huge hand grabbed the primordial soul of the electric eel wizard, swallowing it into its belly where the surging blood flames dissolved everything. The two secret swords had already vanished without a trace. Holding the severely injured wild electric dragon eel, the blood flame giant escaped into the void, disappearing from sight. The contestants below were dumbstruck. In the blink of an eye, they had witnessed an extremely terrifying and intense battle. In reality, with their strength, they couldn't even see the attacks of the two secret swords, they only felt that in the invisible realm, the defensive field of the electric eel wizard was shattered, the witch artifacts torn, and then the whole person just exploded. This is a battle among primordial souls. What are you standing around for? Run! A terrible organization has struck. The fate of the electric eel wizard is uncertain. Suddenly, the contestants scattered like birds and beasts, their lives obviously more important than their rankings. The two primordial soul wizards looked at the devastated island, their expressions grave. This person's goal was clear, he came specifically for the electric eel wizard, and must not be from the mysterious organization. That's right, if it were someone from the mysterious organization, then many of these contestants would likely be dead or injured. The Letny family has grown too large and attracted many enemies. Forget it, this matter does not concern us. With the death of the electric eel wizard, the molten gold wizard king will surely be furious. I have a premonition that the endless sea is about to change. The two primordial souls quickly departed. On a deserted island, the black-robed holy infant stepped into the void, disappearing from sight. Elsewhere, Levi closed his eyes and waited until a blood-colored figure thunderously descended and disintegrated before him. The primordial soul of the electric eel wizard looked at the person before him with a terrified expression. It's you. Levi grinned with a smile. It's me. Levi grasped the primordial soul of the electric eel wizard and the wild electric dragon eel with his grand hand, sending them into the ancient Banyan fairyland. With a sweep of his robe, he mounted the silver war chariot and in an instant, he had travelled 4,000 miles away. After a set of maneuvers, he was already tens of thousands of miles away. He found a deep abyss under the sea to hide. In the ancient Banyan fairyland, the well-prepared Leon had already packaged the primordial soul of the electric eel wizard, and the spoils of war were set aside. The wild electric dragon eel was gravely injured by a sword strike. Levi used the power of the Death Ember Dragon to simply heal its wounds and let the Snake King Dragon and the Dragon Ant take turns guarding it. The primordial soul of the electric eel wizard asked. Do you have any idea how foolish what you just did was? Levi replied. You only need to know that the consequences you face today are all of your own making. He did not waste words, crushing the electric eel wizard's primordial soul with a massive grip. He had no questions for this man. Levi knew he wouldn't get any answers, and it was better to wait for Leon to produce a disc for him to watch. After the primordial soul shattered, the mark of truth gradually dissipated into the world. A golden lightning-shaped tracking mark shot towards Levi. The young creature blinked in front of Levi, with a white web shooting forth to envelop it. But this golden lightning seemed not so simple, even when netted, it still struggled, knocking Leon flying. After some effort, Leon finally subdued it. Humph, it had no intention of being food. See if I don't eat you. Leon dragged away the lightning mark and the electric eel wizard's soul, ready to battle with the latter for 300 rounds. Chapter 1783. A soul imprint made Leon struggle so much. Clearly, this might very well be a mark personally set by the Molten Gold Wizard King or an even stronger entity. Levi quickly returned to the human realm. Having killed the electric eel wizard, the Letny family would certainly not let things go. Next, he would have to lay low in the ancient dragon continent for a while. Star Tower. Law Enforcement Department meeting. The Golden Prince was currently holding a meeting. In a month, the inspection envoy from the Central Realm will be coming to inspect the Star Tower. Everyone, be sharp, raise your awareness. As wizards of the Law Enforcement Department, setting an example and abiding by the law is our fundamental duty. The wizards below replied. Understood. The Golden Prince mused to himself. Lately, inspections from the Central Realm have become more frequent. All of a sudden, his expression changed, and a token appeared in his hand. This was the soul token of his most cherished son, the electric eel wizard. Crack! The token broke into pieces in his hand, turning into dust. His usually calm heart was now roaring with shock and anger. He hadn't been this agitated in a long time. How could it be? How could Evander die? He turned and left the meeting room. The electric eel wizard was a primordial soul wizard that he and his family had spent many resources to successfully cultivate, with potential even greater than his own. He thought that after his son became a primordial soul, he wouldn't have to worry anymore. Unexpectedly, such a family tragedy of a parent sending off his child had occurred. First, I need to report this to my father. Central Realm. Within a secluded valley's wizard tower, Molten Gold Wizard King was playing chess with an elderly man in a white robe with white hair, appearing quite leisurely. Elder, although the Schubert family is just a high-level wizard organization, it is also an important part of our interests. If we can't give them an explanation, I'm afraid it might dishearten our other affiliated families. We still need to trouble you for this matter. The amiable-looking white-haired elderly man smiled and said. Molten Gold, I understand what you mean, but we old folks can't easily leave the Central, and to involve ourselves in such matters is strictly forbidden. Do you know how many eyes are watching our every move? Molten Gold Wizard King said. Elder, I've heard that not long ago the Black Abyss Walker intervened in the affairs of the human realm and claimed a new world. The white-haired elder huffed coldly, frightening the Wizard King into a shiver. He hurriedly said. Elder, they were just careless words, please pay them no mind. The elder said. The Black Abyss matter, the Frost Witch and several legendary wizards all agreed upon it, otherwise what right would he have to be the exception? Am I supposed to bother the legendary wizards for your trivial matter? Molten Gold Wizard King fell silent, then said. I understand, Elder. The bright moon artifact might not catch your fancy, but it's a token of my sincerity. I shall take my leave now. Shortly after Molten Gold Wizard King left, he received a message from his son. Upon seeing it, his expression grew rigid, and then his face was filled with anger. Again, this person. Last time, it was forgivable to deal with the Schubert family, but this time, he even dared to lay hands on my grandson. In the image, the blood flame giant's ferocity shook the heavens. This scene, how strikingly similar it was. No need for the mirror of the past to revisit, he knew it was the work of that murderer. He calmed himself, and then turned around to head for the home of that senior. This matter, he could not just let go. Several days later. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. After the death of the electric eel wizard, the wild electric dragon eel and the contract dissipated. With the powerful dragon's might, Levi easily tamed this sub-dragon of the thunder element. And just like that, a new member joined the Dragon Palace, warmly welcomed by everyone. Having seen the oddity that is the four-eyed shrimp dragon, the electric eel seemed quite normal in comparison. Thus, another had joined the ranks of the Dragon Palace's 6th-level generals. Snake King Dragon, Black Lotus Beast, Blood-Sucking Demon Dragon, Four-Eyed Shrimp Dragon, Wild Electric Dragon Eel, and other creatures like the Green Fire Crow, Dragon Ant and Red Flame Mink, that are not sub-dragons. The spoils of war from the Electric Eel Wizard were also inventoried. As for the Ether Stones, there weren't as many as Levi had imagined, about 5 billion. Now Levi's Ether Stone reserves have reached 20 billion. At present, with the Fire Dragon shop and pharmacy covering his cultivation expenses, he could stash his money, just so he could splurge at auctions. Furthermore, among them was the Morning Star level oddity, the Flame King's arm. Not bad, the head of an 8-armed demon witch in exchange for 2 truth oddities. Levi planned to refine the branch Cold Crow himself, since, being a Morning Star level oddity, it was also useful to his true self. This oddity itself had a chance to produce special spiritual creatures, and Levi only needed Thunder and Frost to collect all 7 Elementalist schools. The Flame King's arm was to be refined by the Holy Infant. The Holy Infant, earnest in its duties, truly deserved a reward of a Morning Star level oddity. In the future, upon acquiring an ice oddity, he would bestow another to the Holy Infant, to further advance its ice and fire body. Besides, there were 3 6th ring wizard tools, and 1 6th level treasure. The 3 wizard tools were 6th ring masterpiece golden feather robe, an ordinary 6th ring golden thunder needle, and the 6th ring masterpiece golden king spear. An ordinary wizard would already be doing well to have 1 6th ring masterpiece, but the electric eel wizard had 2. However, even he didn't possess any top-grade 6th ring wizard tools. The rarity of top-grade wizard tools was evident. Among them, the golden king spear was the electric eel wizard's sole artifact. This was an extremely ornate golden spear, forged from the rare thunder element metal, Thunder Melt True Gold, yet before it had been used to showcase its elegance, the electric eel wizard was slain by Levi. The golden feather robe was also excellent, nearly causing Levi's assassination plan to fail. This robe, like the Holy Infant's fiery flame iron armor treasure, automatically protected its master when in danger. Now bearing a gap from Levi's strike, it was not a large issue, and it could still be used after future repairs and modifications. Considering the Holy Infant's risk of assassination, Levi decided to let the Holy Infant use it to add an extra layer of protection. The other treasure, however, was somewhat unexpected to Levi. In his hand emerged an unassuming longbow, around which air currents twined. The wind-chasing bow, made by Doster Colin, this treasure, actually made by the owner of the Wind Disaster Pearl, is no simple person, leaving behind so many heritages of treasures. The wind-chasing bow's capabilities were formidable. It did not need arrows, because when drawn, it could automatically condense wind element arrows. If fully drawn, its might could pierce through the protective force fields of 6th ring senior wizards. Even a 6th circle perfect wizard would not dare to take the hit head-on. Its effective range was an impressive 500 li, comparable to the flying secret sword flow. A nice bow and arrow, it can make up for my lack of methods. Although secret sword was powerful, it required momentum to build up, otherwise, it was just so-so. I also have max level archery skills, never missing a shot, to deal with common affairs. This bow seems tailor-made for me, in the grand scheme of things, it's meant to be mine. Chapter 1784. Furthermore, in the electric eel wizard's storage bag, there was another item that was quite special. It was the 7-ring spell scroll, on which the 7-ring spell Thunderfall Sky Strike was solidified. Levi studied it for a while and found that there was some sort of restriction placed on the spell scroll. It was probably the kind that could only be used by members of the Letny family. He planned to study it slowly later on, to see if he could remove the restriction. If he could, he would gain an additional powerful trump card. Upon returning to the Imperial Palace, Levi asked someone to bring over the newspapers from these past few days. His killing of the electric eel wizard would definitely cause a significant stir in the Endless Sea. Indeed, as expected, today's headline was about the death of the electric eel wizard. Recently, the genius of the Letny family, electric eel wizard Wei Fandir, was murdered while attending the Star League as a guest. The killer is suspected to have mastered both secret sword magic and blood magic, disguised as the electric eel wizard's secretary, and committed the murder. The killer's motive seems to be personal, and they did not actively harm others, likely due to a private grudge with the electric eel wizard. Star Tower sternly condemns the killer's actions. The Molten Gold Wizard King, Minister of Law Enforcement, announced that the investigation will be thorough, with no statute of limitations. Informants with details about the killer who provide information to the Law Enforcement Department will be awarded 30 million ether stones. Those who capture the killer will be rewarded 200 million ether stones and other additional rewards. 100 Flowers came over, smiling. You did well, that jumping clown is finally dead. Levi sighed. I had actually wanted to spare his dog life a while longer, but he just went too far. 100 Flowers said. Are you going to hell next? Levi said. Yes, once I refine the oddity, I will set off. After dealing with affairs in hell, he needed to head to the Dark Ancient Tower, and it was only 6 years until the Ancient Tower opened. 100 Flowers, embracing Levi, said. Then be careful, hell is still very dangerous. Levi replied. Don't worry, I'll just wander before the 6th level, I won't go beyond the 7th floor. The fall of the electric eel calls for celebration. After being tender and affectionate for several days, Levi began refining the oddity. Previously, inside the Sword of Victory, he had also received a sky-level artifact Knight's Sword, which he now also started to refine. Time flew by. Half a year later. Year 13 of Nora, in the month of beginning. There were over 5 more years until the Ancient Tower opened. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Levi had already successfully refined 2 artifacts. First was the Knight's Sword. Levi hadn't held much hope for this artifact, mainly wanting to increase his spiritual force and upper limit. As a result, unexpected things happened after the fusion. Levi summoned the Amethyst Light Sword, and the companion sword Spirit Fleur flew out from inside the sword world. She had once held a broken knight's sword in her hands. But now, it was a perfect, whole knight's sword. The knight's sword was wrapped in golden light, with an awe that was hard to look at directly. The broken sword is reforged, and the knight returns. Levi could feel that Fla's strength had become even more formidable. Originally, Fla's level of strength had already surged significantly as Wizard Levi's own strength improved. But with the refining of Knight's Sword, her own grade or level had also improved. Levi had an epiphany. The broken sword oddity and this Knight's Sword must have intricate connections. When both artifacts were refined simultaneously, they caused some kind of strange reaction that led to the evolution of the sword spirit as well. Coming outside. With a thought from Levi, Fleur entered back into the sword world. The elemental power within a 15-mile radius began to roll towards the center, where the amethyst light sword was. The range of elemental power that Golden Dragon Break can mobilize is now larger, and this improvement isn't due to my contribution, but because of the sword spirit. After accumulating power, Levi pointed outwards, and the amethyst light sword became like a beam of light. After 4 breaths, it had appeared 4,000 miles away. In an instant, the sword light traversed nearly half the ancient dragon continent, reaching the outer sea region, plunged into an island, and penetrated it as if it were tofu. At the same time, a swordswoman's phantom shadow holding a knight's sword burst forth. Her hand held a complete knight's sword, which cut through the clouds, and then split the island in two. Boom! Countless debris fell into the sea, with 1,000-foot waves reaching for the heavens. The impact wave parted the island into two halves, which sank into the sea. The first enhancement is the striking distance of Golden Dragon Break, which increased from 3,000 miles to 4,000 miles. In addition, the speed of the amethyst light sword is faster too. During the 5-ring period, it was 500 miles in a breath. After reaching the 6th circle, it became 800 miles in a breath. Now, following the reforging of the broken sword, even more, it's 1,000 miles in a breath. A true sense of being instantaneously 1,000 miles away. For the amethyst light sword, the faster the speed, the more formidable the power it carried. At the same time, the less likely it is to be defended against or stopped. With martial arts around the world, no fortress is impregnable, only speed is unbeatable. Speed, to a certain extent, will make the enemy's perception and reactions seem relatively sluggish. Take for example Levi's recent slaughter of the electric eel wizard. By the time the electric eel wizard perceived the sword, it was already too late. Therefore, he had no chance to use the 7-ring spell scroll before he was instantly killed. In such circumstances, those defensive measures that require active deployment are less effective than passive ones. For instance, treasures like golden feather robe, fiery flame iron armor, and others that offer automatic protection, or a powerful body, and the long-term existence of passive protective force fields. This is why Levi decided to give the golden feather robe and fiery flame iron armor entirely to the Holy Infant for protection. Chapter 1785. With the strength of his physical body, there are many ways to deal with secret sword attacks. Whether it is strong physical defense or the means of true immortal God. As a body-refining wizard, Gandalf is no exception. However, the methods of Holy Infant are relatively lacking. After all, the secret sword flow is not only mastered by Levi. The enemies of the Holy Infant might also use the secret sword flow to kill him. Especially the terrifying organization known as the Council of 10,000 Clans. According to the current cases of assassination victims, almost 1/4 died from secret sword attacks. In fact, for primordial soul wizards, besides protective force fields, they also have wizard forms to defend themselves. If a level 6 expert were to attack a 5th circle wizard, it would be virtually impossible to guard against, with each strike assuredly fatal. At this time, the role of powerful rare treasures and wizard tools becomes evident. Apart from promoting the evolution of sword spirit, the knight's sword also increased Levi's spiritual force limit by 30 points. In addition, Levi's Golden Dragon Break innate spell also gained further optimization, with spells from the metal faction seeing a significant increase in power. All things considered, it was better than nothing. The most important thing was still to promote the evolution of sword spirit once again. Looking at this, the King's Sword will likely allow the sword spirit to evolve again. The King's Sword is a Morning Star level oddity after all, and through these two evolutions, the sword spirit may reach a new realm. Thinking along these lines, creatures like Jin, Long, Akun, Abiao, Agu, and Nick, the 6 companion spiritual beasts, might also have the potential to evolve further in the future. Of course, the greatest benefit for Levi this half-year was the refinement of the traveling crow. In fact, this oddity is also very suitable for the Holy Infant. It is a being birthed by a sky-grade oddity, inherently a body of fire element, and has fused with the cry of the cold cicada from sky-grade, becoming an ice and fire body. After refining the Morning Star level Flame King's arm, it would be best to have a frost artifact of the same Morning Star level to balance it out. Unfortunately, Levi is a collector at heart. He only lacks a frost artifact and a thunderbolt artifact to complete the collection of 7 elements oddities. His main purpose in refining this oddity was for the companion spiritual creatures. The final result was just as he wished, with the following functions of the traveling crow. The first. It instantly increased Levi's spiritual force by 50 points, sparing him 5 to 6 years of arduous cultivation. Levi's current spiritual force has reached 3,490 points. Under regular standards, a spiritual force above 3,000 is considered a 6th ring senior, and from 4,000 to 5,000 points is the 6th circle perfection realm. That is to say, Levi is only 500 points away from 6th circle perfection, at most a matter of 60 years. If he refines more soul artifacts, soul stones, and oddities in the meantime, he could advance to the next minor realm within 50 years. It shouldn't be difficult to catch up with 100 flowers before reaching the 7 circle. A man born between heaven and earth should not languish beneath a woman for long. Dragon King Li is no pretty boy who likes to live off women. The second, a frost talent of elemental affinity called the Cold Crow Throne was born, a special talent. Because Levi does not have any special talent enhancing talent spells for frost-type breathing techniques, this frost talent was slightly weaker than talents like earth, fire, wind, and water. Now, this weakness has been compensated for. The third, Levi's Ice Dragon Prison innate spell has been greatly optimized. As a domain-type spell, its area coverage has doubled upon its original extent, and the effects have accordingly improved. This is the strength of a Morning Star level oddity. Other oddities can only slightly optimize the talent spell model, while Morning Star artifacts drastically remodel and strengthen them. The fourth, and most important, a new companion spiritual beast was born. Within Levi's mind, Jin and Abiao currently looked at the newcomer perching atop the 6-layered magic ring holy tower with curious expressions. It was a small bird resembling a crow. Its body was covered with ice blue feathers, semi-translucent like ice crystals, emitting a beautiful luster. Mysterious blue truth runes adhered to it, exuding a high-end luxurious aura. It appeared proud and aloof, like an immortal bird standing alone in this world. Gaga, gaga. If it didn't speak, it would retain an air of nobility. Unfortunately, it was not mute. Clearly, neither Jin nor Abiao dared to approach the traveling crow up close, only observing from a distance. This is the difference in quality between oddities, unrelated to realm. Upon Levi's advancement, these companion spiritual creatures can be considered level 6 spiritual creatures. However, due to their unique functions, creatures like Jin, which serve a supportive role, do not possess the combat strength of a level 6 expert. As for Sword Spirit Fleur, she can be regarded as a level 6 expert. With a single thought from Levi, the proud blue crow flew out, cawing loudly, and landed on his shoulder. According to the illustrated guide of strange items, this crow is called the traveling crow, and its functions, as the name implies, are related to travel. The traveling crow can leave its master very far away, far enough to cross mountains and seas, even different planes. Therefore, it has 3 functions. The first, combat. Despite seeming ordinary, because it is a Morning Star level oddity and refined by a primordial soul wizard like Levi, it has the battle capabilities of a level 6 expert. It masters many frost-type spell abilities, freezing everything wherever it passes, its power not inferior to Sword Spirit Missy. Among Levi's companion spiritual creatures, except for Jin, the others have considerable strength. However, with Levi's power, there is generally no need for the spiritual creatures to fight. The second, sending messages. Chapter 1786. Nowadays, primordial soul wizards generally use more convenient communication devices to keep in touch. But when contacting across planes, most communication devices would fail. Only high-level wizard tools or rare treasures like the round table can be used for such purposes. If such oddities are not available, traditional methods like the flesh and blood delivery of the traveling crow can come in handy. Of course, contacting across planes takes quite a bit of time. However, the traveling crow itself flies at an extremely fast speed, far surpassing wizards of the same realm, which can save some time. Thirdly, the traveling crow would pick up precious materials from different planes, especially various branches, flowers and herbs, shiny metals, or feathers from other transcendent birds, to build their nests. God knows why special spiritual creatures still do such things. Levi guessed that it might be related to the habits of the being that became this oddity before its formation. With this trait, the owner of the oddity can occasionally receive little surprises without leaving home. For example, waking up to find that the traveling crow has brought a feather that fell in the land of darkness from a legendary creature for various reasons. He patted the blue crow's head and said, "Ah yak, go on a long journey, bring me back some good stuff, be careful on the way, avoid medium to large planes, steer clear of strong beings. When I make a fortune, I'll rely on you and Jin." If Jin could travel without being too far from Levi, he would certainly let Ayak carry Jin on the journey, which might be twice as effective. Of course, it is also possible that Ayak could be led by Jin into dangerous places. Caw caw caw. Ayak flew high into the sky, with snowflakes fluttering down. It passed through the crystal wall, heading to the land of darkness alone. In the current wizard world, there are too few resources to explore, and they are all controlled by major powers and powerful beings, too many wolves for too little meat. Levi didn't compete with them. With Ayak's level 6 power, it was esteemed like an ancestor in other small planes, so safety was not a big issue. Now that everything is ready, it's time to head to hell. Several days later. Emperor's Palace. Levi packed his baggage, and 100 Flowers said. Be careful, and stay in touch with me through the round table. Levi replied with a smile. This trip will be quick, 1 year at most, or 3 to 5 years at longest. It won't be too long. 100 Flowers nodded. I will take good care of the ancient dragon continent, you don't need to worry here. Levi said. Thank you for your hard work. If there's a problem, you can contact Master Fire Dragon and Gondaf. Now 100 Flowers also knew the true identities of Gondaf and Master Fire Dragon, knowing that both were Levi's body separation incarnations. Just thinking about Levi occupying half of the ancient tower's rank list, she found it amusing. 100 Flowers added. Go on, the sooner you leave, the sooner you'll return. Don't forget, I have Triss and Ms. Lucy here, and if you're too embarrassed to bother them, I won't be, hee hee. After a goodbye kiss, Levi recited the spell Summon Hell Lord to establish a connection with Hell. Little Pink had been waiting at the door for a long time. A month later. Endless Sea. Number 1 Which city? The thriving Fire Dragon shop. Weapon refinement room. The Holy Infant snapped his fingers, and a colossal, planetary engine-like phantom furnace appeared, towering threefold. The furnace was covered with thousands of pipes through which flames flowed, heating everything. The furnace's 4 legs resembled those of ancient alchemy furnaces, allowing it to move autonomously. On its belly was also a face like golden masks from the Sangzingdui relics. Although this furnace seemed inanimate, it was actually a special spiritual creature called Flame King's mobile furnace. The furnace was ethereal, lacking a physical form, but its functionality rivaled most wizards' entire weapon refinement rooms. Behind the Holy Infant, 8 mechanical tentacles, like those of an octopus, stretched out, as well as a dexterous pair of wizard tool molten fire pliers. The tentacles, artifacts by the Tower Master as auxiliary mechanical prosthetics for the Holy Infant. The chips within these limbs were the Holy Infant's thinking brain. Just with a single thought, he could do whatever he wished. With this setup, paired with the molten fire pliers and the mobile furnace, the Holy Infant's weapon refinement efficiency doubled. Moreover, inside the furnace, one could see hundreds of small flame creatures bustling about, occasionally emitting ho-hum sounds. These were known as melter elves, also a major part of the moving furnace. When they were sparked to anger, flames would burst forth, increasing fire intensity, and vice versa. Besides controlling the flames, the melter elves could also assist with many simple refinement tasks. A joyous smile spread across the Holy Infant's face, he genuinely loved weapon refining. In addition to the special spiritual creature, the Flame King's arm also enhanced the Holy Infant's fire element body and added a full 60 points to his spiritual force, 10 points higher than Levi's branch Cold Crow. Now, the Holy Infant's spiritual force had reached 2,356 points. For someone who had only advanced to Primordial Soul for a little over 50 years, this was quite a rapid pace. After all, it took 100 Flowers 100 years to go from 6th Circle to 6th Ring Senior. Of course, with the ongoing refinement of the Flame King's arm, the Holy Infant's talent continued to improve. In the future, as more ice and fire oddities were refined, great prospects beckoned on his path of dual ice and fire cultivation. Woo! 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 Accompanied by a sound like a train whistle from the moving furnace. Rays of light surged out, creating a tremendous anomaly. An infinity of stars plummeted under a pair of robust fists, dimming, annihilating. It was as if a giant with a starry sky was using stars as sandbags for punching practice. Chapter 1787. Holy Infant looked at the phenomenon with great joy. The falling star ring has been successfully reforged, and yet another top-grade piece has emerged. As the anomaly faded, 2 iron rings, emitting red flames, shone like the sun, blinding to the naked eye. This wizard tool, having incorporated the white dwarf scorching gold I bought from the auction, as well as the equally top-level Achilles fire ore, has been refined to surpass its original top-grade quality. I'm afraid it's no less impressive than an ordinary 7-ring witch artifact. White dwarf scorching gold is a high-quality fire element metal formed after the collapse of certain planes. From the auction, Holy Infant purchased 2 grains of this metal, each the size of a rice grain, at the hefty price of 100 million ether stones. Of course, this money all came from his true self. These tiny grains of metal, each weighing 100,000 catties, were all melted into the iron rings by Holy Infant. In addition, a large amount of Achilles fire ore was incorporated into the mix. In the end, each of the 2 iron rings weighed 360,000 catties, totaling 720,000 catties. Aside from body-refining wizards and knights, ordinary spell wizards, without using magic, couldn't even lift them, let alone use them in battle. However, for Levi, this weight was barely sufficient. If not for material limitations, he would have preferred a few million catties. With one punch, the innate strength, coupled with the secondary collision of the falling star ring. The power is imaginable. Holy Infant looked towards the corner, where more than 10 6-ring magical artifacts and soul artifacts awaited his modification. With the mobile forge now in his possession, his future was illuminated with light. Being able to engage in one's beloved career and strive for life, isn't that a blessing? Years are irrelevant in cultivation. A year later. The 14th year of Nora. Fire Dragon Shop. Alexandra and Elsie successfully obtained their weapon craftsman license. The low-level wizard tools they crafted began to be stocked on the shelves of the Fire Dragon Shop. Later on, after the shop took its cut, the remaining profits would go entirely to the 2 women. Of course, with the women's strength and financial resources, they naturally wouldn't care about this small amount of money. It was also in this year that Schubert's house officially announced its withdrawal from No. 1 Witch City. This was a move of no choice, for the Fire Dragon Shop had made a solid reputation by only selling top-quality products. With the promotion by the Flower Witch, the Red Dragon Queen, and others, the business flourished even more. On the other hand, profits for Schubert's house dwindled year by year. Holy Infant took the initiative to attend the ceremonies of primordial soul wizards of good character and reputation, offering gifts and taking the opportunity to network with more powerful individuals. Last year, Fire Dragon Shop and the Starfire Wizard Academy's weapon-making department reached a strategic collaboration. The department's teachers and students could go to the Fire Dragon Shop for advanced practical learning, but the top-quality wizard tools they produced would belong to the shop, with teachers and students receiving a share of the profits. Furthermore, the Pharmacy family from Inner Ring District 1, the Matic family, and the Fire Dragon Shop signed a major procurement contract and established cooperation. This was undoubtedly a milestone event. Everyone knew that nomadic wizards didn't have much money, making money from the poor was no big feat. Real heroes make money from these stingy rich. Why could the Seven Waters Steeple become a top wizard organization by shipbuilding? It's all because of its cooperation with the families, organizations, and even the official bodies of all schools within the wizard world, ensuring a stable and continuous source of income. On this day, inside the weapon refinement room, Holy Infant drew talismans in the void. In front of him was a piece of mink fur that burned intensely. On the fur, a vivid crimson divine dragon model, with tens of thousands of magic nodes, faintly appeared. Holy Infant's forehead was covered in sweat, his spiritual force highly focused. Such a state persisted until days later when a divine talisman, radiating treasure's glow, floated in the void, emitting terrifying power. Level 6 Divine Talisman, Success. Holy Infant exhaled heavily, stood up, and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Let's set a small goal, to save up 100 level 6 Divine Talismans as soon as possible. Considering the gap in combat strength between 6th Circle Wizards and 7th Circle Ordinary Wizards, 100 exploding level 6 Divine Talismans could pose a significant threat to a 7-ring Ordinary Wizard. Of course, crafting 100 level 6 Divine Talismans was no easy task. But the Divine Talisman Deo, a hidden trump card, would not be used lightly. Inside the shop, Alexandra saw the master's nimble steps and laughed. "Master, did you forge another top-grade wizard tool?" In her view, only the excitement of producing a top-grade item could make the master unable to hide his joy. Holy Infant smiled and nodded. "Both of you, I'm going to attend an auction today, the shop will be in your care." Alexandra said. "Master, we'd like to come too, so that if you are assassinated, the 3 of us can look out for each other." Elsie nodded in agreement. Holy Infant laughed. "Then let's go together." In his heart, he knew that tomorrow's entertainment newspapers would likely feature his new story. It was a headache. He wished to be as low profile as the true self, but his strength would not allow it. Hell. 6th layer. Southern region. The further down hell went, the broader it became. On the wilderness. Levi sat cross-legged on Little Pink's head, as the skeleton carried him along. Lucky me, just over a year into hell, and I'm nearly finished gathering the advancement ingredients for the Book of the Undead, only the last one, the Stone of the Dead, remains, then the foundation task for this trip will be complete. Once the Book of the Undead was promoted, he planned to strike while the iron was hot, fill all 10,000 undead spirit slots in hell, ideally recruiting several level 6 hell lords. Chapter 1788. Additionally, the swordsman Jerry is now at the peak of level 5, just a step away from level 6. Seize this opportunity to let him advance to level 6 here. Jerry's potential is currently the strongest among all the undead, he must have been no ordinary person in life. The place that Levi is heading to now is one of the largest devil cities on the 6th layer. Rogel City. The city lord of this place is a genuine level 7 devil. His true name is unknown to all, self-proclaimed as Prince Tusk, and his true form is said to be a pig demon. Generally speaking, pig demons are considered rather inferior devils, but there are always some prodigies who stand out. Prince Tusk is one of them. Not only that, it is said his son, Wild Boar Duke, has climbed from the lowest pig demon to the realm of level 6 Grand Duke in just 400 years, also making him a legendary figure. As a city ruled by a level 7 devil, Levi definitely cannot enter blatantly. He plans to enslave a devil duke with at least level 5 strength to do his bidding. Several days later. On the wilderness. Levi has Little Pink stop and turns into a little skeleton, hiding in his sleeve. He looks ahead, where intense battle fluctuations are coming from. With the hermit runes flickering, Levi stealthily advances. On the wilderness. A fierce battle is unfolding here. On the left is an undead army led by a 6th level bone dragon lord. On the right is a red devil with sheep horns. With a ferocious face and a bulky physique, he is barehandedly brawling with the bone dragon in the sky, creating horrifying explosive waves that spread to the distance. Levi watches quietly. A 6th level bone dragon, a devil Grand Duke, not bad, I might as well enslave this sheep-horned devil, use him to run errands in hell, help me collect resources later, so I don't need to shuttle back and forth between hell and the human realm, wasting time. This bone dragon can also be collected, sealed in the Book of the Undead, and that's another level 6 combatant. The bone dragon and the devil Grand Duke are evenly matched in strength, fighting for a while without a victor. Levi notices, under the command of the ancient dragon, a skeleton warrior radiating cold air, holding an ancient katana. That katana must be a rare treasure, paired with his sword skill that has reached perfection, comparable to swordsman Jerry. Every strike creates a sword energy domain where countless snowflakes fall, freezing many from the devil army to death. Another undead with extraordinary talent, surely a strong swordsman in life, I will take him. Levi immediately develops a fondness for talent. After waiting for the 2 level 6 experts to peck at each other and exhaust a lot of their strength, Levi finally makes his move. He grasps the 8 desolate halberd and steps out from the void. Unmatched spear light aims first at the bone dragon. Thunder half-moon slash. Boom. The spear light tears through the bone dragon's frost breath, shattering its protective blue light. The bone dragon, as though struck by a mountain, is sent flying backward, landing on the earth with resounding echoes. It shakes its head, this one strike nearly disintegrating it into a pile of bones. Such an early stage level 6 undead lord is no challenge for Levi. He waves his hand. Endless wind surges, whirling around him, condensing into 2 imposing, awe-inspiring white tiger spirit soldiers. A roar from Abiao in his mind, he too lunges forth. 3 behemoths quickly suppress the bone dragon on the spot. The sheep-horned devil, startled, experiences interior turmoil. Clearly, this foreigner is not a native of hell. With a flick of his wrist, he suppresses a hell lord. What kind of strength is that? Even in the crowded level 6, such strength is rare to see, other than those level 7 devils, there might be no one who could contend with him. This reminded him of the black-armored swordsman who caused a commotion in the 6th level of hell recently, self-naming Purgatory Demon Sword. Could this person be that black-armored swordsman? At this thought, the sheep-horned devil speaks with a smile. Your Excellency, let's not act rashly, as the saying goes, a friend from afar. Before he can finish, the 2 white tiger spirit soldiers roar in approach, encircling him. Levi points to the sky, the ice dragon prison domain, stronger than before, appears out of nowhere, preventing the Devil Grand Duke planning to shatter the void and escape from leaving. What a joke, devils are exceedingly sly creatures. In the multidimensional plane, only wizards can be considered their match. He doesn't believe a word they say, he only believes in crimson enslavement. How dare you! The sheep-horned demon surrounded by hell's red flames bursts a spirit soldier, the flames turning into torrents, attacking Levi. Levi casually spreads his hand. Golden gravity centered on himself, repelling to both sides, surging. The flames, like floodwater blocked by a mountain, part ways, not touching him in the slightest. Watching the unmovable foreigner, the sheep-horned demon's heart is awash with shock. This person must be the purgatory demon's sword. He does not know what power he unleashed, suddenly transforming into a 300-meter-tall devil giant, his aura further climbing. Explode! From the mouth of the giant, a blazing sun of hell bursts forth. The ice dragon prison has a gap blown open, and the devil takes this opportunity to escape the domain. Levi's eyes remain calm, a slight smile on his lips, the wind-chasing bow materializes. He brings forth immense strength, the bowstring a wizard needs a spell to draw, immediately pulled into a full arc by him. 4 miles around, the fierce wind elemental power gathers, condensing into a cyan arrow. Chapter 1789. Break. With a swish, the arrows turned into shooting stars, entering just as the devil stepped into the void. Boom! Hundreds of miles away, the void exploded, chaotic debris flew everywhere, and a figure staggered out from within. A vicious bloody hole appeared in the chest of the sheep-horned demon, the chaotic wind currents slicing through flesh, causing unbearable pain. A peculiar black force was attached to the wound, preventing the powerful devil's body from self-healing. Not only that, but also a crimson force used the wound to wander within him, corroding his organs and even his soul. Clearly, he was struck by the enemy's peculiar poison. The sheep-horned demon cursed in desperation. Why target me when I have no grudges against you? Levi said nothing, continued to draw his bow, aiming at the devil's head. If you don't behave, next time, it will be your head that explodes. The sheep-horned demon felt wronged. I didn't do anything, you started attacking without saying a word. Levi's figure flickered, appearing next to the sheep-horned demon. He looked at the trembling archdevil of hell and smiled. To think that even devils can feel fear. Don't worry, up next, I will grant you a great opportunity. He wished to foster a devil force in hell as his own to gather resources. The sheep-horned demon was lucky, it was the first archdevil of hell Levi encountered, so he decided on it. Boom! Levi's scarlet dragon force was injected into the sheep-horned demon. After a moment of confusion, the sheep-horned demon said, "Greetings, Master." Levi asked, "What's your true devil name?" The devil replied, "MGM Igobani Paredes." Levi quickly interrupted. "I understand, MGM, you must be from the sheep-horned demon clan, right?" MGM replied, "Yes, Master, in the southern area of the 6th level of hell, our clan is the most numerous, followed by the pig demons, bullhead demons, and chicken crown demons. Each of our 4 clans has a level 7 devil presiding over the main city." Levi said, "First, withdraw your troops. I'm going to subdue the bone dragon." Elsewhere, the bone dragon, locked by 3 tigers, couldn't move, its eyes filled with sorrow. Levi, looking at the bone dragon, declared, "Submit to me, or die." His powerful dragon's might entered the soul fire inside the bone dragon's skull. The bone dragon lay prostrate on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. In that moment, it perceived in the clouds 6 immense, diverse dragons piercing the skies. Among them, the most dazzling was the central red giant dragon. As the bone dragon was also part of the dragon clan and hadn't been eroded like the black beasts but had merely become an undead creature with only its skeletal frame and soul fire left. Therefore, it couldn't be immune to Levi's dragon's might. Under this unprecedented fear, it quickly indicated its submission. Generally speaking, the combat prowess of a bone dragon is weaker than that of a same-realm sub-dragon. However, this bone dragon was close to the mid-stage level 6, with commendable strength, otherwise, it couldn't have contended with an archdevil of hell. After forming a dragon clan contract, Levi also learned its name. Frostbone Dragon Igus. It must have been some kind of frost sub-dragon species in its life. Igus, sound the retreat. Under Levi's mediation, both parties withdrew their troops. Levi approached the skeleton warrior from Igus camp. The warrior stood with dignity, his hand on his katana. Levi asked. What's your name? The skeleton warrior shook his head. Igus said. Lord, this fellow cannot speak. We all call him Snowflake Warrior. His sword skill is a rare sight on the 6th level of hell, so much so that even the Purgatory Demon Sword, which has been rising in fame for slaying several Grand Dukes consecutively, has praised him. Upon hearing this, Levi was slightly startled, his eyes reflecting a moment of recollection. Snowflake Warrior, would you follow me? Snowflake Warrior remained dazed, and Igus said. Lord, he is obsessed with sword skill, naturally, he is willing to follow you. This bone dragon surely knows how to play along, quite clever and tactful, which Levi liked. Snowflake Warrior inclined slightly, drew his katana, and then pointed towards the large shark-tooth-shaped sword on Levi's back. Levi smiled and said. Do you want to challenge me? The Snowflake Warrior nodded. Levi said. Then bring it on. He suppressed his strength to a 5th circle ordinary level, the same realm as the Snowflake Warrior. Since becoming a 6th circle wizard, Levi, who had been using his wizard forms to overpower enemies, had seldom engaged in true combat technique fights with others. The two exchanged moves in the wilderness, their sword chi crisscrossing. Levi was using his own creation, the Heavenly Dragon Sword Codex. The Snowflake Warrior employed nameless sword skill, each move naturally flawless, paired with rare treasures, the force was immense. Yet, in the end, Levi was far superior. The Snowflake Warrior sighed and bowed to Levi as a sign of true acceptance. Levi flicked his finger, launching a blue light into the Snowflake Warrior's mind. This is cold ice breath, consider it a meeting gift, may your path in sword skill be endless. Jerry, come meet your new friend. Swordsman Jerry appeared from behind Levi, looking at Snowflake Warrior and recognizing a kindred spirit. Having recruited a sword skill prodigy with unlimited potential, Levi was quite satisfied. Igus, return temporarily to the wilderness and wait for my message. Obediently, Igus left with the mighty army of undead. The Snowflake Warrior stayed by Levi's side. MGM said. Lord, what should I do? Levi asked. I need to purchase some materials. Here is the list. Your next task is to collect these for me across various devil territories. The list included the Stone of the Dead, Host God Fruit, Soul Stones, and other special products from Hell. MGM, upon receiving the list, expressed concerns. Lord, these materials are also rare in Hell, given my strength and status, it might be difficult to gather them completely. Levi asked. What do you devils usually trade with? He had almost 2 billion ether stones, but they were useless in Hell. MGM replied. We generally use joss paper. This is the universal currency of the underworld and Hell, minted by the rulers of the underworld. Levi said. Just go ahead and collect them. I will also figure out a solution for the money. By the way, who's the richest devil on the 6th level south? MGM explained. Without a doubt, it's Prince Tusk of Rogel City, also the strongest in the southern region. His strength has reached level 7 mid-stage. He has many offspring, many of whom have advanced to level 6. His youngest son, the Wild Boar Duke, is a top-level genius who became a Grand Duke at 400 years old, and it's said that a daughter of a level 8 devil from the 7th floor has taken a liking to him and wishes to take him as her son-in-law. Levi concluded. This Wild Boar Duke sounds fearsome. Chapter 1790. Endless Sea. Star Tower. Leaders of various departments of the Star Tower, including the Tower Master, Deputy Tower Master, Law Enforcement Minister, and Administrative Minister, along with a multitude of perfect 8-circle wizards, stood respectfully in front of a teleportation portal, awaiting the grand arrival of a dignitary. Before long, an elderly white-robed wizard with kind eyes and white hair descended gracefully. His gaze was profound and calm, unchanging like the stars across the ages. The Star Tower Master was an elegant and capable witch of 8-ring perfection, exuding a strong presence. Her cultivation has surpassed 3,500 years. She paid her respects, saying, Representatives of various departments of the Star Tower, we welcome the arrival of the High Sky Walker. Welcoming the High Sky Walker. The elderly white-haired wizard surveyed the crowd and then said, There is no need for such formalities, nor such an elaborate reception for me. I am simply here to administer justice, under the orders of the Congress, to thoroughly investigate some of the unresolved challenging cases that have occurred in the Endless Sea. Once the cases are resolved, I will naturally depart. The Star Tower Master replied. We will do our utmost to assist Lord in the investigation, and any evil will ultimately be brought to justice. The Molten Gold Wizard King said. The entire law enforcement department, including myself, is at Lord's disposal at any time. The High Sky Walker said. That will be all, you may all go about your business. The law enforcement department stays, report to me one by one about the challenging cases in the Endless Sea over these years. The High Sky Walker followed the Molten Gold Wizard King to the law enforcement department. The Star Tower Master looked on thoughtfully at this scene. High Sky Walker. A genuine Ninth Circle Grand Wizard from the Storm faction. He is also a figure of legend. Originating from the Hurricane Tower family in the Endless Sea, he was a child blessed with exceptional talent, a wind element child. Yet, due to unknown reasons, his body could not contain spell power. After reaching the state of a high-level apprentice wizard, his cultivation halted. He spent 100 years as an apprentice wizard, falling from a genius to a failure. Wizard families also have different branches and blood sects. As talent faded, he was quickly washed out in the fiercely competitive family. Faced with the cold indifference of his family, kin remained as bystanders. He simply left the family and began his solitary journey as a wizard. Unexpectedly, after breaking through the wizard realm, he soared to great heights against all odds. 4,000 years later, he stood as a Ninth Circle Grand Wizard, at the pinnacle of the wizard's pyramid. Below the legend, above 10,000 wizards. Today, the High Sky Walker is one of the chief enforcers at the Congress headquarters. Generally, the beings of the Central Realm are detached and merely coordinate the grand schemes and major events of the wizard world. They would not personally involve themselves in the work at various local schools. The Star Tower Master understood that most likely, the Molten Gold Wizard King had gone to great lengths to invite this venerable individual, with high probability to clarify his grandson's case. Otherwise, as the law enforcement minister for so many years, the Molten Gold Wizard King had seen numerous unresolved cases and miscarriages of justice, so why hadn't the chief enforcer come before? Why did he come after the Electric Eel Wizard was killed? The great beings of the Central Realm, seemingly lofty and unapproachable, are not above worldly affairs. On the contrary, behind each of them surely stands at least one top wizard organization for support, especially those born from such organizations. In the law enforcement department's meeting room, the Molten Gold Wizard King said. Thank you, Senior, for personally investigating this case. The High Sky Walker replied. I am not here specifically to investigate your case. The Molten Gold Wizard King said. I understand. However, the murderer who assassinated Daemont and Evander is extremely dangerous. I suggest we apprehend this person first, to prevent the harm of other innocent wizards. The High Sky Walker said. Present to me the projection of the murderer's method and all the clues you have gathered, then take me to the murder scene for a look. The Molten Gold Wizard King's face lit up as he promptly arranged for someone to present the information. Several days later, upon completing the investigation, the High Sky Walker's expression was grave as he muttered. The murderer is proficient in some kind of parasitic technique, capable of controlling others through parasitism, and using the host as a channel to attack others. The Blood Flame Giant is just an illusion. The actual murderer should be the one who also employed the secret sword. The strong members of the Blood Sect have mostly been eradicated, and nowadays are just the dregs. Such a powerful being capable of instantly killing your grandson does not seem to exist. Right, whom has your grandson offended before? The Molten Gold Wizard King answered. He worked earnestly for the family's glory. I have never heard of any grudge against anyone. His character is well known to all. The High Sky Walker chuckled. Then why would someone assassinate him and not the other people at the tournament site? The Molten Gold Wizard King was at a loss for words, and then sighed. Perhaps it's out of jealousy for his talent and gifts. I usually don't interfere with his affairs. The Electric Eel Wizard was an adult. As a Wizard King, he naturally did not have much time to concern himself with what he was doing. Occasionally when the Electric Eel Wizard encountered problems, he would step in to resolve them. The High Sky Walker said. Here's what we'll do, I happen to have some understanding of curses and foreknowledge. Do you have any flesh or blood tissue from the murderer? The Blood Flame Giants will do as well. The Molten Gold Wizard King shook his head. He had not seen the murderer anywhere. Nor had he seen any bodily tissues of the Blood Flame Giant. The High Sky Walker frowned and asked. Do you have any of the Electric Eel Wizards? Let me try to lock onto the murderer through him. The molten gold wizard king said. I have that. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. As expected, it required inviting a grand wizard to take action. Such mysterious and unpredictable spells would surely track the murderer's whereabouts. Chapter 1791. High Skywalker began casting a spell as soon as he obtained the blood of the electric eel wizard that had been left within the family. He chanted softly, and wisps of black mist emerged from his body, swirling around. The blood turned into a blood fog, swallowed by the black mist. It wasn't long before a twisted visage, vaguely resembling the electric eel wizard, materialized out of the black mist. The molten gold wizard king's expression was solemn, with anticipation in his heart. Boom! Suddenly, the black mist apparition exploded violently, scattering into nothingness. The color drained from High Skywalker's face as he coughed, musing aloud. It's not simple, the murderer seems to have practiced some kind of anti-astrology, anti-curse spell that can disrupt the trajectory of my tracking magic. The molten gold wizard king asked. Predecessor, is there still hope? High Skywalker replied. No worries, I was unprepared just now. Judging from the situation, his anti-astrology magic is merely rudimentary. This time I am prepared, so there should be no trouble. Right now, he was essentially engaging the murderer in an indirect contest. Given his cultivation and realm as a grand wizard, defeat was impossible. The molten gold wizard king breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the murderer came prepared. However, in the face of absolute power, all efforts were in vain. After another round of preparations, High Skywalker began to cast his spell again, with the terrifying ninth circle aura rising to the heavens. The black mist reappeared, and as the blood fog merged, the electric eel wizard's apparition resurfaced. Meanwhile, the apparition began to change, and the molten gold wizard king held his breath, not wishing to disturb the elder's spell casting. It seemed that this time, the spell might succeed. Boom! Once again, the apparition exploded violently, sending shockwaves sweeping across until High Skywalker waved his hand, dissipating them into the invisible ether. He spoke gravely. This murderer has also been protected by at least a powerful being of my own realm, with even more powerful anti-astrology and curse techniques imposed. My magic has been severely interfered with. The molten gold wizard king asked. Lord, what should I do? High Skywalker answered. From what I see now, a level 9 or higher expert is sheltering the murderer, which makes it difficult to handle unless a legendary existence intervenes. The molten gold wizard king felt despair. Even with his considerable power, how could he possibly seek the assistance of a legendary wizard over such trivial matters? According to the teachings left by Sauron, legendary wizards would only intervene at moments when the survival of wizard civilization hung in the balance. Otherwise, bothering legendary wizards with every matter was unrealistic and impossible. A moment later, High Skywalker said. There's one more option. I have a friend from the School of Death, a ninth circle grand wizard who is the inventor of the dead man's last words skill. Many spells that ask questions of the dead are imitations of his. If you can persuade him, there should be a way to investigate the murderer. The molten gold wizard king's expression shifted. Predecessor, are you referring to Hellwalker Robert? I do not know this predecessor, and my family is not acquainted with him. Hellwalker. A famed figure of the School of Death. His reputation even exceeds that of High Skywalker. Because he is the only grand wizard in the history of the wizard world who has successfully transformed himself into a lich. He is also known as the Undying Wizard, resembling a legendary wizard in that on the surface, his lifespan even surpasses that of most legendary wizards. High Skywalker pondered. I can mediate on your behalf, but the cost of Hellwalker's intervention. The molten gold wizard king hesitated. The Letney family is wealthy and is among the top wizard organizations. But he is only one of the 4 great witch kings, not the one in power. To mobilize High Skywalker, the family had already paid a significant price. Now to also request Hellwalker's aid, the other witch kings might have concerns. Is it worth it to proceed in this manner? He reconsidered. So far, the murderer has struck twice, once against the Schubert family and then against the electric eel wizard. Clearly, there is a vendetta against the Letney family. If the perpetrator isn't exposed and eradicated early on, it could pose endless problems in the future. Predecessor, I need to think this over and discuss it with my family. High Skywalker said indifferently. I don't mind either way, it's up to you if you want to clarify this matter. North Sea Secret Realm. Lucy and Triss were chatting when Lucy asked, "Why hasn't Elena come?" Triss replied, "She's house-sitting, Levi has traveled far." Lucy chuckled. "There's a difference with a married woman. By the way, don't you have any plans? I mean, regarding a partner?" Triss shook her head. "I've calculated that, henceforth, on this long journey, truth shall be my companion until death." Lucy admired. "Good, that's the spirit." Suddenly, she felt a premonition. Someone is using magic to track Levi. But it seems that the illustrated guide of strange items I gave to Levi, which he always carries with him, should safeguard him. Plus, the treasures from Soren he possesses can shield against astrology, even a legendary wizard might not be able to see through it. After the tea party, Lucy used her astrology skill and after calculating, her expression hinted at deep thoughts. Hell. On the wastelands. MGM led his army temporarily back to Goth City. Goth City is the main city of the sheep-horned demons, and its city lord is also a level 7 expert. But at the early stage, not as powerful as Prince Tusk. With MGM's help, Levi acquired the corpse of a peak level 5 pig demon duke and items peculiar to him, such as the true name token and the Hell Pass. Only by acquiring these could he freely enter and exit the major cities of Hell without the risk of being discovered by other powerful beings. The full name of this pig demon duke was lengthy. Finger Dito was Donovan. Levi simply adopted Finger as his name, holding a weapon resembling a 9-toothed nailed rake, one of the transcendent items of the devils known as a ghost tool. Chapter 1792. Like the Abyss demons, they possess a relatively mature and complete weapon refinement system. In fact, the weapon refinement of the wizard civilization is an eclectic blend of knowledge from various ancient civilizations. Otherwise, how could they rise so quickly by mere creation out of thin air? On this day, as Levi was nearing Rogel City, he suddenly felt a tightness in his heart. An inexplicable feeling of being watched crept over him, and the blind pig pattern in his mind shone brightly. Is someone tracking me with a spell? Levi was taken aback. It must be the Letney family. Could it be that to avenge the electric eel wizard, they have enlisted the aid of some important personage? The sensation of being watched quickly faded, seemingly unsuccessful. Then, an even stronger feeling of surveillance came over him. In an instant, Levi sensed something unusual emanating from within his storage space. He saw that the illustrated guide of strange items began to emit a blue glow. The oppressive feeling of being watched that brought danger to Levi dissipated once more, to no avail. This is the book Ms. Lucy gifted me. Perturbation surged in Levi's heart. Had it not been for this book, I might have indeed left some traces behind. Damn it, it's no wonder top organizations have so many tricks up their sleeves. To kill an electric eel wizard, they would go to such great lengths to find me. Indeed, one should not lightly make enemies of top wizard organizations. But, the electric eel wizard truly brought about his own demise, leaving Levi no choice. Levi held the illustrated guide of strange items. This is no ordinary book, but a tool that can defy astrology. I must safeguard it well. 3 days later, Levi beheld the majestic and expansive Rogel City. Within the city, powerful auras lay dormant and concealed. As expected of one of the 4 major cities in the southern region, at least 7 archdevils of hell dwell here. After successfully entering the city, the sights within made Levi feel as though he had arrived in the human realm. Baroque-inspired buildings could be seen everywhere, exuding an artistic aesthetic. In comparison, the utilitarian wizard towers in the nether capital seemed rather plain. In the city center, there was a mountain on which Prince Tusk's palace and a towering pig demon statue wielding a spiked club sat. For the time being, I'll stay here and figure out how to make money. To earn money quickly, abiding by the law clearly wasn't an option. Fortunately, this was Hell, which had invaded the wizard world and the human realm several times. One could say it was one of the archenemies of wizard civilization. Here in Hell, where looting and slaughtering are the order of the day, Levi felt no sense of guilt. With his current strength, a frontal assault on Prince Tusk's palace was naturally impossible. The prince was a level 7 middle stage, and the city was rife with Grand Dukes who were level 6 upper-level devils. Furthermore, the layers of Hell weren't completely independent of each other but were hierarchically governed. The 6th layer was entirely under the jurisdiction of the 7th layer. Should an external enemy invade here, the 7th layer might send more than one level 7 expert to suppress them. Not long ago, the purgatory demon sword made a ruckus in the 6th layer, killing several Grand Dukes and even stirring a level 7 expert to pursue and kill him. That person is now untraceable. From MGM, Levi learned that these 4 great devil tribes in the southern part of the 6th layer had historically been in constant warfare. However, due to the policies of the 7th layer, the conflict had temporarily abated. All Levi needed to do was to meddle, reigniting the flames of tribal enmity, and that should create an opportunity for him to fish in troubled waters. Wild Boar Duke, it's decided then, you're the one. I dislike the words Wild Boar. Levi planned to find an opportunity to kill the Wild Boar Duke and let MGM take the blame. The Wild Boar Duke was a top talent similar to the Electric Eel Wizard, the apple of Prince Tusk's eye and the key to political marriages among the devil nobles of the 7th layer. Killing him would surely enrage the prince, who might then even deploy troops against Goth City. Using this opportunity, Levi could ransack his lair. If he could directly find the resources he needed, all the better. If not, he could certainly loot a substantial amount of money. Afterward, he could leave the south and purchase what he needed elsewhere. Of course, this was just an initial rough idea. The exact execution plan needed further communication and refinement with MGM. 1 year later. The 15th year of Nora. 3 years remained until the opening of the Dark Ancient Tower. In this year, in Rogel City, a pig-headed devil holding a 9-toothed nailed rake idled away his days, indulging in drink and pleasure, and frequenting taverns. Today, Levi was in a fox demon bar, enjoying the spirited dance. Fox demons. A type of devil, their ecological niche in hell resembled that of the succubi in the abyss. Skilled in charm, with attractive looks and explosive figures. Even to wizards, they had a sense of beauty, with an exotic charm. Good, good, good. Levi applauded in approval, stuffing a handful of joss paper into the chest of a fox demon named Quillis. Thank you, Lord. She giggled flirtatiously, quivering like a blooming flower. Levi chatted with her casually, shifting the conversation naturally toward the fox demon tribe. He asked. I heard that the Wild Boar Duke's wife is also from the fox demon clan. Trilling with laughter, Quillis sat on Levi's lap and replied. Yes, I come from Ale City in the Hell 7th layer. Our mistress has 7 bewitching fox demon daughters. The eldest daughter Malian, chosen to marry the Wild Boar Duke, is also the strongest. Being a level 7 devil, she's known as the Desire Realm Witch in the 7th layer. Sigh, I have no idea what the witch sees in the Wild Boar Duke. You should know that in the 7th layer, her suitors could circle around Rogel City. Chapter 1793. Levi echoed. Really envious. When can such a strong woman fancy me? Liz replied. Lord, you can do it, believe in yourself. I see you are different from the other pig demons, with the posture of a Grand Duke. Levi laughed heartily. After chatting with Liz for a long time, he ended today's information gathering and collected a lot of useful data. Back at his residence, Levi cultivated for a moment and then opened his proficiency panel. Levi. Moon Rune, Level 6, 1/4 million, Special Effect, Lunar Rabbit Star Power, Rank 5. Unaware, my lifespan has increased by 50%. With so many powerful augmentations from the Dragon Clan's bloodline, coupled with the Moon Rune, Levi estimated that his lifespan should be around 4,000 years old, at least twice that of a regular primordial soul wizard. And he was only 438 years old. The future looks promising. Several days later, news came from MGM. He had collected 12 soul stones in the past 2 years. But there was still no news about the Stone of the Dead, and the host god fruit was the same. Levi understood that soul stones were rare in hell. Gathering so many probably strained MGM's finances. MGM told Levi. In 2 years, hell would welcome a grand celebration, the opening of the Netherworld market. The Netherworld merchants from the underworld would descend to Hell's plane to sell some of the underworld's specialties, among which there might be items Levi needed. To purchase goods from the Netherworld merchants, one could use joss paper, but they preferred the lifespan of living beings. Levi's expression became grave. Merchants from the underworld, hey! This might be a chance to learn about the underworld. It's said that in some civilizations across the multidimensional plane, there are rumors of a ghost market, where someone accidentally enters and exchanges their lifespan for ghost market items, which seems to be closely related to the underworld. Levi had plenty of lifespan, but he would definitely not exchange resources for lifespan, as it would be a loss. He sought strength to live longer, not the other way around. This reminded him of the Necromancer's Codex, which listed many forbidden techniques that consume lifespan to cast but are immensely powerful. Regarding the netherworld market, Levi maintained a wait-and-see attitude. A year later. Inside Rogel City. Lanterns hung high, and drums and gongs resonated throughout. On both sides of the street, a variety of devils peeked out. In the sky above the city, a bone dragon with green flames soared, its wings covering the sun. Atop the bone dragon stood a pig demon wearing crimson armor, with a burly physique, wielding a chain hammer. From a window, Levi quietly watched. Wild Boar Duke, Piggle. Now that I see him with my own eyes, his strength has reached the mid-stage of level 6, looks like he just broke through. According to the Fox Demon clan's mating customs, the Wild Boar Duke needed to pay respects to the Desire Realm Witch's mother, the Demon Fox Mother Margaret. The Fox Demon clan is a matrilineal tribe, where women are revered. Atop the bone dragon's skull, the Wild Boar Duke looked over the entire city with a solemn gaze, his eyes passing over the crowd. He noticed a pig demon looking at him and smiling. For some reason, he felt inexplicably irritated. In truth, he did not want to marry into the Fox Demon clan, since as a top-level talent, he had his own dignity. But he dared not disobey Prince Tusk's command. Once ready, the Wild Boar Duke set off for the 7th floor with his level 6 middle-stage elder brother accompanying him. Levi quietly followed the crowd out of the city, tracking them. Inside the city. Prince Hall. A pig demon dressed in black armor, wielding a spiked club, stood on a high platform, watching his son depart. He was as tall as a 10-story building, like a frost giant, his body rippling with muscles, his coarse hair like spikes. With the help of the Fox Demon clan, I can unify this southern area of the 6th layer of hell, and then, my next step is to advance to the 7th floor and establish my roots. Hell 7th layer. Fox Demon tribe. A proud and splendidly dressed female fox demon waited with anticipation. The Desire Realm Witch Magellan, the main mother's eldest daughter. Behind her, a mature yet still charming middle-aged fox demon laughed. Oh, thinking about your fiancé so much. She was bewitchingly beautiful, the clan leader of the Fox Demon tribe of the 7th layer, the Ale City Lord, Margaret. Magellan replied with a slight smile. Mother, I want to make a trip to the 6th layer. The main mother said. What for? Are you going to meet him yourself? That's against the rules. Magellan said. I've found a new prey, even better than the Wild Boar Duke. If I can mate with him, it will benefit my cultivation even more. She took out a portrait of a black armored swordsman with nightmare black dragon horns on his head and surrounded by purgatory black flame. Magellan said. This man is the Purgatory Demon Sword, probably a top-level talent from the wizard world. His talent and strength surpass those of the Wild Boar Duke. The main mother smiled faintly. It does seem quite good. Your secret technique requires such a male for replenishment, and since he's a foreigner, there's no need for marriage customs, just capture him outright. Be careful, after all, it's only been 100 years since you stepped into level 7, wizards are cunning and ruthless, and their spells are powerful, not easy to deal with. Magellan said. I'll be careful. As for my fiancé, mother, please treat him well but train him first, to make it easy for me to enjoy him later. The main mother's smile deepened. Go ahead then. Several days later. 6th layer of hell. Each layer of hell has a gate of hell that leads to the lower layer. The bone dragon raced forward. The Wild Boar Duke meditated, eyes closed. He was about to meet the Demon Fox main mother, a top-level powerhouse of the 7th floor, and he couldn't help feeling a bit nervous. Chapter 1794. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Big brother, we have enemies. Big brother Red Pig Duke said with a solemn expression. I've been aware of it for a while. Both being level 6 middle stage, ready to strike, their momentum soaring to the sky. Accompanied by a dragon's roar. From afar, 9 black flames formed a dragon-shaped cyclone attacking from all directions. Purgatory Demon Sword Black King 9 slashes. A proud figure of a black armored swordsman descended from the void. Clearly emanating the aura of level 6 middle stage. It's him, the Purgatory Demon Sword. Humph, last time you caused trouble in Rogel City and you barely escaped, now you dare to come back seeking death. The two brothers revealed a bloodthirsty smile, their figures suddenly expanded. Endless devilish air swirled around them, transforming into two towering pig phantoms, one black and one red. The black-armored swordsman laughed. Using devil giant right from the start? You're quite overestimating me. But I like it. The so-called devil giant, a technique available to devils of level 6 and above. Similar to primordial soul wizard form, not as exquisite as the wizard form, but still formidable. From afar, Levi, ready to make a move, was startled. So it's the purgatory demon sword, beating me to it. Well, let this man first test out the brother's capabilities. He had once encountered the purgatory demon sword. When the headless swordsman was promoted to rank 5, he saved Jerry in front of the archdevil of hell and wanted to spar with Jerry, known as a sword maniac in the wizard world. Later, Levi did some research and found that this person was demon sword dragon wizard Sodaros. He was an even earlier top talent than Simon, later disappearing from public view, unexpectedly having gone to hell to cultivate. He possesses an extremely strong dragon bloodline, of the mythical level dragon clan Purgatory Black King Dragon. He also dual cultivates body and spell, with body refinement being particularly powerful. Rumor has it that he cultivated one of the ancient 4 body refining techniques, the 10-winged heavenly dragon body tempering technique. Seeing him now, he truly stands out from the rest. Those 9 black dragon sword chi, like a cage, enveloped the 2 archdevils of hell, making the giant phantoms tremble, fracturing the void. Among the top talents I have seen, even Simon, or the Sky Dragon Wizard, seem inferior to him. It seems the rumors about his body tempering technique are true. The ancient 4 body refining techniques vary in strength. Relatively speaking, the 8-armed demon god body tempering technique is the weakest, followed by the 9-headed hell snake body tempering technique, 10-winged heavenly dragon body tempering technique, and the already lost 1000-eyed titan body tempering technique. Gandalf, strictly a body refining practitioner, naturally also studied these methods and tried to find more body refining techniques to cultivate to no avail. Levi intuitively felt that if all 4 body refining methods were fused, he could create a direct approach to the legendary realm body refining technique. He not only wants Gandalf to become the first 9th circle body refining wizard but also the first legendary body refining wizard. At this moment, Levi developed a keen interest in talent, planning to subdue this purgatory demon sword and then acquire his body refining technique. The purgatory demon sword is strong, but it seems he has just entered the senior realm of the 6th circle not long ago. His spiritual force is much inferior to mine, and with the Wild Boar Duke, who is also top talent, combined with his brother, at 6th circle perfection, the two can indeed fight. Thunderous sounds echoed. On the battlefield, the 2 archdevils of hell summoned a swarming horde of undead creatures with a wave of their hand, instantly forming an undead calamity, besieging the black-armored swordsman. Several level 6 undead lords also joined the fray. As rulers of hell, devils summoning undead creatures is a basic skill. The purgatory demon sword, surrounded by 9 rotating black sword chi, crushed countless undead in the undead army. Behind him, a slim black giant dragon appeared, sporting 5 pairs of wings that covered the sky and sun. Primordial soul wizard form Doomsday Demon Dragon. With the appearance of the demon dragon wizard form, the black-armored swordsman's momentum climbed to its peak. Purgatory demon sword Black King Destruction. He swiftly executed thousands of slashes, countless sword chi merged into a black grinding disc emitting a destructive aura. The grinding disc descended, pulverizing everything. Several level 6 undead were quickly defeated and fled. Bone dragons turned into a pile of bone powder, their soul fire extinguished. Levi said. Not a bad wizard form, not inferior to Holy Infant and Gandalf. All of a sudden, the chain hammer in the hand of the Wild Boar Duke smashed down from the sky dome. Boom! The grinding disc was shattered. This caused the purgatory demon sword's expression to change. This Wild Boar Duke is indeed formidable, just having entered level 6 middle stage, his strength has already surpassed his brother Red Pig. But my purpose of testing my own strength has also been achieved, it's time to leave. He no longer intended to continue fighting, not because he couldn't defeat the two. It's just that if the fight dragged on, those hell enforcers chasing him would arrive. Stepping into hell for hundreds of years, the purgatory demon sword, indeed had a notorious reputation. He swept his black flame sword chi, colliding with the chain hammer. Boom! The shockwave emptied the air, sending ripples throughout, fracturing the earth. His figure rapidly retreated, using this opportunity to distance himself, preparing to flee. Suddenly, a flash of red flame light appeared and vanished in an instant, arriving in a blink. Then, the giant phantom of the Red Pig Duke chasing him suddenly shattered, disintegrated. At the same time, the head of the Red Pig Duke abruptly exploded. Immediately after, thousands of sharp gold element sword chi burst forth, shooting in all directions. Red Pig's devil soul, in this instant, was pierced through. A filament travelled through the void, sticking to it, dragging it away. This made the purgatory demon sword pause, exclaiming in his heart. How can there be another strong presence here? Impossible, how could I not detect it? Chapter 1795. The headless corpse of the Red Pig Duke fell through mid-air. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The Wild Boar Duke, who had been in pursuit of the purgatory demon sword, suddenly changed his expression. Big brother. The big brother who was just fighting side by side with him is now a cold corpse. Swish! 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 Accompanied by 3 terrifying wind flow lights. Boom! 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 The Wild Boar Duke swung his chain hammer, deflecting 3 wind arrows. The massive force transmitted by the arrows sent him flying, cracking his tiger's mouth. He gasped for air, saying coldly. Who is it that's shooting from the shadows? Dare you fight me in a fair battle? Boom! Above the Wild Boar Duke, a figure clenched an 8 desolate halberd, descending from the sky amidst dazzling golden light. Accompanied by the unmatched spear light, myriads of golden lightning fell from the sky and exploded, engulfing the Wild Boar Duke. Rumble! Along with the furious roar of the giant pig, Duke Boar revealed his massive and bloated devil's true body, a pig-headed giant clad in heavy armor. The heavy armor must be some kind of powerful ghost tool, with extremely strong defense, surviving Levi's golden gravity rays without damage. The Wild Boar Duke buzzed. If I'm not mistaken, you must be an accomplice of the Purgatory Demon Sword. Meanwhile, the Purgatory Demon Sword was flabbergasted. I don't know him. But the style of this person does seem somewhat similar to his own. It seems that he is also a combat master, a body-refining wizard. Levi leaped forth. Stepping star, half moon, sunrise. 3 slashes, combined into one. Boom! The 3 kinds of momentum of sun, moon, and stars entered his body, turning into a splendid brilliance, like a galaxy falling from the 9 heavens in the spear light. The Wild Boar Duke slammed his chain hammer into the ground, the earth cracked, rolling up mountain peaks to form natural barriers. Boom! The spear light was unstoppable, destroying the mountain peaks and striking his heavy armor. Crack! Cracks appeared in the heavy armor. Levi pursued victoriously, his domain spread out, and billions of dragon flames burned fiercely. The Wild Boar Duke, like a crazed boar, struggled desperately under Levi's storm-like attacks. His attacks couldn't even largely penetrate Levi's defenses. Some wounds, in front of Levi's undying body, healed instantly. Without employing wizard techniques, just with the breathing technique, he could suppress this top genius of hell. Especially after reaching the mid-stage of level 6 with brilliant golden dragon armor, Levi's defense has become stronger than ever before. The Purgatory Demon Sword was completely astounded. Who on earth is this person? With the same spiritual force fluctuation of a 6th ring senior, my body tempering technique seems insignificant before him. Too strong, the Wild Boar Duke has no chance to fight back. And he hadn't forgotten. The Red Pig Duke, whose head exploded unexpectedly just now, was most likely also the work of this person. Have I been cultivating in hell for hundreds of years, and such a formidable figure has appeared in the wizard world? He found it hard to believe. Boom! With another clash between the 8 desolate halberd and the chain hammer burst into a myriad of lights, shattering the halberd. You destroy my rare treasure, you are seeking death. Seeing this, Levi immediately cast aside the halberd, and under the spread of golden light, he smashed with his bare hands. The 8 desolate halberd received from Roman was no longer enough for his current strength. The Purgatory Demon Sword, which was originally planning to escape, couldn't bear to leave any more. He's so fierce, even crushing the rare treasure, and his fists are unharmed. Could it be that his body is tougher than rare treasures? I have succeeded in cultivating the 10-winged heavenly dragon body tempering technique, which only allows me to clash with rare treasures, but surpassing them with mere flesh and blood is as hard as ascending to the heavens. All the pride that the Purgatory Demon Sword had built up in hell over the years was completely dissipated after seeing Levi. My cultivation is still far from enough. Unless I perfect my purgatory demon sword path to a grand achievement and become the first ninth circle body refining wizard ever, I will not leave hell. Below the sky dome, a golden brilliant silhouette, with an absolute advantage, sent the giant pig flying again and again, completely deforming the heavy armor. Boom! Another earth-shattering throw, the giant pig fell like a meteor onto the wilderness. Lying in a large pit, the wild boar duke could no longer get up. Levi descended from the sky, inserting his palm into the gaps of the armor, tearing it open completely, revealing the blurry flesh of the wild boar duke below. The wild boar duke was gasping his last breaths. Do you wizards seek to start a war in hell? Levi clapped his hands fiercely, smashing the pig's head, and said. Don't overthink it. I simply couldn't stand you. The soul of Duke Boar left its body and was then enveloped by a web, taken away. Levi temporarily collected the corpses of the two archdevils of hell, the bodies still had other uses. While the two Grand Dukes were locked in battle with the Purgatory Demon Sword, Levi had already been charging up the Golden Dragon breaking technique from afar. With his 6th ring senior cultivation and the evolved sword spirit, the instantaneous killing power of Golden Dragon break could be hailed as Levi's current strongest method. After one strike, the unguarded Red Pig Duke was taken down without any suspense. Thus, a level 6 mid-stage devil fell. Duke Boar was stronger than his older brother but only slightly. Levi easily obliterated him with a breathing technique. Having accomplished all this, Levi smiled and said. You must be the renowned Purgatory Demon Sword, right? The Purgatory Demon Sword hurriedly shook its head and said. I'm not worthy at all. In front of you, my strength is not worth mentioning. Levi smiled meaningfully. About this battle, I ask that you don't spread the word. The Purgatory Demon Sword responded. I understand. You're from the wizard world, right? Levi nodded. I've come to hell to collect some resources and happen to need a friend familiar with this place. The Purgatory Demon Sword said. I've roamed hell for a few hundred years, even to hell's 7th layer. It's no exaggeration to say that I know hell better than many devils. However, I'm currently being hunted down by the Grand Dukes of Hell, so I dare not travel with you, for fear of bringing trouble upon you. Here's my contact information. Feel free to reach out anytime you have a question. I must take my leave now. Leaving behind an item, the Purgatory Demon Sword hurried away. In reality, he was also wary of Levi, worried that Levi might turn on him. After all, they were not acquainted, and despite Levi's expression of goodwill, it couldn't rule out a trap. After collecting the spoils of war, Levi called MGM to come claim the two corpses. Next, he planned to frame the sheep-horned demon tribe of Goth City for the incident. The following day, in the wilderness, the Purgatory Demon Sword was desperately in flight. Desire Realm Witch, why are you pursuing me? A fox demon beauty with an explosive figure and seductive eyes followed closely behind. She giggled and said. Stranger, take me, and I'll be good to you. The Purgatory Demon Sword was frightened. Aren't you with Duke Boar? Why obsess over me? Malian playfully laughed. Duke Boar looks awful, and if it weren't for a family arrangement, how could I fancy that pig's head? It's you, the little dragon descendant, who's more to my taste. The Purgatory Demon Sword said. We wizards advocate for free love, this cannot be forced. Moreover, I'm devoted to the sword skill, disinterested in the matters of men and women. Malian laughed. The more you resist, the more interested I become. Behind her, a miles-long demon fox tail emerged, seeming to reach the sky. Like a whip tearing through the air, it went to grab the Purgatory Demon Sword. Unlucky, unlucky, unlucky. The Purgatory Demon Sword was determined. I can only resort to the last trick my father left me, alas. The demon fox's tail turned into a black river, spanning the heavens and earth. At that moment, a streak of light passed by, trailing hundreds of miles of red flame trajectory. Like a scarlet river, it cut the black river in half. Boom! Red and black collided, dividing the world neatly into two distinct halves. The Desire Realm Witch's face slightly changed, and she stood still. After the terrifying explosion subsided, the Purgatory Demon Sword was nowhere to be seen. She revealed a hunter-like smile. Giggle, compared to the one just now, the Purgatory Demon Sword suddenly doesn't seem that appealing. As the Desire Realm Witch, Hell's fallen angel, She was even more looking forward to her upcoming hunt for love. Chapter 1796. Hell. The sixth layer. The Desire Realm, which lost the trail of the Purgatory Demon Sword, only to encounter even better prey. It seems that this person must be a cohort of the Purgatory Demon Sword. Judging by his demeanor, he's just a sixth ring senior, but that sword strike just now gave me a sense of danger. If that sword had not gone to save the Purgatory Demon Sword, but instead ambushed me, I might have been gravely injured. I must be cautious in pursuing these two. This was also the reason why she did not rashly give chase. Whether it was the Purgatory Demon Sword or the person just now, they were definitely extraordinary individuals in the wizard world. If they had premeditated the encounter, setting a trap, then her role as the hunter might very well be reversed. All of a sudden, a piece of news entered her mind, her expression changed. What's going on? The Wild Boar Duke has fallen. The Wild Boar Duke was the person she had set her sights on. As a once-in-a-millennium genius of the Fox Demon clan from the 7th floor, on the day the Desire Realm Witch was born, she underwent ancestor return due to her bloodline, inheriting the cultivation secret method of the once level 9 expert master of Demon Fox of the Fox Demon clan. This secret method, similar to the yin-yang replenishment from Levi's former life, allowed her to absorb the strength of male powerhouses for cultivation. Among these, the stronger the physique, the more robust the strength, and the denser the male aura, the better nourishment it was for her. In her many years of cultivation, the Desire Realm Witch had encountered a variety of male powerhouses from all the major tribes of Hell. Many of those famed demonic geniuses had secret affairs with her. Those of higher cultivation, such as being above level 6, could usually keep to themselves and resist her temptations. But those below rank 5, would rather be drained dry, even if it meant their cultivation would regress, just to die under the skirts of the Desire Realm Witch. The Fox Demon clan was naturally skilled at temptation, paired with this secret technique, it was even more empowering. The Wild Boar Duke was the best supplement she had found in these years. Unfortunately, this supplement had now died. This incident must be related to those two. When the Wild Boar Duke left, he was accompanied by his brother, a level 6 middle stage. Together, they would hardly be detained by anyone on this 6th layer, except by level 7 devils. However, the Desire Realm Witch had no evidence, only speculations. Regardless, she must capture those two to compensate for her loss. With that thought, she temporarily returned to the 7th floor. Alone, she feared the task might prove difficult. She planned to summon a few of her powerful sisters to aid her. One should know, each of the 7 daughters of the Demon Fox main mother had exceptional skills and were not weak in strength. Rogel City. The black clouds like city crushers, oppressive beyond measure. The entire city's population, silent as cold cicadas. Above the sky dome, Prince Tusk, with a spiked club in hand, his aura shooting skyward, his face full of murderous intent. At his side, a full 7 archdevils of hell hovered over the void. Not long ago, his youngest son, the Wild Boar Duke, and his eldest son, the Red Pig Duke, had died. In this southern part of the 6th layer, someone dared to kill his sons. It was audacious beyond belief. The first ones he thought of were the other 3 devil princes. They were his rivals and seemed to be joining forces against him. They must be worried that the Pig Demon tribe would outpace the Fox Demon tribe, soaring to new heights and sweeping them aside, which is why they took action. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility of someone else's doing. Lead the Pig Demon armies to search for the murderer's whereabouts. I've already had the upper echelon seal all passageways to other layers. The murderer is definitely hiding in the 6th layer. Within Rogel City, Prince Tusk was the law. The other Grand Dukes promptly obeyed his orders to investigate the matter. Prince Tusk sat alone on the city wall with his spiked club, waiting for the truth to emerge. With the Wild Boar Duke's talent, he could have led his tribe to an astonishing rise, breaking into the 7th floor or even the 8th level, with no trouble at all. Now that he met an untimely death, how could Prince Tusk not be furious? It wasn't long before a projection emerged from the void, revealing the graceful Demon Fox main mother, Margaret. She spoke calmly. Tusk, hearing this news, I am deeply saddened. Please accept my condolences. Prince Tusk replied. Thank you, Mistress of Demon Fox, for your concern. I will find out the truth of this matter, and whoever it is, I will make them pay the price. Mistress of Demon Fox said. Good, calm yourself down, do not act rashly. The rash spirit of the pig demon clan was notorious among devils. They were more like demons than devils. Prince Tusk remained silent. Mistress of Demon Fox said. I know you wish to rise high through our Demon Fox clan, to secure your footing in the 7th floor. The death of the Wild Boar Duke does not mean all hope is lost. Prince Tusk's expression changed as he said. Pray tell, Mistress. Mistress of Demon Fox stated. Malian, actually has some fondness for you as well. Prince Tusk was stunned, then smiled bitterly. That, let's forget about it. He knew well that the Fox Demon clan was relatively promiscuous. But he still had his dignity, and was conservative in thought. Mistress of Demon Fox said. What? In terms of talent, Malian is not weaker than you. Prince Tusk said. That's not what I mean. Mistress of Demon Fox said. If you wish to join my harem, I wouldn't mind. Prince Tusk hurried to make excuses to disconnect. The Fox Demon tribe is really a bunch of crazy women. The 7th layer. The Mistress of Demon Fox muttered to herself. The Desire Realm Witch asked. How did it go, Mother? Is it feasible? The Mistress said. Giving him an opportunity is useless, forget it. Speaking of which, that Purgatory Demon Sword actually has cohorts. If that's the case, it is indeed dangerous for you to go alone. I'll have your 2nd and 3rd sisters join you. One is level 6 late stage, the other level 6 mid stage, they should be able to help out somewhat. Chapter 1797. Witch said. Thank you, Mother. Not long after. In the deep palace, 2 enchanting beauties, rivaling Malian, approached with cheerful laughter. One, petite but curvaceous, said. Sister, after these 2 men are captured, can we also enjoy them once? She is sorceress of the sensual realm, Margrees. Another, 8 feet tall and exuding wild charm, said. Don't worry, sister is very generous and won't keep them to herself. She is Sky Realm Witch, Margarita. These 3 sisters are among the top 3 in strength of Mistress's 7 daughters. Desire Realm Witch commented. Let's capture them first, those 2 little guys are quite cunning. 6th level of hell. In the wilderness. Inside the shelter. Levi sat cross-legged. Purgatory Demon Sword, still shaken by the event, struggled to calm down. He gratefully said. Thank you for saving my life. Although he could have used his last resort to escape, that was reserved for deeper ventures into hell. Levi said. Don't mention it, just so happened to be on the way. We are both wizards and being in a strange land now, it's natural to help each other. Purgatory Demon Sword sighed. You're right. Unfortunately, it's rare to find someone as righteous as you in the wizard world. He perceived the man before him to be one of those old-time wandering quasi-night rangers from ancient times. But as times progress, people's hearts change too. Good people like Levi are rare nowadays. Levi asked. What brings you to hell? Staying here for centuries, I really admire that. Purgatory Demon Sword explained. I came to hell for cultivation, to avoid disaster, and for revenge. Levi nodded. I see. If you don't mind me asking, who are you seeking revenge against? Purgatory Demon Sword revealed. This person is powerful, residing in the 9th layer of hell, a level 9 devil, named Emperor of Torture, one of hell's 72 pillars. Levi gasped. The 72 pillars. Hell, as a subordinate plane of the underworld, has somewhat declined, but like a centipede that doesn't die easily, it's still immensely powerful. The 72 pillars is synonymous with the supreme rule in hell. Each pillar represents one level 9 devil, rulers of the 9 layers of hell, potent and intimidating. Among the first few of the 72 pillars are level 10 entities. Such beings, comparable to legendary wizards, usually reside in the mythical 10th layer, possibly serving as the underworld's gatekeepers. Seeing Levi's shocked expression, Purgatory Demon Sword bitterly smiled. You must think I'm daydreaming. Indeed, over these centuries, I've also questioned myself whether I'm truly qualified to seek revenge against the Emperor of Torture. As he couldn't defeat my father, he defied the rules of the underworld and descended in the human realm as a devil incarnation, ruthlessly killing my mother, a mere wild wizard. The moment I embarked on my cultivation journey, I vowed to step into hell to avenge my mother. Centuries ago, having offended some powerful figures in the wizard world and being pursued, I decided to go all in, and fled to hell for my cultivation. Levi was astonished by his resolve. Only after reaching the sixth circle himself did he dare to venture into hell. That reminded him of the Tower Master who went to hell alone to save his wife. Such determination and persistence are admirable. Plus, with his immense talent and background, his achievements today were no surprise. Purgatory Demon Sword said. Sir Levi, you must be a dragon descendant wizard, too? I sense an aura not inferior to my dragon's might emanating from you. Levi smiled. That's right, which is why, although it's our first meeting, I liked you very much. I was even ready to risk my life to save you. Purgatory Demon Sword felt warmth in his heart. Growing up like a cursed solitary star, when has he ever found such a kindred spirit? Initially, he doubted Levi's intentions. But seeing Levi make an enemy of a level 7 devil just to save him, even if there were ulterior motives, he accepted it. He flushed slightly and said, I'm not good with words. I've never had friends growing up. With your capabilities, I wonder if I am worthy of being your friend. Levi laughed heartily. Not at all, I never look at capabilities when making friends, only if we get along well. Purgatory Demon Sword exclaimed. That's great. What's your plan now? Levi's demeanor turned solemn, his righteous energy soaring skyward. Hell has repeatedly invaded Nora, delighting in deceiving innocent mortal souls. Having originated from the human realm and now possessing the strength, it's natural for me to stir up a storm in hell to settle the scores. Purgatory Demon Sword's face brightened. You and I think alike. Over the years, I've already killed 3 archdevils of hell. Now with you, on this 6th level, who can stand against us? Levi said. I have a plan that can throw this southern region into chaos, I need your help. Purgatory Demon Sword agreed, an understanding look on his face. After listening, he laughed. Next, let us brothers turn this 6th level upside down. Afterward, Purgatory Demon Sword started calling Levi Big Brother. Although older, in the wizard world, power commands respect. Levi naturally accepted a new younger brother. He wasn't a seriously evil person, not one to rely solely on coercive methods like crimson enslavement. Chapter 1798. He would use his own charisma and aura of a conqueror to subdue more subordinates. Several days later, the spoils of war from Wild Boar Duke and Red Pig Duke had been tallied. Levi calculated that he had obtained 300 million joss paper, and according to his understanding of hell's prices over the years, the purchasing power of joss paper was nearly identical to that of ether stone in the wizard world. 300 million joss paper were enough for him to buy several 6th level ghost tools. Host god fruit, stone of the dead, and other rare materials from hell could generally be afforded as well. Murder and arson do yield a golden belt, indeed. Levi immediately went from a penniless man to a multimillionaire in hell. Besides that, he also obtained a 6th level ghost tool from Red Pig Duke. Levi couldn't use this thing, so he planned to collect it to support his own hell forces in the future. As for the chain hammer ghost tool from Wild Boar Duke, Levi gave it to MGM to implement the following actions. With money on hand, Levi methodically carried out his plans while beginning to travel through the 6th layer, broadening his horizons and purchasing materials. A year later. Nora 16. Only 2 years remained until the opening of the Dark Ancient Tower. The news of Wild Boar Duke's death also spread throughout the southern region. The other devil tribes were also secretly pleased. Yet who had killed Wild Boar Duke remained unknown. Prince Tusk's fury had ignited the entire south. Until one day, it was inadvertently discovered that during an attack on undead lords, Duke MGM was seen using Wild Boar Duke's chain hammer ghost tool. Duke MGM claimed it was merely a look-alike, not the actual item of the Wild Boar Duke. However, rumors of him killing both Wild Boar and Red Pig Duke began to circulate. But there was a doubt about this matter. Given Duke MGM's strength, he couldn't possibly defeat 2 middle stage level 6 archdevils of hell. Later, even more shocking news broke out. The dormant Purgatory Demon Sword reappeared at Goth City, even attempting assassination on Duke MGM. It turns out, Duke MGM had once joined forces with the Purgatory Demon Sword to assassinate Wild Boar Duke. After succeeding, he hoarded the spoils of war and fled. Duke MGM's actions had evidently enraged Prince Tusk. With the strength of a disaster like the Purgatory Demon Sword, together with MGM, it was indeed possible to kill his son. Not long after, Prince Tusk led a massive army of pig demons, as well as 7 archdevils of hell, to Goth City. He demanded the city lord hand over Duke MGM or he would declare war on Goth City. The Goth City Lord Lentisu knew he was no match for Prince Tusk. Although he felt something was fishy, he could only swallow the bitter pill and planned to hand over Duke MGM to calm the situation. Unexpectedly, Duke MGM claimed that the entire situation was orchestrated by the Goth City Lord and expressed strong protest against such ruthless betrayal. Lord Lentisu was left unable to argue, while Prince Tusk had long sought a pretext to unify the entire southern region. His power was far superior. Sharing the southern region with 3 other tribes was somewhat irksome to him. Now that he had found an opportunity, he would certainly not let it slip by. Thus, Rogel City officially declared war on Goth City. The southern region's battle between the 2 cities officially began. On the eve of war, Levi and the Purgatory Demon Sword had already arrived at the edge of the battlefield, waiting for an opportunity. For transcendental civilizations with storage space, generally rare items are carried with them. Rogel City, now an empty city, was unlikely to have anything of value left. His hopes for sudden wealth were on the Grand Dukes themselves. A ragged figure emerged around Levi and their group. It was none other than Duke MGM. Now, he was neither here nor there, unable to return to Goth City. He had barely managed to escape from within the city. And Prince Tusk, who had loudly vowed to avenge Wild Boar Duke, did not even send people to pursue him. Clearly, Prince Tusk's aim was never him. MGM was merely an excuse for Prince Tusk to conquer Goth City. Prince Tusk was well aware of the trickery involved. But what of it, as long as the goal of unifying the southern region was achieved? He had absolute confidence in his power. If the Purgatory Demon Sword dared any tricks, he would ensure that the sword had nowhere to be buried. His mid-stage level 7 power was not to be taken lightly. Outside Goth City, Prince Tusk's presence was overwhelming. He raised his spiked club and pointed at Lentisu, saying, "You instructed your men, in alliance with a wizard, to harm my son. Today, I will flatten Goth City and avenge him." Lentisu retorted, "Humph, Tusk, if you want to start a war between the tribes, why resort to such a poor excuse?" Prince Tusk replied, "The facts are in front of us, no need for your sophistry. Take this blow from me." His arm muscles bulged, bristles stood on end, and a black lightning-like dense chi entwined itself into his spiked club. Thunder shocking 8 desolates. Boom! With a swing, the sky changed color, tearing a continuous 10 miles long gap in the oppressive clouds. The thunder-like attack collided with the protective array of Goth City. Rumbling! The protective shield prominently displayed numerous fine cracks. A single strike almost shattered the barrier protecting Goth City for thousands of years. Prince Tusk was indeed the pinnacle powerhouse of the 6th layer in recent years. City Lord Lentisu soared into the sky, his hand gripping a horn-shaped curved sword. Hundreds of crescent-shaped arcs cut through the void, slashing towards Prince Tusk. "The 2 of you, if not now, then when? If Goth City falls, neither will you survive alone." Chapter 1799. Boom! Boom! The sky suddenly ripped open, revealing a pitch-black, deep gash. 2 majestic and differently shaped devils descended thunderously. One of them, with long bull horns reaching to the sky, a green face and protruding teeth, holding a huge hammer, is the leader of the bull demon, a level 7 devil named Bartus. The other, with a chicken's head and a human body, broad wings on his back, holding a long sword, and a blood-red crown-like comb on his head, is the leader of the chicken crown demon, a level 7 devil named Gorkin. They had anticipated that Prince Tusk would use the death of his son as a pretext to start an unjust war. Therefore, they hid here, planning to use this opportunity for the 3 of them to join forces and kill Prince Tusk. Afterwards, their 3 clans would each rule the south and compete for supreme power. 3 level 7 experts surrounded Prince Tusk, who revealed a cold smirk. "Hehe, just as I expected, you really think you 3 together are a match for me? Good, this saves me the effort of finding you. Today, I will suppress you all at once." Prince Tusk raised his spiked club with an air of invincibility. Boom! 4 level 7 experts battled fiercely. It was truly like heaven and earth were collapsing. These devil experts not only mastered some powerful spell-like abilities but also generally possessed the physical quality and techniques of body-refining wizards. Their every move was immensely powerful. In the distance, Levi and Purgatory Demon Sword gazed at the terrifying repercussions of the battle. Purgatory Demon Sword said, "These level 7 devils are truly formidable. Big brother, when do we make our move?" Levi responded. No rush, let them wear each other out first. If there's a chance to mop up and kill a level 7 devil, that would indeed be a great gain. Of course, safety first, dealing with level 7 requires the right timing, location, and cooperation. Purgatory Demon Sword said. Level 7? That's insane, but I like it. Not long after, the level 7 battlefield turned extremely heated as the four fighters were locked in intense combat. Prince Tusk revealed his true devil form, a giant pig-head figure emerged behind him, transforming into a towering giant. The giant held a spiked club as large as a pillar of heaven, sweeping through thousands of troops. The other three devils looked shocked, clearly not expecting that even together, they couldn't subdue Prince Tusk for the moment. An ordinary mid-stage level 7 couldn't possibly have this kind of strength. Everyone, go all out, we have no way back now. Behind Lentisu, the sheep-horned demon giant materialized, his curved saber striking like a meteor. The other two clan leaders also exploded with power, facing the fully combative Prince Tusk. Within 100 miles of the level 7 battlefield, no one dared to approach, fearing the repercussions of the fight would sweep them up, harming the innocent. Meanwhile, more than a dozen level 6 experts were also fighting fiercely. Outside the battlefield, Levi said. The timing is almost right, second brother, you and MGM distract them, and I will strike with the secret sword. Purgatory Demon Sword revealed an excited smile. No problem. He drew his black demonic sword, his sole artifact, named Black King Prison. From the name, one could see his deep resentment towards hell. This wizard tool, if it were in the wizard world, would certainly be famous. But Purgatory Demon Sword had sworn an oath not to return to the wizard world until his vengeance was fulfilled. He held the Black King sword, transformed into a black light, and charged into the battlefield. Levi snapped his fingers, and the weather changed. Countless currents and clouds gathered, forming two crane-like wind spirit weapons. On the ground, two mountains grew limbs and stood up, transforming into mountain giants hundreds of meters tall. The four spiritual weapons were ready. With Levi's current cultivation, the strength of the spiritual weapons was also stronger than before. The duration they could be maintained had increased, and they could play a significant role. Go and slaughter to your heart's content. Boom! The four colossal figures rose from the ground and flew towards the battlefield. Thus, a powerful force of level 6 entered the melee, muddying the waters. Levi opened the ancient Banyan fairyland, releasing the Snake King dragon to coil around him as a protector. Little Leon also flew out, looking forward to Levi expectantly. Levi said. Head to the battlefield, but be careful not to get too greedy and lose your life. Leon replied. I'm already a mature little insect. I can protect myself. Levi smiled. Go ahead. From immortal world saint scorpions to what Levi could not precisely identify now. Sometimes, he truly felt like Leon was his own son, having raised him from the beginning. With Leon's strength, stealing small advantages in the battlefield was indeed no problem. Especially since there were four spiritual weapons to protect him, he was essentially safe. Levi exhaled a breath of turbid air, and a secret sword wrapped in red flames emerged from his mind. These red flames, absorbed by the secret sword, were level 6 Crimson Emperor Dragon flames, immensely powerful. It was like enchanting the flying sword, able to cause persistent damage. For Levi, Golden Dragon Break had now truly become his #1 offensive spell. It was exhilarating to kill. Indeed, it's more comfortable being a foreigner, no need to hide when killing. Levi began to gather his strength. In the sword world, Sword Spirit Fleur opened her eyes. In front of her, the knight's sword buzzed as it synchronized with the amethyst light sword. The power of metal element from a radius of several miles around funneled into them, saturating them with elemental sword energy. On the other side, accompanied by a defiant laugh, 9 black tornadoes surged from all directions. Bastards, I, Purgatory Demon Sword, have returned. Chapter 1800. The furious sword chi swept through like a hurricane, engulfing everything. An archdevil of hell engaged in fierce battle was caught off guard. Slash! The furious sword chi instantly turned his protective giant statue into shreds. Blood splattered, screams echoed, the archdevil of hell was severely wounded and sent flying. Boom! A mountain spirit weapon's fist slammed down, pounding him into the ground. The bloodied and hazy archdevil of hell had yet to grasp the situation before being beaten to death by the surrounding spiritual weapon. At this time, Other Grand Dukes discovered the abnormality. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Which group is it? Not sure. I see the Purgatory Demon Sword. Damn it, we were indeed betrayed by the Purgatory Demon Sword. On the level 7 battlefield. Lentisuz said. See that, Prince Tusk? We've been betrayed by the Purgatory Demon Sword. He's sowing discord, won't you stop? Their trio had been battling Prince Tusk for so long without success and were clearly panicking. Prince Tusk snorted coldly and said. Stop your act, you're no different than the Purgatory Demon Sword. His spiked club roared out, colliding with the sneak attack longsword from Gorkun, who was then sent flying before stabilizing and saying. Stop wasting words with him, he's hell-bent on destroying us. Today, it's either he dies or we perish. Barda's heavy hammer smashed down, Prince Tusk dodged, the earth cracked open, crevices spread, and he shouted. Don't get distracted, the key is to kill Prince Tusk first, the Purgatory Demon Sword is nothing special. Once Prince Tusk falls, the Pig Demon clan will be headless, and their offensive will collapse on its own. On the level 6 battlefield. The Purgatory Demon Sword was killing with a rising vengeance, behind him the sky-darkening silhouette of the Doomsday Demon Dragon Witch Prime Minister emerged, monopolizing 2 archdevils of hell alone. 4 spiritual weapons charged wildly across the battlefield, drawing fire. In the midst of chaos, spiderweb-like threads sporadically shot out from the stealth of the void, snatching away one archdevil after another. The Purgatory Demon Sword was on a killing spree. Levi, wild with ecstasy, having never before felt so unrestrained in the wizard world. Quickly, 3 archdevils of hell reached a consensus and charged towards the Purgatory Demon Sword. They intended to kill the foreigner first before turning on each other. The Purgatory Demon Sword, however, remained fearless, laughing madly. Come at me. His black dragon horns emerged, his body covered with pitch-black dragon scales, black fire swirling around him. The void faintly revealed a majestic and earth-defiant phantom of a black giant dragon. Purgatory Black King Dragon. Like Red Lotus Dragon, Brilliant Golden Dragon Armor, and Death Ember Dragon, a creature of mythical level. According to the Purgatory Demon Sword, one of the 72 pillars, the Emperor of Torture, had followed a level 10 being from hell and fought the Purgatory Black King Dragon. But defeated by the Black King Dragon, the Emperor of Torture was cursed with the relentless Purgatory Black Flame, suffering for 1,000 years, in endless agony. Unable to defeat the Black King Dragon, he could only vent his rage on the females of the Black King Dragon. The mother of the Purgatory Demon Sword was tortured to death by him. This indicated the might of the Purgatory Black King Dragon. As its offspring, the power of the Purgatory Demon Sword was naturally of the highest echelon. His demonic sword wrapped in Purgatory Black Flame struck the afflicted Grand Dukes in agony, furiously attacking the Purgatory Demon Sword. Being surrounded and attacked by 4 archdevils of hell, one at the middle stage of level 6. Even as one of the top talents, the Purgatory Demon Sword struggled. Inevitable, for post-level 6, the difference between individuals became vast. In any world or civilization, a level 6 individual is among the elite. But the Purgatory Demon Sword feared nothing, for he believed in the might of his brother Levi. A fierce man capable of repelling a level 7 expert such as the Desire Realm Witch. The Archdevil of Hell snarled. Die, foreigner. The head of the Purgatory Demon Sword is worth 4 billion joss paper, show no mercy. Elsewhere. Under the siege of the Archdevil of Hell and countless devils, the 4 spiritual weapons started to disperse. But they had completed their mission. In a flash, a blazing red flame light, like a comet streaking across the sky, tore through the heavens and earth, bursting into the battlefield. The 4 Grand Dukes attacking the Purgatory Demon Sword had no time to react. They watched as the red light pierced through one level 6 early stage Grand Duke's defenses, exploding his head. What followed? The second, the third. 3 headless devil corpses still standing in the void, seemingly bewildered. The offensive shifted. With unparalleled sword chi and black fire, the Purgatory Demon Sword utterly annihilated the 3 head-exploded archdevils. Levi timely moved to seize their souls and flee. That level 6 mid-stage Grand Duke erupted with terrifying chi, raised his ghost tool shield to protect himself. Bang! The amethyst light sword collided with the shield, which finally blocked the attack, but the Grand Duke was not yet relieved. Endless crimson emperor dragon flames and metal element sword energy burst forth from the amethyst light sword, ravaging heaven and earth. Holding a knight's sword, the dashing sword spirit took a deep breath, pointed the sword skyward, beckoning heavenly might, and struck down with one swing. Boom! The sky-piercing sword chi struck the shield, which cracked, and the Grand Duke was riddled with holes by the overwhelming sword chi. Flames scorched, countless devils perished in the assault. The Purgatory Demon Sword executed his strike, and with Levi's help, they ended the life of the Grand Duke. In the blink of an eye, 4 Grand Dukes vanished into thin air. The shock in the heart of the Purgatory Demon Sword couldn't be put into words. If it were him, not to mention instantly killing 3 level SIXS, he couldn't even handle one. But his brother needed only one sword. Respect. In this moment, he was deeply in awe. For more audiobooks, support me in Patreon. The link in the description.